The story takes us to the 8th floor of the tower, on the plains of extinction, where several warriors have gathered and a large army marches together through the snow, preparing for what is to come on their journey. At the front of everyone is a blonde, young man who seems to be the leader of this great expedition, and he turns to the soldiers, beginning a speech to motivate everyone for the battle. The guild master of the Blue Zone, Kazuki Kyojo, says they have gathered to defeat the guardian of the 8th floor and warns no one to relax, because if they fail now, the 9th floor will be impossible to reach. At that moment, in the middle of the crowd, someone very well known to them finally arrives at the scene. With a surprised expression, the leader of the Blue Zone realizes who has just arrived for the fight. It was the Blue Eyes Guild, led by its mysterious masked master who appears imposingly, Suburo Narukami, the #1 guild master and also our protagonist. Kazuki seems very happy with the boy's arrival and goes to greet him, with a big smile on his face. Our hero apologizes for being late, but Kazuki says he was actually the first to arrive. In fact, a soldier comments that the Murin Alliance will also come, but they probably just want to pick up the leftovers of the fight. Hearing this, the masked one immediately places a hand on his weapon, prepared for anything that might happen. But then our protagonist hands something to Kazuki, leaving him very confused by the situation. It was a shining ring that our protagonist was giving to his blonde friend. The item was the Archangel's Blessing, which recovers fatigue, and Kazuki is shocked by the gift he received. The leader of the Blue Zone says the masked hero also needs it, but he wants to guarantee the success of the mission. Our hero then invites Kazuki to return to the Blue Earth after the battle ends, saying that the blonde can return the ring when they go home safe and sound. This makes Kazuki emotional, and he gives a small grateful smile to his friend. Our protagonist adds that he can keep the item if he doesn't want to return home with him. Suddenly, a great tremor occurs, and the two become alert to what is coming toward them. The leader of the Blue Zone says the monster has arrived and he did not expect it to appear so soon. The ground trembles, and the guardian of the 8th floor finally appears to terrorize all the warriors. Kazuki then shouts for all his soldiers to get ready for the battle that is about to begin. The creature reveals itself to be a sea dragon, Hydra with several heads and very sharp teeth. Our boy looks at the ugly beast and curses it, disgusted by its horrendous appearance. A dark energy begins to emanate from the masked hero's hand as he feels a shiver run down his spine. Lightning courses through our protagonist's body, and he declares that today will be the day the creature meets its end. With a furious gaze, the creature faces the warriors, ready to begin the massacre. The Hydra then opens its mouth and prepares a powerful breath attack to wipe out the army. Kazuki screams desperately for everyone to protect themselves, but our hero stops him, saying there is no need. He then charges alone at high speed toward the creature's attack, without any fear. With a quick and precise movement, our boy prepares to cut the Hydra's breath attack in half. The masked one unsheathes his sword, and with a single strike, he resolves the entire situation. A wave of dark energy with lightning cuts through the creature's attack easily, splitting it in two. The Hydra's attack is deflected and passes by the eyes of the army, who are shocked by the scene. Kazuki looks impressed with his friend's strength and says he always surprises everyone. The guild members celebrate, and a red-haired warrior complains that he wanted to be the first to attack the creature. A companion asks what he gave Kazuki, and the masked hero keeps the item a mystery. With a determined look, our protagonist asks his team if they are ready for the fight and declares that they will finish off that dragon and clear this hellish floor once and for all. The Blue Eyes Guild faces the multi-headed Hydra and prepares for the final battle. Meanwhile, Kazuki watches from afar and comments on how their team seems to be very united and strong. Far away, the Murin Alliance prepares, and one of its leaders says he positioned the soldiers as planned. Kazuki hears the report and asks if they should also begin attacking the creature. The hooded man agrees, and another member wishes them success in the battle that is about to unfold. A boy named Toshi observes everything from afar with a very serious expression on his face. Meanwhile, the Blue Eyes Guild is already preparing to initiate combat against the mighty Hydra. They all charge forward together and begin attacking the creature with everything they have. The Hydra roars in fury and faces the warriors, ready to retaliate. A girl leaps into the attack, and her partner complains that she went without warning anyone. With a wild look, the masked girl prepares her dagger to pierce the creature's thick skin and attacks at high speed, saying this fight will be easy for all of them to handle. Another member uses ice magic and complains about how stressful the whole situation is. With a wicked grin, Chia challenges his companion to see who can cause more damage to the monster, using his dagger to unleash a powerful attack with a sinister red aura. The attack hits directly, and his blonde friend accepts the challenge as he prepares to attack as well, saying the loser will pay for dinner and launching a strike with his blue energy blades. Blonde hooded boy attacks the Hydra with his blue blades, cutting into the creature with full force. With the impact, the creature sends one of their companions flying, and another boy apologizes to the healer, Tino. The girl says not to worry and to keep attacking while she prepares a spell. With that, Shino creates a large pink shield and says to leave the defense to her without fear. One of her companions calls her name, worried about the tense situation, but suddenly, Kazuki appears behind her with a wicked smile and asks if she can block this. The healer is shocked, unable to react as she realizes what is about to happen. The traitor then attacks the girl from behind, saying their problem is that they are too full of themselves. Seeing the betrayal, our hero becomes furious and prepares to go all out at the blonde. The poor girl falls to the ground, gravely wounded, not understanding the reason for the surprise attack. The traitor stands still, looking at the girl's body on the ground with a satisfied smile on his face. The eye of our protagonist shines with an intense blue light, showing all his rage. Kazuki, with his face dirty, warns that this is not the time to look away from the main fight. Our boy cannot believe what he sees and asks why he committed such a meaningless betrayal. A mysterious message appears, saying that you have been chosen by the tower for a special mission, with the command to climb the tower and prepare for the beginning that was about to come. This was the first message from the tower, shown to all players at the same time, and no one knew if it was a test or a blessing, because the truth was a great mystery to everyone. So they simply followed the irresistible command and tried to reach the top that no one had ever reached. Warriors from various worlds, like Earth and Morim, gathered each with their own mission. Years later, we see the bloody result of the battle against the Hydra of the 8th floor. On the ground lie the bodies of our hero's companions, who did not survive the fight. Tears run down his face as he mourns the loss of all his friends. Our protagonist, wounded all over, says he told everyone to run, but no one listened. He looks at his dead friends and says he doesn't remember giving them permission to die. With great sadness, our boy calls his companions idiots for sacrificing themselves. A screen appears showing that he's been poisoned, and his fatigue is very high. The system warns that he will die if the fatigue reaches 100, and he wonders what they will say. Filled with anger, our hero turns to the person responsible and asks why on earth he did that. The traitor reveals it was the only way to defeat him, as his friends would get in the way. Meanwhile, the bodies of the Blue Eyes Guild already lay dead in the snow. Kazuki yells that everything our hero gave him tormented him, and that's why he chose the world. Our protagonist remains silent, processing the betrayal of his former friend. The blonde says it's a shame, but the end is near for our boy who is wounded on the ground. With a smile, he shows the ring and says he won't need to return it since everyone will die anyway. The traitor throws the item away and tells the masked hero not to be sad because he will be a hero. Our hero gives a small smile and says that even in the end, Kazuki only hears what he wants to hear. The protagonist's hand trembles from weakness, but he still has not given up on the fight. With that, the blonde turns his back and leaves, abandoning the masked hero to die alone. Our boy knows his life cannot be saved, and that his end is near, but that does not mean he will simply give up and accept his death. Seeing this, the traitor he is surprised by the attitude of his former friend. Our protagonist then draws a legendary dagger called Aiolos from his inventory. The blonde man is shocked to see that the item still has charges, and our hero calls him trash. With the dagger in hand, our hero smiles and says that he can still use the item 4 more times, and looking back, he sees that only 4 survivors from his guild are left. Our protagonist uses the dagger's power to create a strong wind and save his companions. With that, the powerful wind throws all the survivors far away from the battlefield. Seeing this, the traitor furiously orders his men to immediately chase after the fugitives. The soldiers of the Murim Alliance begin running to capture the members of Blue Eyes. But the dagger in our hero's hand shines with an intense purple light, and he prepares for the worst. With a sinister smile, our protagonist says that he won't let anyone get past him. He then stands up and says that everyone there will stay and fight him to the very end. The system warns that his fatigue has risen to 95, and that his power has a time limit. Ignoring it, he unleashes his ability and the Thunderlord descends with full power. Kazuki watches the scene with a smile and calls our hero a very stubborn bastard. To endure the pain, our boy stabs himself, and his fatigue rises to 96. Our protagonist then asks what reward the traitor promised everyone, but warns that he hopes they are prepared to pay with their own lives. He declares that from that point on, no one will leave without his permission. Seeing the boy's determination, one of the soldiers despairs at the situation. With no other choice, the warriors decide it's all or nothing and charge together. The enemy tries to strike our boy with his spear, but he manages to defend the blow. He thinks that normally he would never lose to these guys, but the situation now is different. With his body at its limit, he knows he must be careful with every movement he makes in the light, and he fears that if the traitor Kazuki decides to attack, the story will end very differently. His fatigue rises to 97, and he thinks his friends are already far enough away. Our boy knows he cannot prolong this fight any further, and the enemy seizes the chance to attack, even weakened. He blocks the strike, but ends up being pushed back. With the impact, his fatigue jumps to 98, and blood starts dripping from his mouth. Even staggering from exhaustion, our hero refuses to give up and keeps fighting the soldiers. In a moment of carelessness, one of the warriors manages to stab him, and the weapon falls to the ground covered in blood. But our boy has not been completely defeated. The soldier celebrates, thinking he has killed Subaru Narukami, but he is very wrong. With a furious glare, our hero grabs the soldier and asks who he claimed he killed. Then a burst of black lightning strikes all the soldiers around him with full force. The warriors scream in pain as they are electrocuted by our boy's power. One by one, the soldiers fall to the ground completely defeated by the surprise attack. Our protagonist then removes the dagger he used to keep himself awake and focused. With the battlefield cleared, our hero finally falls to his knees, exhausted from the fight. The remaining soldiers watch in shock, wondering if they finally defeated the monster. From afar, the traitor observes the scene and calls his former friend a real monster. The blonde thinks that our hero's era ended in a very simple and pathetic way. Our protagonist's fatigue rises to 99, and the system warns that he will die. But our boy says that Kazuki should know better than anyone what he is truly like. With great difficulty, our protagonist forces himself to stand and continue fighting. Holding an enemy spear in his hands, he shouts that victory is his, and throws the spear with incredible speed toward his main target. The traitor smiles and uses the Archangel's blessing to save himself from the fatal attack, but is shocked when the ring that should protect him doesn't work as expected. The spear hits him directly and he cannot believe it. But our hero says that he was the one who won. His consciousness drifts in the darkness as he reflects on his death. Suddenly a horrible smell hits him, and he realizes he can feel pain. Then the loud sound of a trash can lid catches his attention and pulls him back to the real world. Our protagonist wakes up inside a garbage container in a dirty, foul-smelling alley, and looking around, he wonders if that horrible place is the hell everyone fears. A window appears showing that his name is now Subaru Rosoi, with very weak stats. Then a sharp headache hits him as new information floods in. They are the memories of the body's original owner, who suffered bullying for being weak and useless. A tear falls from his eye as he becomes even more confused by the situation. He discovers that Subaru Narukami died 20 years ago and realizes he is now in another body. Desperate, our protagonist wonders if everything is just a crazy dream. He tries to climb out of the trash can but loses his balance and falls hard onto the ground. Lying there, he notices a tablet nearby. Still unable to understand anything, he picks up the tablet and recognizes it as a guide device. Without wasting time, he uses it to search for his former guild, Blue Eyes. He finds out that the guild became Blue Zone and that the traitor became its new master. Seeing the picture of the traitor, our hero is shocked and wonders how he didn't die. He then remembers the past and how Kazuki Kyojo wasn't his enemy in the beginning. In a memory, the blonde calls him to talk and says he is thinking about leaving the guild. Our boy is surprised, and his friend asks him to tell the rest of the team. Kazuki says he will understand the reason eventually, but all our hero thought about was their friendship. The blonde tells him not to worry, because he would be his shadow, and years later he created his own guild, the Blue Zone. He wonders why the traitor didn't progress at all in 20 years. A tear rolls down his face as he realizes how much has happened while he was gone. The tablet shows a place called Subaru Narukami Memorial Hall, leaving him stunned. Our protagonist looks ahead and realizes he is standing right in front of his own memorial. Sweating, he admits the building is far more impressive than he expected. Inside, a huge screen displays his past image to many people who admire him. Our hero wonders what the point is of everyone remembering him after so long. Looking at his image on the screen, he questions who made all of this and for what purpose, because he simply cannot understand why such a tribute was made for him. Holding his head, he hears a recording saying he was an example to everyone. The voice continues to call him the hero of Blue Eyes and the one who came closest to the top of the tower. It says that together with his companions, they decided to remember him for eternity. Our protagonist is shocked and starts sweating cold at what he is hearing. Then the recording reveals that they established that memorial hall in his honor. Filled with rage, our boy grinds his teeth, already imagining who is responsible. Kazuki's image appears, and our hero screams the traitor's name with all his hatred. The blonde says that the Blue Zone is the only guild to inherit the noble spirit of his friend. And furious, our boy tells him to shut up because killing him once wasn't enough. The traitor proclaims that they will never return, but our hero promises he will see otherwise. Kazuki ends his false speech saying they will never forget that memory. With a sinister smile, our hero swears he will rewrite this entire story from zero. With determined eyes, he vows that he won't let the traitor get away again, and promises himself he will not waste this second chance he has been given. Suddenly, he bumps into a boy who falls to the ground and groans in pain. Our protagonist extends a hand and asks if he is okay. The boy looks at our hero's face and freezes in shock. Then he notices that the boy is wearing a mask he knows very well. Two people run over and ask worriedly if the boy, Minato, is hurt. Our boy turns pale when he sees that they, too, are wearing the masks of his former guild, and he becomes completely confused, unable to understand what is happening. He runs a hand over his face, trying to process the bizarre situation. Sweating, he wonders what the hell is going on around him. Looking around, he sees that everyone in the hall is wearing the same masks. He then remembers the traitor's words saying that it was a shame that everything had to end that way, and that he didn't need to be sad because he would be remembered as a great hero. With that, our hero finally begins to understand what the traitor wanted with all of that, and he whispers the traitor's name with pure hatred in his eyes. He then runs through the crowd of masked people who completely ignore him. In front of him is an altar with his picture and several flowers and candles in his honor. Our protagonist wonders if all of this is just a farce to steal the glory of his guild. Shocked, he can't believe the nerve of his former friend. Suddenly, a blue light begins to shine intensely from among the flowers on the altar. Our boy notices the strange glow and focuses his eyes in that direction. Without thinking twice, he starts pushing people aside to get closer to the altar. People get irritated and yell at him to be careful and wait his turn in line. With all the pushing, he ends up falling to his knees right in front of the memorial, and his hand touches the flowers glowing with that strange bluish energy. He picks up one of the flowers and immediately recognizes the energy of an old teammate. Far away, on top of a building, someone calmly watches the city from above. The hooded man comments that they managed to get through another year without any incidents. A companion says they almost ran into the people from the blue zone. The partner asks if it's really necessary to hold this ceremony every year, but Shiguri says that you never know what might happen, and that it's better to be prepared. With a smile, he says that maybe Subaru will notice the flowers he left as a gift. The partner doubts that Subaru is alive, but Shiguri says he hasn't seen anything with his own eyes yet. The hooded man thinks it's more likely that Kazuki will find Subaru before they do, and gets irritated, saying that if their leader were alive, they wouldn't have been stuck for 20 years. The scene then shifts to a beautiful sunset with several birds flying across the sky. Back to our hero. He is panting but with a hopeful look. He wonders if his old companion really is alive after so long. In a secluded place, he continues trying to process the possibility that she survived. Looking at the flower in his hand, he whispers Shiguri's name with conviction. Later, he is in Subaru Rosoi's room and notices how simple the place is. He grabs the device and researches his old guild, but finds no results, even though he is completely sure Shiguri survived that massacre. He gets frustrated thinking she stayed hidden for 20 years. Our hero concludes that Kazuki is the root of everything, because he wouldn't allow the truth to leak. He wonders if Shiguri really survived on her own, and if the other three also escaped, but he knows that as long as the traitor is alive, trying to contact them is a suicide mission. Besides that, our protagonist has no power, and forcing anything would just put him in danger. Looking at the flower and the mask, he knows there is something important he must do first. With a determined look, he decides he needs to regain his old power. Based on Rosoi's memories, he grabs a training sword that was in the room. 2 days later, the tutorial to become a player finally begins for him. Our hero thinks that if he can survive this trial, everything will be fine in the end, and believes that as long as they are alive, they can meet again at any time. The scene takes us to a huge coliseum, which is the examination hall for the tutorial. Inside, several bodies are scattered on the ground, showing how difficult the test is. A bald, bearded man named Ugar watches everything with a serious expression. Nearby, a young warrior is panting after defeating several green creatures. Examining him, Ugar says he passed by a very small margin. Ugar asks if the boy wants to try the next step, and he is confused by the offer. A screen appears explaining that with each step, a new goblin appears and the rewards increase. The warrior refuses right away, and Ugar gets annoyed, saying that just listening to that makes his head hurt. But the boy insists that what matters is that he passed the test anyway. The examiner is disappointed because he has to let a weakling like that pass, and complains that aside from Isaac, who cleared step 20, no one else seems promising. With a look of disgust, Ugar says the quality of recruits this year is terrible. Suddenly, he notices something on his clipboard and looks more closely at the arena. It was our protagonist, entering the battlefield with his sword in hand. Ugar reads the name Subaru Rosoi, and comments that it's a heavy name to carry, then warns that our hero can only use that name if he passes the test. Our boy agrees, and the screen appears in front of him to start the challenge. The system generates 2 goblins, and the mission is simply to defeat them. The examiner prepares to begin the tutorial, but is interrupted by a fast blur. Before he could finish his sentence, our hero had already defeated the 2 monsters. Ugar is confused and wonders what just flew past him. He didn't even blink, and pieces of monsters were already flying across the arena. Our hero smiles, glad that testing the limits of his new body for 2 days was the right choice. He discovers that the body he woke up in is actually quite exceptional. The screen asks if he wants to go to the next step, and he accepts without thinking twice. Seeing the boy's speed, the examiner is speechless. With the arena full of bodies, Ugar wonders what the hell is happening. He watches our hero fight and realizes he isn't just attacking. With a sharp eye, he notices our hero is reading enemy movements 2 or 3 steps ahead. His hand holds the sword firmly as he continues the massacre without stopping. Ugar thinks this isn't just being good with a sword. Even he can't do that. With a confident smile, our protagonist shows he is completely in control. The examiner even suspects the boy is the reincarnation of Subaru Narukami himself. With a precise strike, our hero finishes another creature, and then stares at the last goblin standing before taking it down too. A screen pops up saying he cleared step 49 and asks about the boss. Exhausted and sweating, our boy says that since he made it this far, he can keep going. He is tired, but he knows he needs to continue to complete the tutorial. Suddenly, blue energy begins cracking the entire arena floor with overwhelming force. From the ground, a massive, shadowy hand emerges. The final challenge of the tutorial. The examiner panics and shouts that he isn't Narukami to face that thing. Ugar warns him to stop if he wants to stay alive, but it's already too late. The ground shakes and the final boss reveals itself. The Goblin King, furious with the sacrifices. Seeing the monster, Ugar screams desperately for our hero to give up, saying fighting it is madness. He insists it's suicide, and that the difference in power is too great. Our boy knows that with his current stats, he can't deal decent damage, but even so, he tightens his grip on his sword. He won't back down. Then, unexpectedly, our protagonist drops his weapon and says he refuses. Ugar panics, wondering if the boy has finally gone crazy. The Goblin King charges full speed at our hero, who is now unarmed. At that moment, an object hits the monster's shoulder, catching it completely off guard. The beast looks at its leg and sees a thin needle stuck in it, completely confused. A drop of blood drips from the Goblin King, who is baffled by what just happened. He then looks at our protagonist, who is crouched on the ground picking something up. With a smile, our boy shows a handful of needles and asks if the creature is surprised. He then proposes a small bet for the tutorial's final boss, challenging the monster to see who can make the other fall first. Smiling, our protagonist accepts the challenge and says he will turn the monster into a honeycomb. With shining eyes, he throws the needles at incredible speed toward the creature. The Goblin King roars in fury, demanding a proper response to the challenge. The creature charges forward with its mouth wide open, ready to devour our hero at once. Then the monster raises its axe and unleashes a powerful swing to crush the boy. The axe comes down with full force toward our hero, but our boy is faster. He quickly dodges the attack, throwing himself to the side with agility. Crouched on the ground, he observes the monster closely, waiting for the right moment to strike. At that moment, a memory from the past appears, helping him in the battle. In a flashback, we see his younger self practicing throwing at a target drawn on a tree. A woman named Rina scolds him, saying he can't throw like that. Smiling, she tells him that anything can be used as a throwing weapon. She then shows him the correct way to hold an object for an attack, explaining that anything becomes a knife if you know the object's center of gravity. She hits the target perfectly, demonstrating the precision of her intense training. Back in the present, the needles hit the Goblin King's face, making him bleed in pain. With the impact, the creature screams in agony and starts falling backward, weakened. Our boy explains that power comes from rotation, and precision from a lack of hesitation. With a serious look, he remembers that it was his former companion, Rina, who taught him everything. He realizes that the poisonous needles didn't disappear, and he used that to his advantage. The examiner is shocked because he used both his sword and hidden weapons to win the fight. Sweating, the examiner admits that the boy in front of him is a true genius. The Goblin King, pierced all over, roars in pain, but he is already very weak from the poison. Eventually, the monster can't take it anymore and collapses to the ground, completely defeated. Our boy approaches and picks up his sword to deliver the final blow, saying he has nothing against the creature, but he needs to finish the tutorial already. With a precise strike, our hero ends the creature and finishes the battle. The system notifies him that he defeated the Goblin King and completed step 50 of the tutorial. Exhausted, our protagonist complains that such a monster shouldn't appear in a tutorial. With the victory, several screens pop up, and the system rewards him with points and a level up. He wonders what he can buy with his 2,425 points. He opens the shop and sees several cheap items, but knows he'll still have many points left. Scrolling down, he finds something that leaves him completely shocked. A nameless demonic sword created by Kinjan. He cannot believe what he is seeing. He thinks the sword is tempting, but his lightning skill already consumes too much of his life. Then he finds the holy sword Miranda, which seems to be a safer option. He hesitates between destructive power and safety. With a scale imagined in his mind, he knows he must choose carefully how to spend his points. Suddenly, he notices something strange on the shop screen. He realizes he can scroll further down to see more items. That's when he finds the skill, Brand of Greed, which suppresses the side effects of items. He immediately understands that with this, he can suppress the negative effects of the sword and the lightning ability. Without thinking twice, he buys the skill and the demonic sword, embracing the gamble. The examiner notices his choice and comments that he chose the demonic sword. He praises the combination but doesn't understand the decision. The examiner asks why he chose such a risky and unknown skill. This irritates our hero, who asks if the examiner really wants a detailed explanation. He thinks about how difficult it is to speak formally with a supervisor. Seeing his reaction, the examiner lets it slide, assuming he's tired from the exam. Our protagonist remembers that the brat from his past is now a supervisor. In a memory, the young boy, embarrassed, had asked him for an autograph. But in his past life, our hero said he didn't have an autograph to give. The kid insisted and asked him to at least write his name in his notebook. Back in the present, the supervisor scolds him for his bad manners, and our hero mocks him. He says he will not answer and demands secrecy about the test results. The examiner becomes furious and says he'll teach the boy some manners himself. He invites him to the cavalry guild, but our hero refuses immediately. A screen appears asking if he wants to go to the second floor, and he accepts without thinking. Instantly he disappears, and the examiner shouts for him to wait. Alone, the supervisor sighs in frustration. Meanwhile, our protagonist arrives on the second floor of the Great Tower, a busy place called the Land of Beginnings. Looking around, he realizes he has returned to this place after a long time. He knows this is his second chance, and he cannot waste such a unique opportunity. Since he has lived all this once already, he knows he must do everything better for his companions, who might be waiting for him, and for revenge. With his goal in mind, he goes to a private training room to test his new abilities. Upon arriving, the attendant asks from which floor he came, and our boy says he just came up. The old man recommends room number 1, which only contains a simple straw dummy. But our protagonist ignores the advice and asks for room number 5, leaving the man confused. The attendant insists that it will be a waste of money, but the hero doesn't care and asks for 30 minutes. Without hesitation, he spends 50 credits and runs to the training room he chose. The rooms become more difficult as their number increases, which is why he was underestimated. With his hand on the door, he prepares to enter and begin his special training inside a place that looks like an ancient ruin. Our protagonist says it's time to begin. He grips his new demonic sword tightly, ready to test its true power. The system announces that the nameless magic sword recognizes its user, and a red aura appears. All his abilities temporarily increase, but this consumes his life, causing pain. The brand of greed tries to resist the sword's negative effects and restores a small amount of his life. But at level 1, the skill is too weak to fully resist the sword's power. The weapon continues to absorb his life, and his abilities increase based on the amount of life lost. With his face stained with blood, he wonders if this is truly his limit. But he expected this, and spends 10,000 credits to level up the skill. The brand of greed rises to level 2 and suppresses the sword's side effects more effectively. It now partially resists the power of the weapon, and he thrusts the sword into the ground with strength. Still, the sword continues consuming his life without stopping. His abilities increase even more, and with a focused gaze, he finally manages to control the power. He positions himself to test all his new strength at once. With a shout, he says it's time to test his power and swings a powerful strike across the room. Outside, the attendant is peacefully napping at his desk. Suddenly, he wakes up feeling a strange presence approaching. Half asleep, he rubs his eyes, unsure if he is still dreaming. Our hero exits the training room, leaving a trail of blood along the corridor floor. The attendant is shocked because not even 10 minutes have passed since the boy entered room 5. Worried, he walks to the door and knocks, asking if the dreamer boy is still inside. He opens a small gap to peek inside and is completely horrified. The room is totally destroyed, and he wonders what on earth happened there. Elsewhere, our hero wakes up in his bedroom with the sunlight hitting his face. He stretches and wonders how long he slept, since his body still feels stiff. He thinks that if it were a normal cursed sword, he wouldn't have escaped so easily. Sitting in a cafe, he realizes the physical burden has decreased, and that he successfully extracted the sword's power. With his current stats, he shouldn't even be able to lift the weapon, let alone use it. This means the compatibility between the brand of greed and the sword is simply perfect. Smiling, he thinks that combining it with his lightning skill should work well too, but the next problem is the skill levels, since he only has 50 credits left. He complains that now he's struggling with credit management and has fallen very low. Suddenly, a cheerful blonde boy enters the place, attracting everyone's attention. A streamer then receives a donation of 1,000 credits from a fan named Alexandra and becomes very happy. Excited, he ends up spilling his coffee on himself, but still thanks for the donation. Seeing the scene, our protagonist watches from a distance and wonders if that guy is completely crazy. With a sharp look, our hero observes the situation and begins to understand what is happening around him. On his tablet, he sees an article about how to earn points and discovers the era of live streams. He then realizes what the blonde guy was doing, but suddenly someone calls him by the name Subaru. It was a well-dressed young man with silver hair who greeted him with a smile. The man approaches and says it's crazy to find him there, asking if he lives nearby. Our protagonist feels a chill and notices that his body reacts instinctively to the newcomer. In a sarcastic tone, the young man complains that he is being ignored and that it seems like Subaru is talking to himself. Our boy then remembers that his discomfort wasn't random, he had just arrived on that floor. The man leans on the table and says it's surprising to see him in that place. With an evil smile, he says he never thought a weakling like him would pass the tutorial. Hearing that, our hero becomes irritated and finally remembers the face of that bastard. In a flashback, the original owner of the body asks why Isaac was doing that to him. Isaac looks at him with contempt and tells him not to calm down with that face. Angry, Isaac shouts that even his name annoys him and that he can't follow a simple order. The poor boy cries that the credits he gave weren't enough for the mission. Furious, Isaac tells him to shut up and punches him in the face with full strength. With a cruel smile, Isaac shows a box and says that from that day on, that will be his new home. He threatens him, saying that if he leaves the box on his own, he already knows what will happen. Back in the present, our hero finally understands why he had been inside that box before. Isaac then brags that he cleared up to step 20 and broke Supervisor Gar's record. He continues boasting and says he even learned a B-rank skill as a reward in the tutorial. Our protagonist stands up to leave and tells Isaac not to rush their conversation, but the guy orders him to buy a coffee on the way back, saying it can be any cheap one. Isaac gets annoyed and complains that our hero is still as disobedient as ever. Angry, he asks what is wrong with him and if his soul was swapped with someone else. Our protagonist says he has no credits and impatiently tells Isaac to buy his own coffee. With a serious look and firm voice, the silver-haired guy orders him to sit. Our hero thinks he has no time for the brat's revenge, but if Isaac interferes, then it will be a different story. With a determined look, he makes it clear he won't let anyone ruin his future plans. Seeing his attitude, Isaac becomes furious and grabs his arm tightly to stop him. With red, furious eyes, Isaac threatens him and asks what happens to runaway trash, but our boy stares back and tells him to let go if he knows what's good for him. Isaac's eyes glow with rage as he squeezes the protagonist's arm even harder. Our hero thinks he can't cause a scene there. Doing so would only make things worse for him. Seeing how calm he is, the bully starts laughing loudly, finding the entire situation amusing. Isaac then says not to be scared, as he was just giving him a little scare like in the old days. He mocks him again, saying he must have barely passed the tutorial with such weak skills. Our protagonist then takes a step forward, getting close to his old bully. Isaac calls him trash and asks if he wants to fight, threatening to make him disappear. Then Isaac lets go of his arm and calls him friend, with a fake smile. Our hero looks at him with disgust and wonders what kind of friend talk that is supposed to be. A screen then explains that there are two main ways for players to grow. The first way to get stronger is through the trials offered by the Great Tower. By passing trials and receiving rewards, players naturally become stronger. The second way to grow and obtain more power is through hunting. By hunting monsters or clearing more dungeons, progress is much faster than through trials. However, since hunting grounds are in the real world, if you die there, you die for real. The scene then shifts to a dangerous dungeon called the Nest of the Whispering Orcs. That's why players avoid hunting. But our hero thinks differently from most. Sitting beside a defeated orc, he knows that the safer the path, the slower the progress. And on the other hand, the more dangerous the challenge, the faster the growth inside the tower. After a short rest, our protagonist grabs his tablet to check some information. While browsing, he finds something that really catches his attention. A streamer using his old name, Narukami Subaru, with 80,000 viewers watching the livestream. The imposter announces that he will challenge the third floor trial of the tower. Our hero becomes irritated and wonders how many people out there are using his name and mask. Suddenly a mission worth 20,000 credits appears, and the streamer cheerfully thanks the donation. Our protagonist is shocked. He never imagined a 20,000 credit mission like that. Several other donations follow, and the fake streamer keeps thanking everyone. While the streamer earns easy money, our boy risks his life to become stronger. With only 50 credits, he complains that the imposter is making a fortune. Watching the streamer on the device, he seems to come up with an idea. With a sigh, our hero stands and prepares for the next battle. Smiling, he takes out his demonic sword and says he will do one more job. Suddenly the ground shakes, and a giant orc foot stomps down in front of him with full force. A furious horde of orcs appears, ready for massacre inside the dungeon. The system warns that the dungeon boss, the general, has finally appeared. Our boy looks at the monsters and says he has something better than poisonous needles. He activates his sword, which consumes his HP, but the bowl of greed resists the effect. Angry, the hero says he has no time to waste with trash like them and, with a single swing, cuts down several orcs at once with his demonic blade. The orc general is shocked to see our protagonist descending from above for the final attack. With a focused gaze, our boy lands the decisive blow to end the fight for good. After clearing the dungeon, he holds his mask and says he'll have to use it again. Back in his room, he finally understands how to make money and decides that if he's going to do it, he'll do it properly. With the mask in hand, he says he'll go all out and that he's really good at this. Our hero puts on his old mask and prepares for what comes next. With the sword on his back, he leaves with confidence because he knows he is the real one. At that moment, a notification pops up saying that Narukami Subaru has started a live stream. The scene then shifts to an empty office at Sodden entertainment. Inside, a woman in traditional clothing watches something on her device. With a disgusted look, she becomes very irritated by what she sees. Suddenly, she gets up and kicks her co-worker, who is startled. She insults the streamer, calling him trash, and says that not even 5 people can get past that point. Her co-worker asks what happened, and she answers that the streamer's name is Subeket. The man asks if it's another fake, and she says it might be a mix of both. He complains that everyone copies Subaru, and she asks him not to say scary things. The man says even players find it boring and calls her Hatsuka. Hatsuka asks why he gave up the tower just to stay there. With a sad expression, the blue-haired man replies that it was too boring. He adds that she also gave up and would be looking for new talent if she were free. With a smile, he remembers that his goal was to meet Subaru, and because of that, he lost motivation. He then shouts that there's an incredible boy out there, and the woman asks if he found another weirdo. She shows the new cosplay of Narukama and Subaru, and the man says the situation is absurd. He complains that she's watching a live stream with 0 viewers, but she agrees. The woman says that whenever she sees someone wearing that mask, she can't help but feel hopeful. She then donates 1,000 credits, and the man kneels on the floor begging her forgiveness. The scene returns to our hero, starting the second floor trial to clear the dungeon. Even so, the boy gets a strange feeling of being watched by someone on the live stream. A viewer named Love Money asks what floor he's on, and if it's his first time. Our protagonist replies yes, and that this is his first great challenge. The spectator asks if it's really okay for him to stream, since he might not know the correct path. Suddenly, a monster resembling a bat appears and flies straight toward our hero. The creature tries to bite his mask, but the attack fails miserably. With a swift movement, our hero draws his sword and slices the monster in half with a single strike. The system reports that the bat has been defeated, and with a confident look, our hero asks if there's any problem. The system then announces the start of the second floor trial in the beginner's dungeon that our hero is about to face. With 3 viewers watching the stream, one of them praises his reflexes, while another advises him to wait for a group. Our protagonist thanks the spectator for the advice, but says that won't be possible. He declares that he prefers to face all challenges alone, and the viewers mock him, thinking he's a rookie. Our boy thinks that Sozom Narukam Sububar is already attracting viewers while the monster waits. Suddenly, a bizarre fish-like creature charges at him. Without faltering, our protagonist grips his demonic sword and prepares to end the beast. With a fast strike, he slices the monster easily and says he'll test how far he can go. A screen notifies that the monster has been defeated, and the viewers are confused because they didn't even see what happened. Right after that, a swarm of bat monsters appears out of nowhere and flies in his direction to attack all at once. But our hero isn't intimidated. He dives into the swarm and begins cutting through every monster with his blade. With glowing eyes, he continues the massacre relentlessly, showing complete control of the situation. The viewers are shocked and ask what just happened as the number of watchers rises to 10. The system confirms the kills, and he tells them to focus on the sounds to know where the monsters are coming from. Seeing the floor full of monsters, the spectators change their view and realize he's no rookie. Our hero challenges the viewers to guess what he's thinking, and they comment on his talent, but he believes it's still not enough and wants to accumulate as many points as possible before leaving. One viewer asks if he's been walking in a straight line the whole time, while others warn him of the danger. Ignoring the warnings, our boy continues advancing through the dungeon without hesitation. With a focused look, he knows exactly what he's doing and where he's going in that dangerous place. Suddenly, he stops at the edge of a cliff and sees a horde of bizarre monsters waiting below. One of them stares back with its giant red eye, ready for whatever comes next. The viewers see the scene and say he's doomed, and that they'll see him again on his next attempt. Then, a mission offering 100 credits appears for defeating all of them, and the viewers think it's a trap. Our protagonist thanks the donor for the 100 credits, confusing everyone with his calmness. Meanwhile, in the office, the blue-haired guy clenches his fist tightly, frustrated. He shouts, wondering what he did wrong. He had been doing well, but failed the mission he received. Embarrassed, he apologizes to his colleague for being so loud and admits his big mistake. The woman remains focused on her device, barely noticing his outburst. The blue-haired man asks what she keeps, staring at and notices the room has gone strangely quiet. Suddenly he panics and says he can pay back what he owes her, but the woman ignores him. With her eyes fixed on the screen, she notices something that leaves her shocked. She whispers the name Narukam Subaru, and her co-worker asks if she's still watching that stream. He looks at her screen with disbelief at what he sees. On the live stream, our hero is in the middle of a massacre, and the spectators wonder how he's fighting so many monsters at once. With rapid movement, he cuts down 3 more creatures in a single strike, displaying his skill. The viewers are stunned, and one spectator asks whoever called him a rookie to show themselves. Our hero pauses for a second and says communication with monsters is pretty difficult. A viewer reminds him to accept the mission credits, and our boy admits he forgot. He quickly grabs his tablet to finalize the mission. The spectators get suspicious about the delay and ask if he's having connection issues. issues. With a hand on his head, our hero asks how to accept the credits, and the chat bursts into laughter. A viewer helps him, and he successfully claims the reward, thanking everyone for the assistance. With 20 spectators now, he announces that the next one will be the last and continues, forward with the sword on his back. The scene then shifts to a building at night. Back in the office, the woman covers her mouth in embarrassment while her co-worker panics at the situation. He calls her dramatic since it's only the second floor, but she asks angrily if he's ever seen anything like that. She stands up and yells, making him apologize. She then remembers an old interview and wonders if meeting that boy was fate. Excited, she says he might be the reincarnation of Narukam Subaru, just like in the books she's read. Holding her head, she says she's getting dizzy and asks her co-worker what would happen if she closed her eyes. The man yells no and asks if she's thinking about hiring the streamer for their agency. The woman says that's a perfect idea, but her co-worker warns her that he's just a new and lonely streamer. He insists she doesn't understand anything and that their boss will scold them for such a risky bet. With determined eyes, the woman tells him to wait and see what happens with the new talent. She then returns to watching the stream on her device, fully focused on the protagonist's performance in the dungeon. Meanwhile, our hero finally reaches a huge stone structure waiting at the end of the path. He stops before a massive stone door and says that this is the end of the dungeon he was searching for. The giant stone gate stands imposingly, and our boy prepares for what comes next. With his hand reaching out, he touches the door to discover what lies beyond. On the other side, he finds a gigantic werewolf-like creature sitting on the ground. This is the wolf warrior Greg. The spectators comment on the insane pressure he emits. A screen appears, and the mission is simply to earn the approval of the dungeon's guardian. Our protagonist understands that he's not a hunting monster but a gatekeeper who judges players. Suddenly, another mission appears, offering a reward if he can defeat the wolf warrior. Our hero is shocked to see that the reward is a whopping 3,000 credits. The viewers warn that the monster isn't meant to be defeated by anyone. Ignoring the warnings, the wolf warrior slowly rises to begin the battle. With his HP restored, the creature prepares to face the boy who dared challenge him. The guardian of the second floor stands tall and stares at our hero with a deadly gaze. With a sinister smile, the creature calls him user and gets ready for the upcoming fight. A screen appears. The mission is simply to be acknowledged by the great wolf warrior. The creature looks at him suspiciously and asks if he's truly alone. The wolf insists on the question, but the masked boy replies that of course he's alone there. The guardian then says he's interesting and he says he can smell the scent of a great warrior. Our boy thinks that the wolf tribe can distinguish a very special kind of scent. The monster explains that it is not the smell of the body, but the essence of a true warrior. With that, the wolf declares that the test is over and that our hero can move forward. Our protagonist is confused and says it's a shame because his target is the guardian himself. The creature is surprised and asks if the target is really him and not the door right behind him. With a serious look, our boy confirms and says that someone ordered him to take down the wolf. The guardian then smiles and says that this is something he would expect from someone with the soul of a warrior. The scene then cuts to a plant vase inside a brightly lit modern office. We see the girl and her partner standing in front of their boss, who seems very busy with his work. With his hands on the keyboard, the head of the agency is typing very fast on his computer. This is John Tai, the head of the department, and he asks how many viewers the livestream has. The blue-haired guy says the livestream has about 20 people, but the girl immediately corrects him. With a smile, she says there are already more than 30, and her partner gets irritated for being corrected. This makes the boss angry, and he asks if the two of them are joking at work. He complains, saying he knows they make bets and that he asked for someone promising, not someone with only 20 people watching. Hatsuka corrects him again, saying it's 30 viewers, and the boss gets even more irritated. The boss then suggests that the girl should become a streamer because she has talent and would gain many fans. Her partner looks at the screen and freaks out because the number has already passed 40, while the boss continues yelling. Back to the fight, our hero faces the imposing wolf warrior, preparing for battle. The creature shows its sharp claws and charges at our protagonist with full force. Our boy grips his demonic sword and tells himself not to think about anything during the fight. The system warns that the weapon consumes his life to increase his stats, and he feels the pain of the power. But the wedge of greed resists the effect, and he tells himself to fight as if it were his first time. The wolf warrior then charges forward at absurd speed toward our hero without hesitation. The masked boy crosses his sword with the creature's claws in an impressive clash of power. With a blue glow on its paw, the guardian prepares another powerful strike to end the battle. The creature unleashes a mighty blow, but our hero manages to defend himself bravely. From the force of the impact, our boy is pushed back, showing the immense power of the creature. Our protagonist admits that the creature is very strong as he blocks its fast strikes. He knows it is impossible to defeat the monster with brute strength alone, so he needs a plan. Even so, the guardian praises him and says this was expected from a great warrior like him. The creature then continues its assault with a spinning attack meant to catch our hero by surprise. But our boy dodges with agility and warns that the monster is no match for his abilities. With that, he grips the handle of his demonic sword tightly and prepares for a counterattack. The viewers comment that he is only defending himself, but they still think he is ridiculously strong. People in the live stream say that whoever gave him the mission must be regretting it, because he would have passed normally. With a smile, our protagonist says that sometimes there are methods more effective than strength. Then the Guardian prepares his final blow and warns that our hero's fight ends there. The creature attacks with everything it has and destroys the arena floor with the... But our boy vanishes, and with red eyes he says that line actually belongs to him. The wolf is shocked to see our protagonist behind him, saying that his attacks are far too simple. Our hero dodges the strike and says the wolf's attack was very easy to evade. With a jump, he strikes the creature's neck, causing it to scream in pain from the surprise attack. Our protagonist then prepares to deliver the final blow and end the fight, once and for all. With a fast and precise movement, he unleashes a powerful slash with his demonic sword. The boy's eyes shine with an intense red light as he completes the attack. The Guardian collapses to the ground, defeated. The system notifies him that he has defeated the wolf and rewards him with a level up and increased stats. He also receives 500 achievement points, and the viewers are shocked by the scene. With his face dirty, our hero confirms he has defeated the monster, and the live stream reaches 56 viewers. The mission is completed, and he receives 3,000 credits, thanking the donor for the money. His credits and points increase, and the great dungeon door finally opens for him. But when he looks at the door, he notices something strange and becomes very surprised. Several screens appear in front of him, showing different elemental trials for him to choose from. The viewers comment that the number of options reflects the player's talent. The system then asks if he wants to challenge the lightning trial, and the live stream goes wild. Without a second thought, our hero confirms and says of course he accepts the challenge. The system registers his choice, and the lightning trial is selected to begin. Our protagonist walks through the portal of light and disappears to his next challenge. Meanwhile, in the office, the agency team watches everything on a huge screen in the room. Seeing the scene, the girl and her partners celebrate and scream with excitement over what happened. She becomes thrilled because the numbers went up quickly and he had 3 trial options. The boss admits that it's impressive, since they used to say the wolf warrior was never defeated, but he thinks the risk of hiring a rookie from the second floor is too great for them. Hearing this, the girl challenges him and asks if he wants to make a bet right there. She says that if he fails, she and Seed will work on a fixed salary for 5 years. Her partner panics and yells that he doesn't want to be included, but the boss tells him to shut up. The boss doubts it and says the only player who has ever reached the lightning trial was Subaru Narukami. But the girl smiles and says they'll only know the result if they try, staring at him with confidence. With a smile, John T accepts the bet while the girl covers her partner's mouth as he panics. Inside the portal, a screen appears. The system announces that the lightning trial has begun. Suddenly, our hero notices something and shouts to the man nearby to be careful. Without thinking twice, our protagonist pushes the man away from imminent danger. A huge impact occurs, forming a crater in the ground where they had been standing. The rescued man is shocked to see the massive fragment, a giant monster. He turns and yells at our boy, asking if he wanted to die by standing still. A screen appears with a mission to defeat the creature, and our hero wonders what it's doing there. The monster roars, and the live stream viewers are confused by its appearance. Our protagonist realizes that this monster was supposed to appear only in the second half of the trial, and he wonders if something changed because he defeated the Guardian, Greg, before the test. The creature slams the ground with its fist, an extremely powerful and destructive attack, but our boy dodges quickly. He knows the monster is weak, and the man he saved shouts for him to run away. But our hero decides to end this quickly before someone interrupts the battle. With his sword in hand, he charges at the monster, and the confrontation begins. With a fast movement, he uses the monster's arm as a springboard to leap. The creature attacks with force, but our hero is already in the air. Ready for a counterattack, he plants his foot firmly on the monster's arm to gain more momentum and rise even higher. With his eyes glowing red, our boy prepares for the final blow. Below, the rescued man watches in awe as our hero soars upward to strike the monster. Without wasting time, he runs along the giant's body to reach a weak point on its neck. With a precise strike, his demonic sword cuts deeply into the creature's flesh. The monster screams in pain from the surprise attack. But our protagonist isn't done yet. Annoyed by the noise, he prepares to silence the beast once and for all. He tells the creature to stay quiet for the rest of its life and executes the finishing blow. With a precise slash, he ends the creature's life, and it falls backward, collapsing lifeless on the ground. The giant fragment's eyes lose their glow, and it is finally defeated for good. The system announces that he has beaten the monster and cleared Phase 4, leaving the live stream in shock. With the victory, he gains many points and new items, such as the giant's heart. The viewers can't believe receive the 4,000 points and understand that he cleared everything at once. The rescued man stares at our hero, still shocked by what happened. He asks what our boy is, and the masked hero says it's obvious just by looking at him. Our protagonist then states that he came there only to defeat the giant. The scene shifts to a peaceful, quiet village in the mountains. We see people walking along the stone streets of the small town. Inside a simple room, our hero sits on the bed messing with his device. The livestream viewers are curious and ask him to show the items he earned in the battle. Our boy agrees, as he was also curious, and decides to display the rewards. The first item is the giant's heart, a rare ring that increases his health and regeneration. The second item is a rare armor with the power of lightning, which nullifies negative status effects. Our hero equips the new armor, and a mission worth 5,000 credits appears on the screen. With that, several other missions pop up, and our boy thanks everyone for the support. He promises that he will learn the lightning skill for them. Then he wonders why so many people are waiting for that skill and realizes that his old identity was much more important than he imagined. Someone knocks on the door, and our hero tells the person to come in. The man he saved enters the room along with a serious blonde knight. The man apologizes for being late and introduces the village captain, Lord Posh. He explains that giant attacks have become frequent, and the knights are on high alert. For safety, they ask the villagers not to leave their homes for any reason. The man comments that it is strange to find a stranger during such a dangerous time. The blonde knight thanks our hero for protecting the village while he was away. Our boy says he only did what was natural, while the knight remembers his name. The knight, Peleus, says he is the face of the village and that they fortunately discovered the giant chief. With a determined look, he says they intend to risk their lives to corner the enemies. Swallowing their pride, the knight and his partner kneel and beg our hero to save the village. Our protagonist remains silent while the livestream audience worries about Peleus's fate. Searching his memory, our boy remembers what happens in the next phase of the story. He recalls that in the original story, the blonde knight Peleus ends up dying. Back in the present, our hero extends his hand and asks the knight to raise his head. With a determined look, he says he will cooperate with them. The blonde knight thanks him, and the system begins phase 5 of survival for our boy. His partner points forward, and they see a huge giant lying on the ground. It is the body of the giant chief, lying there as if he were simply sleeping. The blonde knight says he will draw its attention and asks our hero to attack from behind, but our boy immediately stops him, placing a hand on his shoulder and asking him to wait. Feeling confused by the creature's attitude, our protagonist says that thing is strange. Suddenly, a mysterious light begins to shine from the ground, very close to the fallen giant's body. The ground starts trembling strongly, and all the knights panic at the situation. With a serious look, our hero realizes that the creature is not actually human. The giant's chest begins to open, revealing a strange and mysterious energy. From inside the giant's body, several smaller monsters crawl out with sinister smiles. Immediately, the horde of creatures charges toward the knights, who are thrown into chaos. Peleus panics and screams, not understanding what the hell is happening. One of the giants grabs a knight, who begs desperately for the monster to stop, but it ignores him and crushes him with brutal force while the poor boy cries for help. Our hero watches the scene, his eye reflecting the massacre of his allies. With a dirty face and a wicked smile, the creature seems to enjoy the slaughter. Seeing the situation, the captain shouts for all his men to run toward the mountains. The monsters advance at full speed, and the massacre of the knights begins without mercy. One of the creatures devours a knight, who had no chance to defend himself from the surprise attack. A young boy screams desperately as his companions try to hold him back so he won't die. The boy cries out his brother's name, his brother who lies on the ground in front of the monsters. Witnessing this, the captain once again commands everyone to flee as fast as they can. The knights are terrified, but one of them says that this is not the end for all of them. Everyone begins to run, and the captain calls out to our hero, saying he's counting on him. The blonde knight turns toward our protagonist with a serious expression, but our hero looks back and says that those words are actually his to say. The knight is confused, and the boy asks why he still isn't running. Our hero says he cannot fight with him there. Both of them would die if he stayed. The blonde knight yells that he cannot abandon the outsider, but our hero orders him not to repeat that. Reluctantly, the knight retreats and asks our hero to hold out until he returns with reinforcements. The captain runs off and tells our hero to stay safe as he faces the monsters. With a shout, the monsters charge toward our hero without hesitation. Fearlessly, he runs toward them with his sword in hand. He warns the creatures that he is their opponent. He dodges an attack and slices one giant's leg with incredible speed. With a spinning strike, he slashes multiple enemies enemies in the middle of the horde. One of the creatures screams in pain while the others stare in confusion. The system notifies him that he has defeated 2 creatures and earned 20 conquest points. Our hero remarks that he's not used to being left alone to fight. Meanwhile, the captain runs desperately through the forest to save himself. He looks back, worried about what he left behind on the battlefield. Sweating and breathless, the blonde knight continues sprinting, constantly glancing behind. With a determined look, he bites his lip and keeps running away from the dangerous place. Back at the battle, the livestream viewers comment that the score changes depending on the number of soldiers. Our protagonist thinks that now he can save everyone, even those who were supposed to die. He faces the 2 remaining giants and prepares for the next strike. With a precise blow, he cuts down another giant, and the system confirms the victory. He moves to the next one and defeats it too, earning 10 more points. The demonic sword drains his stamina, and he realizes that fighting them one by one isn't hard, but the problem is how long he can borrow the sword's power. He decides he must maintain clear vision and locate the leader of the horde. He resumes the massacre, slicing another creature with the demonic blade. He jumps into the air and begins cutting down multiple enemies at once. From above, our hero descends with full force upon the monsters that were already on the ground. They try to grab him midair, but he's too fast. With a powerful kick, he strikes a giant's face with all his strength. The livestream chat comments that one wrong move would mean his death in this insane battle. The Wedge of Greed resists the sword's effect, and his stamina and mental strength recover. He knows he needs to find the leader quickly before reaching his limit. Suddenly, he senses a powerful presence and finally locates the horde's leader. A bearded giant with a wicked smile and sharp teeth. The giant swings his club, and our hero leaps away to dodge. He knows that if he fails to finish the fight in one strike, he'll be the one defeated. The monster prepares to crush him. Our hero hopes his plan works. There won't be another chance. He extends his hand, gathering a large amount of energy for the next attack. The system alerts that he is using the Thunder Strike skill at full power. A massive explosion of lightning echoes throughout the battlefield. The smaller giants scream in pain, stunned by the electric blast. Stunned by the electric blast, even the horde leader is caught off guard and is forced back. Furious, the giant roars the word human with all his hatred. Our hero takes the opening and runs up the monster's arm to deliver the final blow. With his demonic sword, he prepares to end the fight once and for all. He drives the blade deep into the giant's shoulder, making the creature stagger from the sudden attack. Determined, he pushes the sword deeper while blood spills from the giant's mouth. With one final powerful strike, our hero finishes off the giant leader. The monster collapses to the ground, completely defeated, and the system announces the victory. He clears stage 5, earning a notable achievement, leveling up and gaining more stats. The livestream goes wild, wondering how he defeated a monster that wasn't meant to be beaten. Our hero thinks that if he were a manga protagonist, this would end in a cool way, but the sky remains dark and full of lightning, showing the trial isn't over. The remaining giants surround him, and he is exhausted. The system warns that his ability failed to resist the demonic sword's power. His body reaches its limit, and he begins staggering, barely standing. Even if he clears the stage, the monsters won't disappear. He drags himself forward, knowing the creatures will only vanish once the trial truly ends. The mechanism he used to gain an advantage before is now causing him great suffering. His face smeared with blood, he realizes things have become dire. His strength is gone, and the giants move in for the final attack. Suddenly, a strange golden energy erupts from the ground with intense force. Our hero releases all his remaining power at once, desperate to end everything. The energy detonates violently, forming a massive crater. The scene shifts to a dense, isolated forest. Hidden among large trees is a secret little wooden cabin. On its porch, a black-haired girl sits relaxing while playing on her handheld console. She seems deeply focused, unaware that someone approaches. A long-haired, silver-haired man appears, seemingly an old acquaintance. He asks what she's doing there, but the girl calmly comments about the pleasant weather. She says it's something they can enjoy only during that peaceful moment. The man agrees and says that at most 1 year remains before their plan is ready. With a serious look, he says it's time to put an end to everything. The girl complains that he's getting distracted during their serious conversation. The man steps closer and asks what she finds so interesting in her device. She shows him a picture and says the boy in the image is named Subaru Narukami. Hearing the name, the silver-haired man panics and asks if she really said Subaru, but the girl calms him. She explains it's just a streamer using his name. We see our hero on his live stream. With a serious look, she asks if he already knows the truth. She says that if the real Subaru were alive, the traitor Kazuki would already have been erased from the tower. Angry, she declares that their former leader is dead and he must accept it. The silver-haired man turns to leave, but she calls him by his name, Shigur. Furious, she asks how long he intends to hide in the shadow of their former leader. Irritated, he turns back and asks what she means. He tells her that's exactly why she stays stuck in these things, pointing at the console in her hands. The girl replies that she was only passing the time, but her expression changes. Suddenly, her eyes widen and she is completely shocked by what she sees on the livestream screen. Shigur arrives and turns to ask her if she's still thinking about it even after their conversation. With a stunned expression, he grabs the device and asks himself, what is that's happening? On the livestream, a golden energy explodes and hits all the giants around with full force. The creatures scream in pain as they are purified by the light of the mysterious ability. Our hero then acquires the lightning ability, and the system congratulates him for the achievement. With that, he gains 2,000 points and can move to the next floor. While the livestream chat goes wild, the viewers ask how he learned the lightning skill. But our hero thinks that none of this is normal. A screen explains the ability, and he faces the remaining monsters, thinking that at least he survived. Soon, several donations of thousands of credits appear, and our protagonist thanks everyone for the support. His credits rise to more than 20,000, and he says he will put on a show because of the donations. The remaining giants roar in fury and prepare to charge at him with everything they have. Our hero then decides to show his power and spends 20,000 credits to level up his ability. The Wedge of Greed rises to level 3 and now resists the power of the lightning skill much better. Lightning concentrates in his hand, and he prepares to attack all the monsters at once. Alone on the battlefield, our boy faces the advancing horde of monsters. Satisfied with this amount to control it, Subaru took off at lightning speed toward the crowd of giants rushing to face him. He gripped the unknown demon sword, which began radiating destructive lightning energy. He raised his sword high, declaring that the time had come to let loose a little. Just like in the old days, he brought the sword down with immense force, creating a massive rift of red, energy and lightning that tore through the enemy ranks. Subaru stood panting heavily, sweat pouring off him, cursing his miscalculation as he should have saved some strength for the return. He looked around to see the corpses of giants scattered. Realizing he had drained his energy completely in that strike, his body began to sway, and his sword sank into the ground to support him when suddenly a group of armored knights appeared running toward him. Commander Pelia spotted Subaru falling, screamed in shock, calling out, "The Savior!" and rushed toward him. Subaru's exhausted body collapsed toward the ground as he drew his last breaths of fatigue. He saw Pelis running toward him with a panicked expression, so Subaru muttered to himself, calling him a fool for really coming back all this distance. At the last moment before losing consciousness, Pelus's hand reached out to catch him before impact with the ground. Hatsuka stared while his companion says he doesn't understand women. Holding her head in her hands, the girl thinks the situation turned really bad for all of them. Blushing, she panics and wonders what the hell she should do now. She regrets it and thinks her message was too cold and that she should have used more emojis. Her partner says it looked like a business message, and the boss thought she wanted to be a businesswoman, but enraged, she shouts that before anything else, she is a passionate fan and can't help it. Then she points at the boss and reminds him of what she had warned him before. She says that with lightning, the ability has become exclusive to the group of the real Narukami. Hearing that, the boss smiles and says that he is someone definitely worth observing. Suddenly, the girl receives a notification and becomes extremely excited by the big news. Cheeks red, she celebrates because it seems our hero read her message. But her joy fades instantly when she realizes he only viewed it and didn't reply. Her soul leaves her body and she dies standing, leaving her colleagues confused. The scene then shows several players in display cases, as if they were figurines being exhibited to someone. A streamer prepares to start his live stream, where he analyzes players' battles. This is Hokai, a guy who uses his sharp vision to crush his rivals in the tower. He announces that a new talent called Kurokao Amon has appeared, rising through the tower very quickly. Howie also comments about Kazuki Kyojo, the former member of the Blue Eyes who now represents Earth. But he says that no matter what people say, besides Narukami Subaru, he will always be the greatest of all time. With that, he starts his stream and says he will analyze the hottest player of the moment, Narukam Suboro. Seeing the chat furious, he asks them to calm down and not insult the guy immediately without even watching. The live stream then shows our hero fighting, and Hokai is shocked, wondering what is going on. Smiling, the streamer is impressed with what he sees on the screen. He wonders what kind of concentration that is, because a normal human wouldn't control a brand new ability like that. Hokai explains that he controlled the ability perfectly and infused it into his sword without wasting anything. With absurd precision and technique, he used the power exactly where needed, without a single mistake. He then declares that this guy will definitely definitely become someone. A viewer asks for a final summary, and Hokai realizes he forgot his one-line comment. He then says that in terms of control, the kid might even surpass the original Narukami in his prime. Hearing that, our protagonist is completely shocked by the massive comparison. The system then announces that Stage 6 is ready, and asks if he wants to suspend the trial. Even with his fatigue recovered, our boy is mentally exhausted and considers pausing the test. He grabs his device and notices something that really surprises him about the livestream. Seeing 742 viewers, he thanks everyone and wonders when he grew so much. Our hero apologizes and says that the next stream will be the day after, tomorrow, because he needs to rest. He ends the broadcast, and a blue light portal appears for him to finally leave the trial. He steps out of the ordeal and returns to the white space between the floors. Alone in the place, our protagonist starts exploring the vast white stage surrounding him. He then walks toward a stone gate appears as he checks his device carefully. He then receives a message from Soida Entertainment, sent by a woman named Hatsuka from management. With sweat on his face, our hero wonders if this is just spam trying to trick him. Without his mask, he's confused by the company name and doesn't understand what's going on. The scene shifts to a sunny day in a cafe, where he is probably heading. Inside the cafe, our hero drinks coffee peacefully while searching for something on his device. He discovers Sultan Entertainment, a company of streamers, and thinks about how much the world has changed. The boy realizes the company is quite large and one of the best in the entertainment field. On his device, he sees comments about Haki's livestream and how he praised the new Narukami. With that, he finds out that Haki is also from that agency and is known for being a tough critic. Even so, our protagonist admits with a smile that the streamer has a good eye for talent. Suddenly, someone wearing stylish black boots enters the cafe, catching everyone's attention. This is Kurokawa Amon, who stops in front of the place with a determined and serious look. On his device, he sees Rock's comment comparing him to RC, the original. Filled with rage inside his Audi, he complains that the guy just reached the second floor and doesn't deserve such a comparison. Furious at the streamer's audacity, he swears he will rip the guy's eyes out when he finds him. The young man stomps the ground hard, showing his frustration. His morning already ruined, he enters the cafe trying to forget what happened. With a forced, sinister smile, he tries to hide his anger, but fails miserably. He then sees our hero and wonders if it's his unlucky day to be running into so many people. Our hero relaxes in the cafe while scrolling through his device. Suddenly, Isaac appears behind him with an intimidating and serious posture. The bully intentionally bumps the table and knocks our boy's coffee to the floor. With the hot liquid splashing, our protagonist jumps back, shouting in pain from the burn. He then glares at the boy angrily, and the bully apologizes with a mocking tone. With a grin, Isaac recognizes him and asks if he is the Subaru he knows. He comments that they've been running into each other a lot, and that the second floor is too small for the two of them. Unbothered, our hero ignores him and goes back to using his device as if nothing happened. The bully then asks if he wants compensation for the coffee, since he's broke. Seeing no reaction, the bully's eye shines with an intense red light of pure rage. Our boy stands up to leave, but Isaac stops him midway by calling out to him. With a serious look, our hero asks if Isaac has a screw loose in his head. Furious at the audacity, the bully grabs him by the collar and calls him a bastard. He threatens him, saying he'll finish him off just like the old times if he doesn't listen. But our hero interrupts him and, apologizing sarcastically, grabs the bully's hand with force. He says he doesn't have time for this and squeezes Isaac's hand hard. Shocked, Isaac wonders if the boy was always this strong. Our hero releases him and says to consider the coffee paid for before walking away. Furious, the bully shouts for our hero not to leave and to wait right there. But our protagonist ignores him and walks out of the cafe. The door closes and the bell rings, leaving the bully alone and enraged. Alone in the place, the bully sighs in frustration. He just wanted to climb the tower in peace. Angry, he complains that first it was Narukami, then Rosso, and now Subarum irritating him. He runs out of the cafe yelling that they keep provoking him non-stop. Outside, our hero checks his device and suddenly remembers something important. With the device in hand, he remembers the message he received earlier. The scene switches to a rubber duck floating in a bathtub full of foam. There, the woman from the agency relaxes in the bath and sends a message to our hero, asking to meet him. The scene then moves to a dark cave full of monster corpses that our hero defeated. With his demonic sword in hand, he prepares for what's coming in his journey. A screen appears and the system warns that he is entering the dungeon boss room. His ability resists the weapon's power, and he thinks he's already gotten used to his new body. Suddenly, a flaming blur charges toward our protagonist at high speed. The monster reveals itself to be a furious giant salamander rushing in to attack him. The system announces the salamander boss has appeared, and the creature roars in anger. Inside the arena, our boy decides he needs to test his lightning ability to fully control his power. Facing the monster, he prepares to test the maximum output of his skills. He charges lightning into his legs to increase his speed. Moving swiftly, he dodges dodges the creature's attack, passing by like a bolt of lightning. Focused, his old self appears merging with him, showing his great evolution. The salamander roars in frustration as its attack fails to hit the fast-moving target. Enraged, the creature fires a huge fireball at our protagonist. He charges his demonic sword with lightning for the finishing blow. Moving quickly, he charges straight through the fireball for the final attack. His skill fails to resist and his fatigue rises, but he doesn't stop attacking the beast. With his former self supporting him, our protagonist lands the finishing strike with all his strength. The salamander is defeated, the dungeon is cleared, and our hero levels up, gaining more stats. After the battle, our boy exits the dungeon and walks through a dark, quiet forest. He checks his fatigue and realizes the effect of his skill worked better than expected. But seeing the cost of his ability, he complains that 40,000 credits is too expensive. With a sigh, he wishes someone would appear out of nowhere and offer him a good job. Suddenly, he notices the silhouette of a mysterious man standing in the middle of the dark forest. The stranger approaches and comments about hunting, leaving our protagonist confused. With a sinister gaze, the hooded man stares at our hero with glowing eyes in the darkness. The man reveals his face and says it's a surprise, as he has known our hero for a long time. The boy looks back at him and calls him persistent for standing in front of him. The stranger says he thought a lot about this, but anger made him lose patience completely. The two remain staring at each other, ready for whatever may happen next. Isaac catches up to our hero and, smiling, suggests they settle everything right there. Our protagonist looks at him seriously, thinking this guy is a real problem. Meanwhile, the scene switches to a bustling city with a large tower at its center. On the streets, we see the famous streamer Howie walking with a serious expression. Suddenly, he stops, and his boss says he finally found him there. Sitting in a cafe, the agency boss, Johnny Tell, waits for his employee. He greets him and asks if his recent streams have been going well. Rocky says they're just okay, as the viewers are always the same, but the boss thinks that's healthier, since what grows slowly doesn't collapse easily. The streamer asks why he was called so suddenly, and the boss praises his intuition. Johnny gets straight to the point and asks if he was serious about the new newcomer, Narukami Rock. Rocky confirms, saying the newbie's talent surpasses even the originals, in his opinion. His eye shines as his great potential is being discussed. The boss then reveals he's thinking of recruiting our hero into his agency. The streamer likes the idea but mentions that our hero has few viewers and little recognition. The boss agrees but says that what Hockey said gave him more confidence in the boy. So he proposes a collaboration between the streamer and our hero to increase his recognition. He dreams of mastering lightning like that streamer. Enraged, Isaac curses the name Subaru Narukami and says he should have stayed quiet in his grave. With eyes glowing red with hatred, he complains that everyone keeps annoying him non-stop. Then the bully grabs our boy by the collar and asks if he understands the situation. Sweat runs down our hero's face as he thinks he never expected to live in an era with so many imitators. He then asks why Isaac treats him like such a sworn enemy. The bully replies that it's because of his name, and our boy asks why the hatred. Hearing the question, the blonde-haired guy freezes in shock and can't react. Isaac screams about his father, but our hero asks, what does that have to do with this conversation? Then the name Heinhardt appears, and we learn he is a ranker from the 9th floor of the tower. Our hero is shocked and asks if he is the famous one-slash-swordsman he knows. A memory from the past appears. An unbelievable emergency had taken place in the tower. In the flashback, we see Subaru Narukami defeating the ranker Reinhardt from the Runar continent. The scene shows that the fight ended with a single strike from our protagonist in the past. Everything happened in less than 30 seconds, and the ranker tried to stand to keep fighting, but his arm trembled from weakness, showing he had already lost. With that, the mighty swordsman finally collapsed to the ground, completely defeated by our hero. Back in the present, Isaac yells furiously at our boy not to say that name so casually. Our protagonist understands and asks if the reason for all this is his father's swordsman nickname. Our hero then asks if he has any idea how much Subaru Rosoi suffered because of it. Furious at his boldness, the bully tells him to shut up and ignites in flames. But our hero faces him seriously and says he will not shut up, for him under any circumstance. With a determined gaze, he stands before Isaac's flames without a hint of fear. With his body ablaze, Isaac prepares to attack our hero with all his firepower. He tells him to stop talking and hurry up and die already. With his whole body burning, Isaac screams that he hates Narukami Subaru and that the name makes him sick. He says the guild leader was arrogant, and that's why his teammates also became conceited. With hatred in his eyes, the bully declares that they deserve the tragic end they met in the tower. With a wicked grin, he imagines they're all rotting in hell right now. The guy then says that having that name is the end of our boy's luck. With that, he hurls a powerful fireball toward our protagonist, but our hero simply steps through the smoke, showing that the attack did nothing to him. Seeing this, Isaac panics and says he must have miscontrolled his strength in the fire attack. With a smile, he says maybe his next victim will be that masked streamer from the live broadcast. Hearing this, the bully freezes and repeats, "Masked?" Confused. Then he looks into the smoke and sees our hero's silhouette emerging slowly from the flames. Our protagonist reveals his mask and asks if that's who he was talking about. The bully panics and screams that it's impossible. He demands to know how our boy tanked his fire like that. Our hero stomps the ground and asks if the sensation isn't unpleasant for him. With furious eyes, our hero charges forward and says a brat like him shouldn't talk that way. He then punches Isaac square in the face, shocking him with the force of the blow. Pain flashes in the bully's eyes as he feels the impact of the powerful attack. Our boy slams him to the ground, and Isaac screams endlessly in agony. Blood drips from his mouth as he continues crying out in pain. Our protagonist looks down at him and scolds him for speaking ill of his comrades. The guy twists on the ground and asks why he's doing this. He can't be real. Our hero then proposes a little quiz to the fallen bully. He asks if he is the loser Subaru Oz, or the mysterious streamer Narukami Subaru, or perhaps the real blue-eyed Narukami Subaru everyone knows. The bully refuses to believe it and says he's just trying to protect a fake streamer. Angry, he claims that the lightning ability wasn't anything special anyway. Then he asks if our hero really thinks he can beat him with that level of power. Isaac brags that this means he is above even the real Narukami Subaru. With that, he screams and charges again with his flames. But our hero is faster, and with a single strike, he cuts through the fire attack. The bully is stunned. His strong flame technique was destroyed so easily. Our hero says the answer was wrong and that he's amazed at how much nonsense Isaac can say. With the blade at the bully's throat, Isaac asks what he means, unable to understand. A drop of sweat rolls down his face as he realizes the dangerous situation he's in. Our boy then asks if he has any idea how much Subaru Oz suffered because of everything. He says that having a brat like him talking down on his friends is not pleasant. The bully begins to sweat cold as he finally understands who is standing before him. Then the fire user realizes the truth and says he is the blue-eyed Narukami himself. Without hesitation, our protagonist pierces the bully's chest with his demonic sword. With a serious look, our hero says that playtime is over and things are going to change. Isaac's legs give out and he collapses, completely defeated by the surprise attack. Our hero puts his mask back on and says he already gave him more attention than he deserved. He tells him to consider it a thanks for lending him his body, then walks away. A woman in a cafe asks what that was. Was he just a Narukami Subaru fan? Sitting in a cafe, our hero uses his device and seems to be streaming live. As a streamer, he plans to keep his policy of not showing his face, since it's a major advantage. Suddenly, the agency girl arrives and apologizes for being late. Blushing and nervous, she says it's a pleasure to meet him and introduces herself as the one who contacted him. Smiling excitedly, she introduces herself as Ratsuka, the manager from the streamer agency. He greets her and gives his name as Narukami Subaru. She says she's honored. With a sharp gaze, the girl thinks the two really do look alike somehow. She wonders whether he is the real Narukami returned or just an imposter. Our boy notices her strange look and asks if something is wrong. In a flashback, her boss yells at her about first impressions, and she realizes she messed up. Our hero watches confused as the girl bows in embarrassment before him. He then asks if she was a fan of the old Narukami Subaru, and she shouts yes. He tells her he isn't the real one and asks her to relax, but she shouts that she's his fan too. Excited, she says she has watched him from the beginning and was amazed by his fights. Our boy wonders if she really is his first viewer, since she remembers more than he does. Our hero smiles and says he used to be clueless, and it's amazing she kept watching him. The girl gets overly excited and says it was destiny. That's why she begged to be his manager. With a serious posture, she says the contract is ready and that she'll summarize everything for him. She explains they will help create ads and clips using the Narukami brand for him. He asks what he needs to do, and she tells him to just keep streaming. As usual, he seems shocked, but she insists it's because he's the first to master lightning, and the company values him highly. She praises herself, and our hero asks if all managers are like her, and about the contract terms. Flustered, the girl says the others are more professional, and he says that's not what he meant. She thinks that from the way he fights, he's not a normal player and that she's completely doomed. Our protagonist thinks his opponents will only get stronger and there's no time to rest. The girl worries because she needs to make a good impression and fears he might reject the contract. Our hero reaches out his hand and says he understands and can trust her, leaving her shocked. With his hand extended, our boy asks her to take good care of him from now on. Overwhelmed, she grabs his hand and says she should be the one saying that. Our hero then begins his live broadcast, and the chat immediately explodes with excitement. Seeing this, he realizes he already has more than 700 viewers watching his live stream. Our protagonist is surprised by so many spectators and wonders if it was because of Ratsuka's announcement. The agency girl then announces the schedule for distributing abilities to all the fans. Without wasting time, our boy decides to begin, and the system initiates the 6th legendary phase. The scene then shifts to a rainy camp in the middle of a very dark forest. Inside one of the tents, we see some wooden crates stacked in the corner. A group of knights gathers around a table to plan their next strategy. The blonde knight asks his men where the benefactor who helped them is, but one of the knights distrusts him and thinks it's risky to rely on an unknown outsider. outsider. Another man warns that he may have been deceived and that he might not actually be the giant's chief. Hearing that, the blonde knight becomes irritated and yells at his men for doubting the boy who saved him. Suddenly, one of the knights announces that the benefactor has finally awakened, and our hero appears. The captain rushes over in worry, but our boy says he can already walk normally. The other knights stare at him with suspicion and think his mask is very odd. Our hero then asks whether they don't believe him, or if they simply don't want to believe what happened. In a flashback, the manager explains how he can adjust the microphone so only the viewers can hear him. Our protagonist finds the feature very useful for annoying situations, and the knights think he is being insolent. An older knight extends his hand and says he first needs to thank him for everything. He introduces himself as Dal and seems to be one of the group's leaders. Our boy greets him, and Dal continues explaining that everyone had been trampled. With a worried look, the old warrior confirms that the village was destroyed by that guy. Our hero asks if there is someone more dangerous than the chief giant, and the old knight nods confidently. He explains that the true ancient giants who fought against the gods were sealed away and disappeared. Dal continues, saying the remaining fragments of those giants are still scattered around, and that most modern giants are only lingering thoughts left behind. But he warns that the giant who appeared now is different, something very close to the ancient myth. The livestream chat comments that this would be the level of the 8th floor, and that no one has ever reached that stage. With a determined look, our hero says they have no choice but to defeat it. He admits he is confident, but the old knight says the request is impossible because he hasn't seen the monster. The blonde knight interrupts the discussion and calls out to the benefactor. He then tells him about an ancient legend of a lightning fragment hidden in the Millennium Mountain. With a serious gaze, he says that only a special person can find that legendary item. He reveals that he believes our hero is the only one capable of locating the fragment. A memory appears showing the village under attack as villagers run in, desperation from the fire. The giants known as Paidal begin attacking the residents without mercy. Then, a much larger giant appears and calls the other creatures his children in a dark, terrifying voice. A poor knight screams in agony as he is crushed by the giant. With sinister eyes, the creature lifts the knight and says he will finish him once and for all. With a single squeeze, the monster ends the man's life instantly. The giant then shows his bloodied hands and declares he will send them back drenched in human blood. In the reflection of our protagonist's eye, we see the horrific scene he is witnessing. Mounted on his horse, our hero watches the monster from afar, and the livestream explodes in shock. The horse panics at the creature's presence, and our hero says the monster is trying to kill them. The blonde knight warns that the giants will take 3 days to arrive and tells him to flee if he cannot find the lightning fragment. Our hero then rides toward the Millennium Mountain, needing power to win, and he refuses the idea of escaping. He declares that there is no trial in the tower that he cannot overcome. Then he realizes he used an old catchphrase, and the livestream viewers recognize it instantly. Our boy checks the missions on his device and is relieved he wasn't exposed. He grips the reins tight and urges his horse to run faster. Then he accelerates toward the mountain for his final challenge. He finally arrives at the base of the rocky mountain and dismounts his horse. Our protagonist thinks that a lightning fragment must be hidden there somewhere. With his horse beside him, he faces the immense stone wall he must climb for the test. He approaches and touches the rock, preparing for the upcoming challenge. In a memory, the blonde knight says the fragment comes from legends and no one knows what it actually is. Our hero asks how to obtain it, but the blonde knight only knows the location and the myth. However, Peleus adds that one thing is certain: whoever used the lightning once annihilated the giants. Back to the present, the agency manager looks at her device and wonders what just happened. With a shout, she celebrates on the phone because the contract with our hero has been successfully finalized. Her boss celebrates too and says that Ruka has finally become a real person. She happily asks if that was a compliment, but he says he found Rocky. The boss warns that he has something important to discuss with her soon before hanging up. With the work done, she throws herself on the bed and decides it is time to watch the live stream. Blushing, she prepares to watch her new favorite streamer in action. She says that watching him live on screen is the greatest pleasure a fan can have. In the live stream, our hero repeats that there is no trial in that tower he cannot overcome. Hearing the phrase, the manager's eyes widen in shock. Startled, she sits up in disbelief at the coincidence she just heard. A tear runs down her cheek. It was a phrase from more than 20 years ago. Back on the mountain, a golden energy begins to surge from the skies with great intensity. Golden lightning surrounds our protagonist, and the viewers are confused by the scene. With his foot on the ground, he asks which one of them is tougher and prepares for the test. Our boy clenches his fist and says they will fight until the end without giving up. With that, he punches the mountain with all his strength, creating a massive explosion of energy. The ground shatters completely, and our hero stands at the center of the destruction. With a smile and golden lightning around him, he says that he finally found what he was looking for. With the ground cracked open, he stares at the result of his powerful strike as golden energy surrounds him, saying that such a sensation cannot be felt in my life. He feels the immense power power of lightning calling to his own electric ability. Looking forward, he sees a fissure in the mountain that seems to be the entrance to the final test. With firm steps, our boy walks toward the great stone entrance. He stops in front of a gigantic door, and the livestream suggests he smash it open. Without hesitation, our hero extends his hand to touch the massive stone door. Upon touching it, golden lightning appears, and he realizes that the clue was pretty obvious. The system generates lightning, and his ability resists its power as he prepares for the test. With his pulse racing, he fills himself with power, and the chat goes wild at the idea of breaking the door. Our protagonist says that if the power is calling him so strongly, he will definitely answer. Then, with a shout, he unleashes a punch with all his strength to respond to the mountain's call. The lightning punch hits directly, and the stone door is shattered into 1,000 pieces. Our hero enters the newly opened passage toward the golden light on the other side. The massive stone door is now open, revealing the path to the next tower challenge. With the door destroyed, the livestream goes crazy, and our hero continues advancing. He falls silent and faces what lies ahead with deep seriousness. With firm steps, he walks into the darkness without a hint of fear. He continues through the dark corridor toward his next trial. The system warns that he has entered the path of lightning and cannot leave until he clears the phase. Meanwhile, in the camp, the rain pours heavily, and the knights prepare for the worst. Inside the tent, the warriors gather to discuss what they will do for the next battle. The older knight asks Peleus if he truly believes our hero will succeed. With a confident smile, the blonde knight says he is sure the boy will make it. The old man says that is too much trust in a stranger, but Peleus replies that his strength has already been proven. They're going to die anyway. With a serious look, the blonde knight turns and says to the old man that he doesn't understand anything. A young knight trembles in fear, recalling the power of the giant he saw in the village. Peleus then crouches and tells the boy that even so, they cannot give up. He asks everyone to trust the young hero who is doing everything for them for free. The young knight continues in desperation, saying that it's easy for the captain to talk like that. The other knights look at him with serious expressions in the camp. Suddenly, a large tremor shakes the ground, and a mug falls off the table. A knight bursts into the tent, screaming that the enemy has finally arrived. Hearing the warning, all the warriors are shocked and brace for the worst to come. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a large ice cave, cold and silent. Inside, our protagonist looks around, wondering where he has ended up. He walks through the snow, pondering what he needs to do in this place. The livestream chat comments that there's nothing there, but someone says the lightning moves too fast. Our boy thinks about it and realizes it makes sense. After all, lightning is a charge in the air. He concludes that this is why he cannot see it, and that it is not a test to find something with the eyes. Then he remembers that the name of the test is the Path of Lightning. Our protagonist feels a powerful lightning calling to him and understands his strength. With a shocked look, and without his mask, he seems to finally understand what he must do. He crouches and extends his hand, already realizing what the test likely requires. He throws a stone, focusing on the invisible lightning spread through the air. The stone becomes surrounded by lightning, and he notices that the deeper it goes, the stronger the reaction. The stone explodes with a massive discharge of golden energy along the path. Golden lightning bursts fill the cave, leaving the livestream viewers confused. With a smile, he says he got it right, but that there's no choice but to continue. Our protagonist starts running, thinking that this test is measuring his endurance. With his mask cracked, he understands that if he cannot endure it, it's over for him. Various missions and challenges appear on the livestream to encourage him to keep going. With a determined look, he thanks everyone for their support and rewards. The scene then shifts to a pot of stew cooking and a cozy fireplace. Nearby, a silver-haired boy sits relaxing, fiddling with his device. He falls silent, with a very serious expression on his face as he watches the screen. Suddenly a girl appears, startling him, and he jumps out of his chair. She approaches and asks what on earth he is doing with the device. Smiling, she asks if he was hiding something or watching something inappropriate. The silver-haired boy denies it, saying he was not hiding anything and was just tired. With a teasing smile, she comments that hair grows faster with certain things. She admits she stopped watching the livestream because of him, but couldn't resist coming back. The girl notices his reaction and asks if he doesn't want her to relax on the sofa at home. Blushing, the boy shouts that she didn't need to speak that way. He complains that his eardrums might burst and asks her to relax without worrying. Discreetly, the silver-haired boy turns off the sound on his device to avoid being overheard. The girl finds it strange because he is stubborn and never listens to anyone normally. Annoyed, she stands up and grabs his arm, pulling him away. He tells her to stay a little longer, even allowing her to lie down if she wants to relax. The girl leaves and climbs the stairs, leaving him alone with his device. Alone, the silver-haired boy sighs in relief, having almost been caught. He thinks that if she knew about the live stream, it would cause a scandal, and he doesn't want to imagine it. With a serious look, he thinks that even if things were different, Subaru would never forget them. Watching the live stream, he notices that the hero's personality and manner of speaking are the same as the old Subaru. On screen, our hero thanks everyone for the donations, but the silver-haired boy finds him different from the original who gave credits. Suddenly, the girl taps his shoulder and tells him he should question what all of this means. Shocked, he turns to see her, and she asks if he thought she wouldn't notice anything. With a sinister look, she warns him that he's 100 years too early to try to fool her. A screen appears, asking him to trace the path of lightning, and a tear mixed with golden energy falls down his face. Focused, our protagonist prepares for the challenge inside the ice cave. As he steps forward, golden energy begins to creep around his feet, showing the power of the place. Golden lightning strikes him, and a screen shows that his progress is still very low. He clenches his fist and feels the energy of the lightning coursing through his entire body with great intensity. Our hero says the sensation is very familiar, because he has dealt with the power of lightning countless times before. With a serious gaze, he prepares for the test, knowing this is his specialty. His progress rises to 3%, and he realizes the journey ahead will still be long. Even so, our boy continues advancing with firm steps because he has a plan in mind. He begins running, and the livestream viewers wonder why he isn't running faster to escape. Our hero explains that he cannot read the chat, and the audience speculates that he is too injured to do so. With his hand extended, he thinks that reaching the goal is already guaranteed in this test, but if possible, he wants to aim higher and exceed all expectations. The scene shifts to the famous streamer Rocky, who watches everything with a serious expression. With a focused gaze, Rocky seems completely shocked by what he sees on the broadcast. The boss says that Hoken and Narukami Subaru should collaborate on the project. With a mug in hand, he explains that in streaming entertainment, you only do half the work, and that is part of the evaluation. Hawkeye adds that popularity is defined by family, connections, and the players in the era. The boss agrees, saying that Subaru's live streams are more like a veteran's vlog than a chat. He advises that Subaru may be a rookie, but Rocky only needs to create his content as usual. With a smile, the boss says this could be a real opportunity to hitch a ride on a comet. John Tyre encourages him to become a star, rising alongside our hero, and Hookie seems determined. His eye glows with an intense golden flame, showing his immense determination. He remembers fleeing because he didn't trust himself to climb the tower, but he wanted to surpass everyone. The reflection in the streamer's eye changes, showing a vast universe filled with stars and planets. Looking at the starry sky on his screen, he imagines becoming one of those great stars. He extends his hand, wondering if he could truly become like them one day in the future. Suddenly, he wakes from his daydream, startled by a loud shout. Confused, the streamer wonders what on earth he was doing in the middle of work. In the live stream, our protagonist endures the lightning striking him, even with his body badly wounded. He continues to withstand the immense power of the trial. He stomps the ground firmly, preparing for what is to come in his journey. Our hero withstands the golden lightning strikes with intensity. With a dirty face, he faces the challenge with a determined and serious look. He knows that the stronger the lightning, the deeper it penetrates and spreads through his body. With hands surrounded by lightning, he says that it must already be enough. Even his smallest meridians begin to flow, with the power of lightning throughout his body. His progress rises to 20% as he continues absorbing the golden energy. However, the system warns that activation has begun, and that the lightning is now settling into his body. Being determined, our protagonist says he must master this power at any cost. A screen explains that with his meridians open, the internal energy has spread throughout his body. He notes that Subaru did not purify his meridians, which is why he is taking a risky shortcut. With his hand on the wound, he thought that normally this would be done using the user's own mana, but he knew that using external lightning made things easier, though the pain it caused was unimaginable. Even with his body at the limit, he continued to endure the lightning strikes without faltering for a second. Meanwhile, the black-haired girl watched everything from her room, her expression serious. On her device, she saw the hero enduring the pain and became extremely concerned for him. Shocked, she wondered if he was truly trying to open his meridians there. She realized that he was moving his body and using external power instead of his own mana. She knew the pain must be absurd, and that most people would have fainted 10 times during the process. Even though death doesn't affect reality, the pain he felt was just as real. She wondered why on earth he was pushing himself so far in that challenge. Blushing, she continued watching the live stream without blinking. The progress rose to 50%, and the activation of his meridians continued at full intensity. Crouched in pain, our boy blamed himself, saying that everything was his fault. He thought it was as if he himself had caused the deaths of everyone. A memory surfaced. He had told his companions that there is no trial they cannot overcome. With a confident smile, his past self reassured his friends not to worry about anything. In his memory, he believed that in the end, he would always win the battle. Blood flowed from his mask as he berated himself for what had happened in the past. He thought that if he hadn't been so careless and overconfident, none of it would have occurred. With bleeding eyes, he lamented that no one should have had to die that way. The image of the traitor, with a sinister smile and a dagger in hand, appeared in his mind. Kazuki had said they failed because they were too arrogant and thought themselves invincible. Back in the present, our hero continued enduring the pain and blaming himself for the past. Slowly he walked, repeating that all the blame was his. Fallen on the cave floor, he seemed tiny tiny in the face of the immense lightning power. Even on the ground, the golden energy continued flowing through his body without pause. With a heavy heart, he felt himself fall and repeated that everything was his fault. Suddenly, he awoke in a green field, wondering where on earth he was. Looking ahead, he saw his former companions gathered around a campfire, sweating and completely shocked by the impossible sight. His eyes widened as he questioned if they were truly his old friends. Our hero began calling out each of his companions' names one by one. A strange energy pulled him down, and he wondered if it was all just a dream. But the scene changed, and he was back, with his friends as if nothing had happened. With a relieved smile, he said he knew everything would be all right in the end. He then told them he had a nightmare and wanted to share it with them. Suddenly the mood changed, and his friends accused him of having abandoned them in the past. Startled, he called out to them, confused by what was happening. A companion asked why he hadn't protected them. After being so convinced, Shino appeared with a fatal injury and asked why he had failed to protect them. With the reflection of the scene in his eye, he whispered her name, feeling immense pain in his heart. The campfire went out, and a red energy consumed all his former companions. Panic-stricken, our hero screamed in desperation, refusing to accept that it could be real. Frightening, distorted shadows emerged from the darkness to haunt him. His friends' souls dragged him into a dark abyss. With his hand extended, he cried out, begging them not to leave. He continued pleading, begging his companions not to abandon him again. Tears of soul streamed down his face as he felt the pain of losing everyone once more. Fallen to the ground, he implored them to stay with him, please. Suddenly, a massive flash of blue light shattered the illusion, bringing him back to reality. Fallen on the cave floor, he realized it had been a hallucination and that he had almost lost himself in the test. The system announced that his progress was nearly complete and his magical power increased by 1. He was grateful, as the approval reminded him of the true reason he lived. With the image of the traitor in mind, our protagonist filled himself with determination for the future. Meanwhile, in the village, the knights and residents gathered for the upcoming battle. Armed with tools, the villagers looked desperate and ready to fight for their lives. Suddenly, a huge giant appeared in the middle of the village, terrifying everyone. With a sinister smile, the creature faced the warriors, ready for the final massacre. A knight panicked, shouting that the masked man had fled and abandoned them. But the captain told his men that their benefactor would surely return to help. Angrily, the blonde knight yelled at his men for doubting and trusting a stranger to fight, questioning whether they could truly be called knights. A hand on his shoulder calmed him, and the older knight agreed with what he said. He explained that before asking who was at fault, their duty was to protect the village. Drawing his crystal sword, which glowed with intense bluish light, the old warrior declared that knights are those who protect, not the protected. With a war cry, he told everyone to die like knights and prepared for battle. All the warriors charged at the giant without fear of dying. Meanwhile, the progress of our hero rose to 99%, nearly reaching his goal. A sphere of golden energy materialized in front of him, radiating immense power. He didn't know exactly what it was, but judging by his progress, he knew it was his final objective. The system warned that his fatigue had reached 97, and he sensed there was only a little left. With his mask breaking, he continued enduring the tremendous power of the trial. Our hero said that only one more step remained, and the system warned him of the danger he faced. Ignoring the warnings, he took the final step toward his goal. Meanwhile, in the village, the battle began. One of the knights stomped the ground forcefully. With a war cry, the older knight charged at the giant. With his sword in hand, he prepared for the first attack. With a precise spinning strike, he managed to cut off the giant's arm. Blood splattered everywhere, showing the knight's strength. The giant screamed in pain at the surprise attack. It retaliated, but the blonde knight stepped in to defend his comrade. With a war cry, Peleus told the older knight to leave the rest to him. The captain stomped the ground, preparing for his next move. With a powerful leap, the blonde knight charged at the giant with his sword raised. The creature roared in fury as it saw the knight coming for the final attack. With determination, the blonde knight gripped his sword tightly and struck. The Demon King's energy cut through the giant with a powerful blue strike. The creature growled in pain at the force of the blow. Its head exploded, and it screamed in agony. After the attack, the blonde knight landed safely, preparing for the next move. One of the knights celebrated, saying they had finally defeated the monster. Enraged, the knights cursed the creature and continued attacking the fallen body. El told them to relax, as the most dangerous threat was gone. But the older knight remained concerned. With a serious look, the old warrior said the monster he feared wasn't this one. Still, the other knights cheered, claiming their leaders were incredible for winning. One of the warriors noted that they only had to deal with the remaining giants in the village. Suddenly, a giant hand smashed into the ground where the other monster had fallen. The two leaders looked up in panic, realizing that this was the true danger. A young knight screamed desperately, recognizing that this monster was on an entirely different level. Meanwhile, the hero's progress reached 99%, and he attained the orbit. Holding it in his hands, he declared that he would make the traitor apologize. The system showed 100% progress. Our hero swore with a look of hatred that he would take Coyote's head as a souvenir. Turning, he walked out, surrounded by golden lightning. The energy exploded, exploded, and he became a being of pure golden light. With his new armor shining, he said he had finally obtained the power he had always wanted. Covered in blood, he wondered if the trial was truly over. His eye. Then he shone with an intense golden light, showcasing his new and powerful strength. The system announced that his meridians had been opened and that his powers and status had increased significantly. But he complained that if he had taken one more hit, he definitely wouldn't have withstood the pain. With his hand bleeding, he begged for at least a warning before collapsing completely to the ground. Our protagonist then fainted, and the system notified him that he had passed the legendary phase. In the agency office, Chief John Kyle watched the broadcast with a very serious expression. Seeing our hero unconscious, he commented that there is a limit to a player's recklessness. Slamming his hand on the desk, he decided the boy was not cut out to be a real streamer. Suddenly, his device started ringing. It was a call from the famous streamer. John answered, and the streamer excitedly asked if he had seen the insane scene that had just occurred. Hawkeye praised our hero as a star, but the chief asked him to calm down and explain properly. The streamer said he was excellent as both a player and a streamer, but John thought he was a rather rough player. With a smile, Hai said that was exactly the point. As the original Narok had been a true player, he explained that viewers longed to see the style of a genuine player in action. At that moment, the chief began to understand that they were witnessing the birth of a new legend. With a serious gaze, he realized they were seeing the rise of the new Narukami in real time. Back in the broadcast, our hero's hand twitched in the snow, showing that he was still alive. The livestream audience went wild as the boy finally began to rise from the ground. With a determined gaze, his eyes shone with an intense golden light of power. He then grabbed his tablet to check the system and complained that his fatigue was at its limit. With the tablet in hand, he saw that his fatigue was at 81, but his status had risen. Several missions were completed, and he received thousands of credits as a reward for his effort. His credits rose above 20,000, and he felt satisfied with the wealth he had accumulated. However, he realized he still lacked about 40,000 credits to upgrade his greed ability. With a golden orb in hand, our protagonist declared that it would be the key to defeating the giant. A screen appeared, revealing that the item was the lightning spear, a legendary weapon usable only once in the tower. The boy reflected that the item was rare and agreed. With the livestream audience that it didn't look like a normal spear, he then opened his inventory to examine the new item he had just received as a gift. Our hero explained that high-rank items change shape, and the live audience considered him professional. With his goal in mind, he walked out of the cave toward the final challenge. Meanwhile, in the village, one of the knights screamed in terror at the monstrosity before him. The captain and his partner faced a giant, dark creature that had emerged to attack. The creature revealed itself as a white-haired giant with a sinister gaze. Surrounded by a dark aura, the monster stared at the knights, ready for a massacre in the small village. The system announced its name, Giant King Greg, the seed that had swallowed the very lightning. Seeing the scene, the captain shouted furiously as the knight ran toward the giant to surrender. The knight cried desperately, saying that his companions knew nothing about the monster. Looking at the giant's foot, he called it a god, unlike the foolish humans of the village. The warrior then knelt and begged for the giant's mercy, but the monster questioned him, asking if he truly believed it was a god like the others. With a furious gaze, the creature told him not to compare it with the filthy gods it so despised. The older knight grabbed him, shouting for him to rise and fight with honor as a warrior. He then turned to Peleus, instructing him to flee with the villagers as quickly as possible. With determination, the old warrior prepared to sacrifice himself for everyone's safety. Seeing the scene, the captain panicked, screaming his comrade's name, desperate about the situation. A powerful attack descended from the sky, and the massacre of the knights began in the small village. Thrown backward, the blonde knight realized there was no path to victory for his people, but with a serious gaze, he knew his only option was to find an escape route. Unfortunately, the escape route was blocked by more giants, and the villagers were in danger. Shocked, the captain realized there was no hope for any of them to survive. With his face full of despair, the blonde knight gritted his teeth. He then shouted at the monster, saying he knew who had been responsible for the death of its son. The giant king stared curiously at the small knight. The creature asked who had dared to touch its son. With his sword in hand, the captain prepared to point in the direction of our hero. He indicated the mountain, claiming that the killer had gone there. The knight explained that the boy had gone to gain power to defeat all the giants at once. In his thoughts, the blonde knight prayed that the monster would be deceived and head to the mountain. The giant king turned, seeming to believe the knight's lie, but then said it was a falsehood and that it could sense the deception in his words. The monster asked if the assassin wasn't there or if he was, merely pointing at a random place. Seeing this, the blonde knight was shocked by the explosion of power in the distance. Amid the light, the silhouette of our protagonist appeared like a god. Peleus recognized him and whispered the name of the benefactor who had returned to save them. The system announced the start of the 7th phase, and our hero observed the horde of giants. He thought that if something stronger appeared, this would no longer be a second-floor test. Still, he said it was fine and that there was no reason to worry worry about the current situation. He said he didn't need to think too much. He only needed to strike the monster once. He knew that with his current power, he couldn't win, but he had to stop the monster before it was too late. Our protagonist raised the orb, and the system announced that the lightning spear had been activated. A massive golden energy descended from the sky, and the system confirmed the weapon was initializing. The golden energy began spinning intensely, creating a massive vortex of power. The Demon King's golden energies formed in the sky, preparing for the devastating attack to come. Our hero extended his hand toward the power, and the initialization rate rose to 10%. The energy enveloped him, increasing his fatigue to 84 due to the immense power of the weapon. Gradually, the golden energy began to take shape, forming a spear in his hand. He then ran forward, and the initialization rate rose to 33%. His skill tried to resist the spear's power, but the resistance failed as the effect was weak. He realized that his skill level was still too low to wield a legendary item. His fatigue rose to 88, but he knew he had to endure with his body. The livestream audience joked about his suffering, but our hero remained focused on his objective. Our protagonist asked if the giant had noticed, and the livestream mocked him, saying it would be impossible not to notice such a light show. The initialization rate rose further. The giant king then saw the light on the mountain and finally understood what was happening. With a heavy step, he said he had finally found the true assassin of his son. With a furious gaze, the creature confronted our hero and accused him of being the main culprit. The creature leaped, and the captain shouted desperately, as the opponent was supposed to be him. With a serious look, the blonde knight watched the giant leave. Seeing this, Peleus worried that the monster could harm the villagers. Standing before the mountain, the giant king called his son's name sorrowfully. With a sad gaze, he said that the pain his son had suffered must have been terrible. He then vowed to avenge that pain, preparing to attack with all his might. With a powerful stomp, he released a massive energy wave for the final strike. With eyes red with rage, the giant king advanced toward the mountain, ready to unleash all his fury. Our boy prepared his spear, and the initialization reached 80.8% power. The mountain was struck by the giant's punch, which advanced mercilessly. Our hero thought the odds were 50-50. It was now all or nothing. Suddenly, a human voice echoed in his mind, telling him never to avert his gaze from what was about to happen. In a memory, a man had taught him that the spear throw begins at that exact moment, and he was taught the proper stance. The master instructed him to eliminate unnecessary thoughts, such as throwing in a straight line or in an arc. The master said to ignore the trajectory and also disregard the weight and shape of the spear. With a smile, he said that our boy was different from other spearmen and asked why. The memory then revealed that it was because he was the true Subano Narukami, not an imposter. Back in the present, the spear's initialization rose to 95% power. Our hero wondered what he should do to successfully finish the attack. The image of his master appeared and said that, in any case, he wouldn't be throwing a normal spear. The memory of his master explained that it was simple. He should not throw, it had to explode. Our protagonist gripped the golden spear as the giant smashed the mountain with his fist. The livestream audience screamed for him to hurry, warning that hesitation would mean death. The boy said he just needed a little more time while enduring the impact of the creature's attack. With his feet firmly planted, he prepared not to be swept away by the monster's force. The giant king roared with all his fury as he continued to bring his fist down upon the mountain. The giant was about to crush our hero, who was surrounded by a golden aura. A massive explosion of golden energy erupted at the scene with tremendous intensity. The preparation was finally complete, and the spear's initialization reached 100%. With his face battered, our protagonist held the spear with a determined gaze. He told himself that this was his only chance to end everything in one strike. Holding the spear, he shouted that he would finish the fight with a single blow. Focusing intently, he prepared for the final throw with all his strength. With a spinning motion, he hurled the powerful lightning spear toward the monster. After the throw, our protagonist fell to the ground, battered but victorious. The spear struck the giant king directly on the head, leaving the creature shocked by the attack. The monster was enveloped in intense golden energy and felt the pain of the strike. A massive explosion of light and energy followed, annihilating the monster once and for all. The giant's eye gazed into the explosion as it let out a final gasp of pain. Its body began to disintegrate, attempting to speak, but it was already too late. Our hero then landed safely on the ground after the intense battle, fully injured. He surveyed the scene, and the livestream audience celebrated, as he had truly struck the monster. The system announced that he had defeated the monster and passed the 7th phase of the lightning trial. With victory, he leveled up, gaining several new stats as well as the lightning heart item. Our protagonist looked at the item and wondered aloud, "What is this lightning heart I received?" Suddenly, the crystal shone with an intense light in his hands, and he felt immense pain, a tear streaming down his face. He wondered, "What is this?" As his body was transported elsewhere. He found himself in a strange place and wondered where he had ended up. A giant, mysterious shadow appeared behind him, leaving him completely shocked. He tried to speak but couldn't, unsure of what was happening. Then he realized his body wouldn't move. He was completely paralyzed. The system repeatedly warned that a mysterious presence was staring at him. The giant shadow continued to watch, making our hero feel small and powerless before it. Sweating, he wondered if the creature was trying to communicate something. He then pressed the lightning heart in his hand, and a powerful golden light began to shine. A brilliant flash blinded him, pulling him out of the strange, dark place. Our protagonist found himself back on the mountaintop, where the battle had taken place. A new scene appeared on screen, and the chat commented that he had fainted again during the live broadcast. Sitting on the ground, he wondered if it had all been just a game glitch. He stood up and apologized to the livestream audience, explaining that he had fainted momentarily. Holding his device, he said he needed to claim the credits he had earned from the missions. Our hero completed several more missions, bringing his credits to over 40,000. He said he was tired and signed off, ending the live broadcast. Sometime later, at a package delivery office, his manager congratulated him on his excellent performance in the trial. He asked if the live stream had gone well, and she said it had been perfect. With a smile, she mentioned that he hadn't even noticed that the stream had peaked at 3,000 viewers. Our hero apologized, saying he had been focused on the trial, leaving the manager shocked at his detachment. She said that for a newcomer, this was incredible, and that the moment he ended the live stream was perfect. He understood that the suspense had left everyone curious, and she asked if it had been intentional. He explained his plan to show the rewards in the next live stream, to make it appear more natural. Smiling, the manager realized he knew what he was doing, and that the chief's worries had been unnecessary. She then said she had a present for him, which piqued his curiosity. She leaned forward and said it was a special gift he couldn't possibly refuse. With a mischievous smile, she repeated that the present was very special, leaving an air of mystery in the room. "You won't be able to refuse." She gave a mysterious smile, an extremely special gift. Hasuka blushed and said, "Search for the stream of someone named Hai." Hearing that, Subaru began searching as she instructed. Sure enough, a blonde-haired man chatting appeared on the screen. All right, as the title says, today's topic is this. Or wait, should I use another topic today? Anyway, no more nonsense. Everyone just watch first. Narukami the second. Or perhaps the one who will become the original. The chat instantly became lively. Hello, more Narukami content again? An otaku? That challenge is insane. He continued, saying he would explain everything in detail bit by bit. After a long while, the evening sunlight filtered through the cracks in the window. He was still talking about the challenge, enduring it the entire time. In other words, this guy had imposed an additional challenge on himself while taking the exam. Asuka sat opposite Subaru, silently watching him with a flushed face. At that moment, Hokai raised a finger. "Oh, sorry. Let me summarize. I don't need to say much about this point anymore, so I'll put it into one sentence." Subaru listened silently. He himself is Subaru Narukami. His voice was arrogant, needing no further explanation. He glanced at Asuka. Perhaps the manager thinks the same. Suddenly, she leaned forward. "May I ask something?" Subaru calmly replied. "Go ahead." She hesitated. "I know it's strange for a manager to ask something like this, and I know it's rude." Her cheeks flushed instantly, sweat sliding down her face. Gathering all her courage, Hasuka asked, "Why do you stream?" She lifted her head. "It's not just for money, right?" Subaru folded his arms and remained silent for a moment, thinking. Hasuka watched anxiously as he pondered. His answer, however, was extremely straightforward. "No, it's for money. There's no other reason." Her face turned as red as a ripe gak fruit, steam almost rising from her head. Embarrassed, she sat back down. Money really was important. "I'm sorry for asking such a strange question," Subaru replied. "It's fine." She then opened her bag. "Right, the gift. Let's talk about Hai, the streamer you just watched. He's affiliated with Seon, and he's a trustworthy streamer under a 6-year contract. His analytical streaming style is his strongest point, and he has a massive fan base. He has a good eye for talent." She handed him a document. "This includes Hawk's recent stream, and all future revenue from related content will be split 50-50. Subaru looked doubtful. "Split with whom?" Hasuka explained. "Of course with you. The content is derived from your materials. Ads, donations, archives, everything." Subaru accepted the thick stack of documents. "Really? Ever since I signed with the management company, good things just keep happening." She became shy again upon hearing that, lowering her gaze and scratching her cheek. "You think so?" "Yes. This is a very unexpected gift." Hasuka brushed her hair. This might sound sudden, but as a gesture of goodwill, would you like to collaborate with Hai?" Time passed quickly. Subaru had returned home. He removed his mask after being outside. Perhaps he no longer needed it, or to emphasize the issue of money. Standing before the mirror, he looked at himself. The more connections he made, the harder it became to know how much he should hide. He turned to the system panel. His alias name had advanced to rank C, skill tier 4. When fully activated, it could nullify side effects of skills and items, and upgrade their rank and level. Required reputation points, 80,000. Subaru frowned. Rank C required 80,000 reputation points? His current balance was only 120. Disappointed, he sighed. Whether emphasized or not, money was still the top priority. At least the collaboration with Hawk 2 days ago should earn him a decent amount. He reached into the system space and seemed to pull out a flower. Now I need to do a few things. Scene shifted to Hasuka. She lay face down on her pillow, her face still red, both hands flushed as well. She recalled Subaru's godlike handsome face. Maybe it was because of money. She punched the pillow hard and screamed. That's right! Her thoughts drifted further and further. Behind that stylish mask lay an extraordinary mystery. If she dug too deep, she might hurt Subaru. She pounded the pillow repeatedly. I won't ask. I'm curious, but I won't pry. Since meeting her, Hasuka, good things had kept happening to Subaru. Her face grew even redder as she swung her fist. Ah, me too. The punch was so strong that the pillow tore open, stuffing flying everywhere. She was in love. Subaru Narukami, a man with secrets no one knew. Meeting him in real life only made him seem even more perfect. The scene shifted to the 7th floor, Noxa. Towering buildings stood both majestic and terrifying. Inside a glowing room in the main castle, a man exercised while watching TV. The screen replayed Hawkeye's broadcast. I don't need to say more, so I'll summarize in one sentence. The man's hands were drenched in sweat as the metal bar creaked. While doing pull-ups, he spoke. I don't like it. Choose one, casual or formal speech. And who is this guy? Lemon replied, a small-time bird named Hawkeye. He boasts an average viewership of 8,000. He's from the Blue Zone, Kurokawa Amon. Aim and release the bar. A small bird? I'll experience it myself. Then he added, but more than Hawkeye, I want you to focus on Subaru Narukami in that stream. Surprised, he continued. Oh? That fake has learned lightning already? Watching Subaru's previous battle, Amon muttered, ha, that's truly impressive. Lemon asked, you think so? Eamon replied, Sako Suai, the spear knight of the blue people, once said, never take your eyes off your opponent while throwing. He was astonished. Wait, Eamon, you still remember such casual quotes? Eamon lifted his head. I trained myself to absorb everything about them. Their breathing, everything. They were players who once stood at the peak, but everyone overlooked something important. The blue people weren't strong because of Subaru alone. Every member was the strongest, and there are suspicious circumstances surrounding their deaths. At that moment, Hawkeye's voice echoed from the screen. He himself is Subaru Narukami. No explanation needed. Eamon scowled. That arrogant brat. What right does he have to speak so smugly? Talking about them so disrespectfully? Lemon sighed. That's the biggest problem with streamers, isn't it? They abandon belief and pride in an instant just to draw attention. Unable to tolerate it, Eamon turned off the TV. Why did you even make me watch this? Lemon stammered. It wasn't my decision. Guildmaster Kyojo ordered it. Eamon froze. Is that so? He gave orders. Lightning is the symbol of the blue. People, and the blue people, are the origin of our blue zone. A cart was pushed in. We've confirmed this streamer is obsessed with money. The cloth was pulled away, golden light flooding the room. Eamon stared in shock. Gold bars piled high. We've secured sufficient funds. Bring him back at all costs. Eamon muttered, stunned. Are you kidding me? He's really a money grubber? Meanwhile, in the village, everyone was repairing the system. The announcement echoed. It was almost time for the 2nd floor challenge. Balus waved his hand, giving orders. Gather all the injured in one place. Treat the critically wounded first. Distribute medicine to the lightly injured as soon as possible. Suddenly familiar footsteps caught his attention. Balus smiled with relief, as if seeing a savior. Benefactor, you're finally awake! How do you feel? You collapsed outside the village. We were very worried. If you hadn't woken up, I truly wouldn't have known what to do. Subaru stretched his arms, still dizzy. Balus nodded. Yes, it happened just yesterday, so that's normal. Let's not dwell on it. Can we talk later in the guest room? I have a few questions. Subaru bowed slightly. Of course. Ask whatever you like. Watching Beleus leave, Subaru thought he really was a good person. In the comments, some viewers agreed. Looks like it's time to end his misery. Congratulations on the wedding. Back in the small wooden house, Subaru immediately opened the system panel. Let's check the rewards first. He held a shining gem and read its description. Lightning core, bound unique, no level requirement, 30% lightning resistance, 20% enhanced resistance to electric shock. Subaru gasped. No way. Seriously? The viewers buzzed. Is it good or bad? Disappointed or excited? Maybe both. Only Subaru understood. The stats were perfect for a lightning user. Behind the mask, no one could see his radiant smile. This is insane. Just as he was celebrating his new treasure, a knock interrupted him. Here, please accept this. Someone entered carrying a large basket of fruit. Both Subaru and the viewers were stunned. Huh? Fruit? Velos peeked in, smiling. Did you sleep well? Your lover came to visit you? Someone misses you a lot. Soon, the two sat facing each other at the table. After a moment of thought, Subaru spoke. So the legend was true. Velos, misunderstanding, nodded excitedly. Yes, I saw that light too. You saved the entire village. Subaru removed the item from his shoulder. This dropped from the giant's corpse. It's called a lightning core. Even Beleus couldn't hide his emotions. Wait, that can't be... Seeing his expression, Subaru asked hopefully, do you know what it is? Unfortunately, Beleus shook his head. No, it looks unfamiliar. The answer hit Subaru like cold water. The chat exploded. Yeah, of course he knows. That guy knows everything. Beleus lowered his head in embarrassment. I'm sorry. I only know old legends. I don't even know whether they were real or or what happened afterwards, Subaru could not tell. In the end, he helplessly let it go. It's fine, just tell me whatever you know. Hearing that, Beleus began recounting the story. I only know 2 legends, Subaru repeated curiously. 2 images he had once seen surfaced in his mind. The first says that lightning was used to kill giants. It seems you are the one who obtained it, benefactor. The second says that the gods and the giants fought over lightning. Hearing this, Subaru immediately asked, they fought over it? Beleus nodded in confirmation. Yes, this is essentially a legend among legends. The gods and the giants waged war to gain control over lightning. In the end, the giants lost. So this gem was deliberately created by someone? Subaru rotated the gem in his hand, pondering. Who could it have been? Even if the legend did not explicitly say it, the reason was obvious. Beleus spoke up to answer the doubt, so that humanity could use lightning, and because humanity needed it. His expression completely changed when he mentioned the gods and the giant gods. Thinking of them, Beleus realized they were far too powerful compared to humanity. He imagined a day when every human possessed a lightning core of their own, staring at the stone. Beleus affirmed that this item was created so humanity could face them and win. Just as he finished speaking, the system announced that all forgotten legends of humanity had been clarified. Lightning trial completed. Skill level increased. Achievement points gained, 17,050. Lightning skill advanced from level 1 to level 3. Before anyone could react, the system transported Subaru away right in front of Beleus, sending him to the 3rd floor. Beleus shouted in panic, Benefactor! What's happening? The light quickly faded, and Subaru disappeared along with it, leaving Beleus standing there in confusion. Huh? A magnificent and grand palace appeared. This was the 3rd floor, Tenon. A teleportation circle lit up at the very center of the massive city. Subaru appeared like a descending god, yet the viewers immediately began stuffing words into his mouth. Finally reached the 3rd floor. So he finally made it here? The people around looked on with irritation. Another fake Narukami? When will this trend finally end? Before the challenge began, the system asked him, Subaru Narukami Love has donated 1,000 reputation points. Congratulations on reaching the 3rd floor. How do you feel right now? Caught off guard by the sudden interview, Subaru didn't know how to answer. How do I feel? He silently thought of past memories tied to this place. So, I'm here again. Back then, a woman had asked him something. Subaru instinctively turned his head, surprised. Yes? Now recalling it, Subaru felt a wave of nostalgia. At the time, she had seemed extremely unapproachable. The girl shyly explained, I just lost my party. Rina stretched her hand out, describing someone about Subaru's height. Have you seen someone about this tall? Hearing her description, Subaru rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. He was taller than me by a head. Yes, I've seen him, Subaru said. Rina exclaimed happily. Really? Subaru pointed into the vague distance. He went that way. Rina believed him immediately and ran off. Thank you so much. She dashed forward like a naive child, then stopped and spun around, searching anxiously. After turning several times, her gaze landed back on Subaru. In the end, Subaru sighed and followed her. Let's go together. I'm heading that way anyway. That day, Rina was overjoyed. Wait, really? Are you sure? Subaru nodded and walked ahead. Yeah, I don't have anything to do today anyway. If Subaru had only pointed the way and left, she would have chased after him regardless. That helps so much. This place is really confusing. I'm Kyokujina. What's your name? At the time, he replied, Kao Narukami Subaru. Even now, Subaru wondered whether those people were still alive. Returning to the present, the system panel was still displaying the question about his feelings. Subaru's gaze hardened, sharp and resolute. Looking into the void, he answered, It feels like I've lost something important. The viewers immediately mocked him. What's he suddenly talking about? Is it because he left Beleus behind? Why so emotional all of a sudden? To avoid disturbance during the next phase, Subaru decided to end the stream. He politely said goodbye to everyone. The next stream would be a collaboration with Hai, leaving the viewers reluctant. Wait, that's it? That was too short. Save the chat history. Finally, the system announced, Subaru Narukami has ended the live stream. Inside a vast and luxurious room, chandelier lights shimmered brilliantly. A hand suddenly rested on the table where Subaru was seated. Sorry to keep you waiting. Jun stood across from him, looking down. Hasuka is on her way here now. Unlike climbing floors through challenges, traveling between floors takes time. He smiled brightly and extended his hand. Nice to meet you. I'm Joe from Soon Entertainment. Subaru felt slightly annoyed and recalled what Hasuka had once said. So talkative. What a chatterbox. Joe looked confused. Huh? Subaru shook his hand and replied, I've heard the manager mention you. Nice to meet you. Joe smiled again and sat down opposite him. Normally, I'd have Hasuka relay this, but I wanted to meet you personally. She's only ever praised 2 players to that degree, so I got curious. Subaru was slightly surprised. 2? Joe explained. The first goes without saying. When he mentioned the name of the other person, Subaru froze. Narukami Subaru of the Blue Eye. Joe crossed his arms and bowed slightly. That surprised me. For that strict judge to take notice of you. Someone with the same name. Subaru scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. I'm not sure about that, but may I ask something sudden? Before he could finish, Joe cut him off. Are you interested in a guild called Blue Eye? Why? Subaru's eyes widened in shock. Seeing his reaction, Joe reached into his pocket. That reaction? So you're not completely uninterested? Subaru asked, puzzled. Why ask that all of a sudden? Joe pulled out a device and looked down at it. That's part of why I wanted to meet you. He placed the device in front of Subaru. 5 days from now, this will be the grand prize of a tournament held on the 3rd floor. The light from the screen reflected on Subaru's face. You're joking, right? Under the table, small arcs of lightning crackled from Subaru's hand. Elsewhere, Reina stared silently at her device, displaying a notification. Narukami Subaru has ended the livestream. She sighed softly. It's over. Reina turned and walked into the forest, unsure whether the rest had ended as well. Her high heels brushed against the grass, producing a soft rustling sound. She entered a grassy area covered in white snow. The deeper she went, the thicker the snow became. Reina stopped behind Seeger and asked, "Is it over?" He turned around, white breath escaping his mouth. "It ended a long time ago." Confused, she complained. "Then what were you doing earlier?" Seer turned away, thinking. Before him stood a person frozen in an attacking stance, with several more frozen figures farther away. "Should we kill them, or let them go?" Reina answered decisively. "Kill them. We already know who sent them." Seer hesitated and refused. "We can't be sure yet. That's why I'm considering it." He lowered his head slightly. "If it were Kyojo, if he had sent them, he wouldn't have used such weaklings." Reina sighed, but even letting them go would cause problems. As she spoke, a radiant light emanated around her body. "If our location is exposed because of them," sharp blades emerged from beneath the snow. She raised her arm, controlling them into the air. Her hand remained still and the blades froze mid-air. With a flick of her fingers forward, the blades instantly aligned in that direction. Her expression remained unchanged as she stared at the frozen group. Seeing this, Seeger panicked and shouted, "Hey, stop!" But it was too late. The blades shot forward, piercing through the frozen bodies. Their forms were torn apart, unable to escape the storm of blades. When it ended, only a chaotic mess remained on the ground. Seeger shouted anxiously, "What are you doing?" Reina looked at him firmly. "Whether Kyojo sent them or not, if we let them go, they'll know we're still alive. Your hesitation is dangerous. You need to be more ruthless." He turned his face away. "You're right. I'm sorry." Suddenly, the device in Seeger's pocket vibrated. He pulled it out and showed her the screen. "Look at this." Reina snatched the device, shouting angrily, "What the hell is this?" Vinana trembled with rage, her eyes blazing red. "Those bastards." Sir calmly crossed his arms. "You're furious, aren't you?" Her trembling voice answered, "Of course I am." Reina stared again at the shoes displayed on the screen and screamed, "Because those are Soya's shoes." He reached out and pulled the device from her hand. "This is bait. A trap meant to lure us out." Hearing that, she became so angry that veins bulged on her forehead. He's already realized that we're still alive somewhere. But that doesn't mean we just sit back and do nothing. We have to reclaim those relics. Vina turned her face away, looking slightly dejected. "I know what you're about to say." Your eyebrows just drooped. "I'm not good at acting in the shadows." "But you've always been good at things like that, haven't you?" She immediately turned and walked away. "You're stating the obvious. Even if you hadn't said anything, I was planning to take action myself." Seeger hurriedly grabbed Jaina's arm. "Wait." He quickly stopped her. "I'm not saying we should rush in recklessly. Let's wait until the winner is decided before making a move. That's the safest approach." Back in the room, Joe raised the photo of the shoes and said cheerfully, "The relic of a Blue Eye member, Talaria. This is the reward that the Blue Zone is offering for this tournament." He hinted with a smile. "Are you interested in joining?" Subaru immediately interrupted him. "I am." The air around him became suffocatingly heavy. Joe smiled, though with some awkwardness. "That's good to hear. I didn't expect you to be this interested. This plan entirely depends on whether you agree or not." Narukami paused slightly upon hearing this. Joe then returned to his calm demeanor and explained plainly, "Considering that you're broadcasting under the name Narukami Subaru, I believe a storyline centered around pursuing the relics of Blue. I would make compelling content." After hearing this, the face hidden behind Subaru's mask was filled with rage. How dare he? Subaru clenched his fists until they trembled, power continuously radiating from his body. Using Zia's relics as a promotional gimmick, seeing his state, Joe asked anxiously, "Is something wrong? Is there anything bothering you?" Subaru said nothing. His voice was icy cold. "Let's do it that way." Joe was still somewhat worried, but a trace of joy appeared on his face. "Really? That's wonderful." Subaru stood up and pulled his chair back. "Then I'll take my leave." Joe looked up at him from his seat. "Yes, I look forward to working with you." As Subaru walked farther away, Joe tried to speak loudly enough for him to hear. "I'll always be cheering you on from behind my screen." But Subaru heard none of it. Rage and resentment had already taken over his mind. "I won't let anyone else have it." "Absolutely not." Back in his room, Subaru lay flat on the bed, staring at the ceiling. He frowned slightly and thought, what kind of format will the tournament use? He then turned to face the wall. I'd really prefer it to be a solo competition. But it didn't seem like he was in a position to be picky. Suddenly, a voice sounded from outside the door. It's Hasuka." Hearing that, Subaru quickly sat up. His gaze drifted toward the mask on the table. His eyes showed hesitation and conflict. In the end, he walked over and opened the door. Standing there was Hasuka, gentle and composed. She shyly finally glanced toward Subaru's face. In that brief moment of hesitation, he had still chosen to wear the mask. Asuka thought to herself, he even wears the mask inside his own room? Subaru spoke first. Please come in. Hearing that, she blushed deeply and stammered. Yes, you mean I should come inside? Subaru had no idea how misleading his words sounded and replied innocently, if you prefer, we can talk in the hallway too. I don't mind. Asuka grew even more flustered. No. Still, she gathered her courage and stepped inside. Then please excuse the intrusion. Once inside, the atmosphere became strangely stifling. Neither spoke first. Asuka looked around the room, thinking to herself that it was rather sparsely furnished. After observing for a while, she finally looked straight at Subaru. Meanwhile, Subaru had been staring at Asuka the entire time, silently thinking. The depth of her magical power is hard to gauge. She clearly wasn't someone who should only be a manager, being gazed at like this by a man. Asuka grew embarrassed and hurriedly adjusted her clothes. Is something wrong? Is there something on my face? She asked. Subaru explained. No, you just weren't saying anything. I heard you have reference materials for the tournament. Asuka nearly forgot the main purpose and quickly pulled out a stack of documents. Sorry. She handed them to him and explained. This tournament uses a free-for-all format. It's a simple system where everyone fights for a grand prize. Thousands of people will battle each other ruthlessly. The outcome may be victory, or returning to the Earth at any moment. Subaru skimmed through it and said, so it's essentially a solo competition. Yes, Asuka replied. Since there's only one reward, it naturally becomes that way. She added excitedly, the location will be a virtual training arena. Entry requirements are being a third-floor player, a registration fee of 1,000 reputation points, and there's no limit on participants. I'll send you materials from past free-for-all tournaments. Just skim them and you'll get the general idea. While she was speaking, Subaru's phone vibrated again. A notification popped up. Divine highlights of Narukami Subaru's free-for-all battles. Natsuki Subaru's undefeated free-for-all path. Narukami Subaru's free-for-all matches end in 10 seconds. How Narukami Subaru becomes Narukami Subaru in free-for-alls. After reading, Subaru thought to himself, it's all about me. Returning to the conversation, he set the documents aside. I'll use these as reference material. Thank you for your hard work, he said. Asuka scratched her head and replied politely, it's nothing. It's my job after all. Then she asked another question. Have you heard anything from the guild leader? Subaru didn't understand. Heard what? Asuka explained. We actually received a message. The moment she said the words Blue Zone, Subaru was startled. He immediately remembered the man named Isuki. In an instant, killing intent surged from his body. Did you say, from the Blue Zone? Asuka explained that they wanted to meet him once. Since they couldn't contact you directly, they emailed us. Subaru was surprised. They've already started reaching out? She hesitated. Perhaps they want to negotiate directly. Offer higher pay, better benefits, more conditions. Subaru clenched his fist tightly. Ignore it. Asuka hurriedly replied, yes, I understand. Wait, ignore it? Subaru spoke frankly. I have no intention of joining the Blue Zone, or any other guild. Suddenly, Asuka jumped up and raised her hands in celebration. She let out a sigh of relief, smiling brightly. I was really unsure whether I should tell you, but I'm glad I did. As she spoke, she gently walked toward the door. Then please enjoy the time until your collaboration. Watching her leave like that, Subaru muttered, she's celebrating like it's her own achievement. He removed his mask and said with amusement, a regular employee, yet she's this devoted to her company. She really is extraordinary. The scene shifted to a stadium. Two figures, Joe and Hawkeye, were talking quietly, as if whispering about a plan. Joe spoke first. So today's project is this? A talent comparison test. Old Narukami Subaru versus the new one. Hawkeye asked, what do you think? Sounds interesting, right? Joe replied calmly. Directly confronting your own statement is a bold approach, but if you lose, it'll be a devastating blow. You understand that, right? Hai didn't seem very concerned. I welcome it. There will be a result. I have to accept whatever happens to earn the viewer's trust. His eyes lit up with confidence. But have I ever lost a match? Joe laughed arrogantly. In the end, everything depends on Narukami. Hawkeye scratched his head. I guess so. Suddenly, the sound of high heels interrupted them. Leader Asuka and Subaru are here. She walked over smiling. You did well today. Joe greeted them warmly. Hello. Seeing Subaru, Hai felt extremely excited inside. The chance to become a rising star. He had finally met him. Subaru, meanwhile, looked around and thought, this place is huge. Did he rent it out? Hawkeye extended his hand. Nice to meet you. I'm streamer Hawkeye. Subaru shook his hand. I'm Narukami Subaru. I look forward to working with you. Hawkeye scratched his head shyly. Wow, it feels like meeting Narukami Subaru in real life. I'm really moved. I'm a fan. A hardcore fan. Subaru hurriedly explained. I'm still just a rookie nobody. I can't compare to you. Joe stepped in. Alright, save the formalities for after the stream starts. That's how streamers get acquainted. Hai suggested, then let's continue this on stream. The system panel immediately appeared. Hawkeye has started a live broadcast. He looked at the screen, waved, and smiled. Hello everyone, it's Hai. Thank you all for tuning in today. Instantly, status panels flooded the screen. Inside Hai's mind, a dark thought surfaced. He had heard the notification system was hot lately, but but the stream had already reached 12,000 viewers right from the start. He spoke loudly. Today is the moment you've all been waiting for. I've invited that person here. Subaru's feet stepped onto the arena floor. Hawkeye introduced him. This is Narukami Subaru. Subaru replied, "Hello everyone. I'm Narukami Subaru." Notifications kept flooding in. Hawkeye read the comments. "No, I haven't seen his face either. I heard even his manager hasn't. Narukami, do you have some secret?" Subaru scratched his face and replied, "No, it's not like that. And I'm handsome after all." Even Hai was shocked by the overwhelming interaction from the audience. This is even more lively than my own stream. As expected, the influence far exceeded expectations. Subaru continued interacting enthusiastically. "Sorry, but I won't lose to any of you. We're not fighting. This is just a friendly exchange." Hawkeye sighed inwardly. His response skills are even better than I imagined. Subaru continued answering. "A girlfriend? No. Friends? None either." Hearing that crucial news, Hasuka sighed in relief, leaving Joe helpless. After a while, Hai spoke up. "All right, let's stop teasing our guest of honor. Let's get to the main event." As soon as he finished speaking, the system announced, "The challenge will begin now." Suddenly, lights blazed on. Golem monsters began to activate. Thousands upon thousands of golems stood ready to charge into battle. Hai explained calmly. "Why did I choose this challenge? I'll explain." As the golem's feet began to move, he continued. "There are two reasons. First, it completely tests control." Then he spoke ambiguously. "The second reason is that I can prove whether what I said was right. Right here, right now." At that moment, Subaru received a notification. "Keikich has sent 100 reputation points. Do you really think you can win?" Subaru replied calmly. "If I weren't confident, I wouldn't have accepted the offer in the first place." The robots prepared to attack and their eyes lit up red, announcing the start of the battle, while comments ignited with encouragement and doubts about his ability to break the record on the first try. Subaru stood facing the robot army, looking at the scoreboard hanging above. Quests poured in from viewers, where one offered 10,000 credits if he managed to kill more than 43 robots with a harsh condition to reveal his face if he failed, which Subaru initially refused, considering it too early to risk revealing his identity. But soon, donations and similar quests poured in from other viewers, offering thousands of credits to see his face. So Subaru changed his mind and accepted the challenge, thanking the supporters and promising to reveal his face if he failed. One viewer noticed the penalty falls on Subaru alone, while the reward gets split, considering it unfair. So, Hawkeye agreed with this opinion and announced that all credits for this quest would go entirely to Subaru. With a confident smile, Hawkeye announced it was time to start, pressing the timer button that began counting down from 3 minutes. The robot swarm rushed towards Subaru from all directions. He activated the Thunder skill, which enveloped his body in a glowing golden aura, and began moving at supernatural speed, dodging attacks and dealing fatal blows, scoring his first kill in mere seconds. Hawkeye was stunned by the scene, not believing he was seeing the legendary power of thunder directly before his eyes. Subaru continued fighting fiercely, using his fist to destroy robots one after another at a fast and amazing pace. As time passed, the ferocity of the robots increased, their eyes glowing red, surrounding Subaru from every side. But he didn't retreat. Instead, he jumped high and began performing acrobatic moves in the air, applying the aerial combat style original Subaru was famous for, using robot bodies as jumping platforms. Then he drew his sword and surrounded it with his electric aura, harvesting more kills and reaching his counter to 26 kills. While more than half the time remained, Hawkeye and his manager watched his performance with fascination, while viewers predicted he would easily take second place and perhaps even succeed in breaking the record. Hawkeye looked at the arena where Subaru continued destroying robots, realizing that everyone who bet against him had lost their bet. With only 13 seconds left, his kill count reached 41, his eyes shining with intense focus. In the final moments, he intensified his attack to smash a robot and reach 42 kills, almost tying the record with only 5 seconds remaining. With only 3 seconds left, Subaru was surrounded by robots, his eyes shining with intense focus as he prepared for his final move. In the blink of an eye, and as the timer reached the last second, Subaru pounced on another robot with a swift and precise movement. At the moment, the timer announced the end of time. Challenge complete. Total kills 43. Record updated. First place, Narukami Subaru. Comments exploded. AoE 43? That's insane. He was just one short. This is history. Hai rushed over. 43! He tied with Narukami Subaru. It's a draw. So close! What do you all think? Comments flooded in again. I've got goosebumps. I thought he only got second place by luck. I didn't expect this at all. Roombling donated 100 reputation points. I was so scared I almost peed myself. I subscribed! Hai laughed. Thanks for the 100 points. Vitweeper Heist donated 200 points. Hai replied, you again? Please change your username already. But thanks. Mushroom Village donated 1,000 points. Hokai scratched his head. Are people asking if this is Narukami Subaru's live stream? Ah, no, it's not. Suddenly, Renhard donated 10,000 reputation points. Hokai froze when he saw the name. Seriously? Is that Ren? Probably fake. What if it's real? The 1/swordsman is here? It's real. Hai scratched his head awkwardly. Renhard, thank you for the 10,000 points. I can't believe a high ranker is watching. Subaru thought silently. The 1/swordsman? Dell's image flashed through his mind. Renhard donated another 1,000 points. I always watch your streams. Narukami Subaru's run inspired me. Hokai smiled. Really? I'm honored. Subaru glanced sideways. Why is he watching this stream? Did he find out about what I did to Isaac? Renat donated 1,000 points. I always watch your stream. Narukami Subaru, will you collaborate with me? Subaru froze as he looked at the screen. Comments appeared. Jose, this new guy is rising fast. I knew he'd blow up. Subaru didn't answer, only scratched his head awkwardly. Joe and Hasuka both signaled for him to accept. After hesitating, Subaru said, I need to focus on my challenges first, so I'll have to decline. Joe and Hasuka stared wide-eyed. Subaru bowed slightly. Sorry, I've used too much energy. Hi, could you end the stream for me? Huh? What? Hokai watched Subaru walk away. No, wait, Narukami, Joe called. Why did you refuse? That was a huge opportunity. Hasuka added, I'm shocked too. Subaru replied calmly. Is it really that important? Z was stunned. Collaborating with a ranked player, especially a high-ranked one, almost never happened. That's all? Z said blankly. If becoming a ranked player is that important, then I'll just become one myself. After saying that, Subaru simply looked at Hasuka and Joe. Hai suddenly broke the tension. Narukami, that performance exceeded expectations. I'll send your revenue share later. Since the stream's over, may I ask something? When you were fighting, you felt different, as if you weren't in your best condition. Were you injured? Subaru thought, so Heist noticed too. I thought I hit it well. Guess he really deserves the name HCK Ice. Hokai laughed. Trouble for you? Subaru replied in a low voice. The highlight of today's stream was whether I could surpass Narukami Subaru. That's where growth is shown. If I didn't win today, I'd only get a temporary boost, and the hype would fade. If I lost, people would say I was never a match for the real Narukami Subaru anyway. So this test needed an outcome where both sides stood on equal ground. A draw was the only optimal result. Hai hesitated. So if you wanted to, you could have beaten him? Subaru stepped aside slightly. Who knows? We can't change the result now. It all depends on how people interpret it. Come. Elsewhere, a furious hand slammed down. A flag bearing a lion emblem fluttered. A man smashed a table in half with a single punch. He was none other than rank 121, the Golden Lion Guildmaster, Ren. That insolent brat. His phone fell to the ground, showing the message. Viewer has left the live stream. Chang Hai rushed in after hearing the noise. Lord Ren, is something wrong? Ren's rage intensified. It's that Subaru Narukami you mentioned. The streamer? Chang Hai asked. Yes, that brat rejected my offer. Chang Hai hurried to flatter him. How arrogant to refuse an offer from you. Before he could finish, Ren continued. I planned to crush him publicly and silence those annoying rumors. I don't care about the reputation points I spent. What angers me is that a nobody rookie dared to wound my pride. Chang Hai silently picked up the phone and handed it back. Your phone, sir. Ren snatched it back. And what about the matter I entrusted to you? Chang Hai scratched his head. If you mean Isaac, we're searching as thoroughly as possible. But disappearing for a few days at his age isn't unheard of. Before he could finish, an invisible hand seized his throat. Chang Hai was lifted into the air, face turning purple. Ren coldly demanded, Are you mocking me too? I'm Air vanished. Tears and mucus streamed down Kang Hai's face. Ren waved his hand, and Kang Hai was hurled aside, crashing into the wall and cracking it. Ren stepped closer. Since when did you start questioning my orders? Terrified, Kang Hai knelt and begged, Please forgive me. I'll continue searching immediately. Come. Elsewhere, a phone vibrated with an incoming call from a superior. Uika stared at it, exhausted and unwilling to answer. But when she picked up, her tone brightened. Yes, hello. Good evening, manager. Zoe's voice came through full of reproach. Does my call annoy you that much? Where's your energy? At least talk to me the way you talk to Narukami. Here we go again, she thought. Zoe continued. We've built trust for years. Even if it's just business now. Uika-katun, didn't you call to propose collaboration with Ren? Yes, damn it. We can't miss this chance. Uika sighed. But what can we do? Zoe reassured her. I know, but he's still a climber. He knows this is a big opportunity. Why don't you try persuading him again as his manager? She answered seriously, Narukami Subaru cares more about climbing the tower than collaborations. Honestly, that mindset is correct for a player. Zoe half joked, half scolded. You only get excited when arguing with me. After a pause, Uika said, I'm hanging up. Wait! She ignored him and ended the call. Uika reflected silently. Even though I said that, this really would be a huge opportunity for him. She gathered her courage and knocked on the door. Narukami, maybe I'll try one more time, she encouraged herself. Suddenly, the door swung open. open, making her jump. Subaru spoke first. Uika. Seeing that he was still wearing his mask, she asked instinctively, "You're still wearing the mask?" Subaru replied calmly, "Yes, it's more comfortable this way." Then he asked, "Are you curious about my real face too?" Caught off guard, Uika stammered. No, I mean," she hurried to recover. "Well, it's just that the mask made viewers associate him with Subaru Narukami. I mean, obviously you are Subaru Narukami," Uika said, "but one day, you'll probably have to reveal your face." Suddenly, Subaru asked, "Why is everyone so obsessed with Subaru Narukami?" Uika thought seriously for a moment before explaining, "I can think of a few reasons. For example, he's an earthling with terrible stats, yet just by existing he feels incredibly cool. But more importantly, Subaru Narukami is our hope." Subaru still looked confused and asked what she meant. Uika recalled her memories and continued, "You might not know this, but when I first arrived at the tower, there was almost nothing. Monsters were everywhere, there was no food, no way to make money. Stability was an illusion. There was only one way to survive, and that was to climb. If you climbed, you earned reputation points. With reputation points, you could finally settle down and live. Little by little, people began to believe that this world could truly become ours. At that time, the greatest players left us hope that the tower could be conquered, that we could truly settle in this world. And the one who stood above all of them was Subaru Narukami. His achievements weren't just about climbing the tower. He was the first to prove that it was actually possible." Back in the present, Subaru asked skeptically, "Do you really think that way too?" Uika leaned closer to him playfully and replied in a teasing, ambiguous tone, "That's a secret, just like the face behind your mask. Maybe one day I'll tell you." Subaru quickly changed the subject. He opened the door and politely invited Uika. "Anyway, you came here for business, right? Sorry for bombarding you with questions. Please come inside so we can talk." Hearing that, Uika blushed deeply and hurriedly waved her hands. "It's nothing important. I'll be going now. Good night." With that, she turned and left. Subaru stood there, watching her disappear down the hallway. On the other side, Uika let out a quiet sigh of relief. After rambling on for so long, I don't even feel like persuading him anymore, she thought. Why does he always try to invite me inside? It makes my heart pound. Subaru remained standing by the door, muttering to himself, "Hope, huh? Come." The scene shifted to a white room. The system's voice echoed. "It's nice to see you again. Subaru Narukami love. Thank you for the 1,000 reputation points." Subaru replied calmly, "Today I hope we win as well." The system displayed, "Mission Villain. Golden Lion has donated 500 reputation points. You really don't plan to cooperate with Lord Ren?" J-Roll 3 donated 5,000 reputation points. "Nice to meet you. I'm Mondo from the JR Graco Guild. I have something important to discuss. Are you free?" On the livestream screen, Subaru sighed. Viewers continuously asked about his next decision. "Which faction are you joining on the 3rd floor? Are you going to keep going solo?" In his heart, Subaru thought that all this cooperation was madness. Viewers and donations kept pouring in non-stop. At this rate, if I give people what they want, they'll give me reputation points in return. As he was thinking, the system announced the initialization of the 3rd floor challenge. A panel appeared with 2 choices, Kingdom of Ottoman and Kingdom of Conrad. Faction alignment was almost everything in this floor's challenge. The 2 kingdoms hated each other, and Subaru's missions would change depending on the side he joined. Finally, the system displayed his choice. You have chosen the Kingdom of Conrad. Only about 3% of players chose Conrad, and there was a reason for that. Come. 3rd floor, Kingdom of Conrad, a resting place for mercenaries. The moment Subaru stepped in, a man noticed him with excited eyes. A newbie? Perfect timing. I was bored out of my mind. The man approached with clearly ill intentions. As the 2 brushed past each other, the man deliberately slammed his shoulder into Subaru. Unexpectedly, Subaru didn't fall. Instead, he shoved back, forcing the man to twist his foot to keep his balance. Subaru passed by like a gust of wind, not even glancing at the man's stunned expression. The man shouted angrily, "Watch where you're going!" Yet inwardly, he was shocked. He's strong. Seeing Subaru glance back, the man pushed his luck and yelled, "What the hell is your problem?" Subaru replied calmly, "You're the one with a problem. You rammed into me on purpose." Hearing that, the man's pride flared. He lunged forward and grabbed Subaru's collar. "You bastard! You're clearly just a lowly E rank. How dare you talk back to a B rank?" People nearby turned their attention to the commotion. "Huh? A fight? Who's the newbie?" Ken is bullying an E rank again," Subaru replied indifferently. "B rank? Perfect. Let me test something." Kane blinked in confusion. "Test what?" Before he could finish, lightning gathered around Subaru's legs. Subaru instantly drove his knee upward, delivering a vicious blow to the man's jaw, granting him a very distinctive dental arrangement. The man went limp, kicked into the air, and slammed flat onto the ground. The crowd was stunned. "Huh? What just happened?" "He flew back!" "Did I just see a flash of light? Was he sick or something?" "Even if he was sick, you don't fly like that." Amid the noisy crowd, One man kept his eyes fixed on Subaru. Others rushed forward angrily. Think you're tough now? He kicked Ken. I saw it. How dare an E-rank show off like this? You bastard! I'll tear that mask off your face, skin and all. In moments, Subaru was surrounded. One savage voice sneered, "This will be your grave." Newbie, huh? Subaru remained silent, his gaze cold as he observed them. After a brief but brutal struggle, the result was clear. Every one of them lay battered and bruised. Their earlier arrogance was replaced with fear. What the hell is he? He's not human. At that moment, someone approached him calmly. "You're strong, kid." The man extended his hand. "My name is Domon. I'm an appraiser." "Yeah." The man pounds his chest and introduces himself. "My name is Raymond. I'm a rank examiner." Raymond shakes his hand and explains, "I've never seen you around here before. What jobs have you completed so far?" As is well known, low-rank mercenaries can only accept very limited jobs. The chat quickly deduces the strategy and comments. He caused a scene just to speedrun jobs, and that low-rank vulture type was used. The system then displays the final objective. The narration explains the harsh reality. The third floor trial requires taking on multiple mercenary jobs and earning 10,000. The reward for completing a job as a low-rank mercenary is at most 50 points, which is why players usually get stuck here. Subaru coldly justifies his haste. "I had to take a shortcut. I can't afford to waste even a second. This isn't the time to slowly climb ranks." Raymond strokes his beard and mutters about shortcuts. "Hey, are you an otherworlder? Even so, I can't give you special treatment. Everything has its proper order." Subaru challenges him. "Then there should be a way to shorten that order. Does it really make sense to give special benefits to an otherworlder who'll eventually leave?" With a confident gaze, Subaru proposes, "There's only one way to clear the third floor trial all at once. I'll make your dream come true." Raymond looks at him with a tense expression. "What do you mean?" Subaru reveals his objective with absolute determination. "The Thunder Cave, I'll conquer it." Raymond screams in terror. "Wait, you mean that place?" "Only high-rank mercenaries can take that job." Subaru's eye glows beneath his mask. "I know. It's a battle of pride between Osman and Conrad over an unconquerable dungeon. Lightning illuminates the sinister tower known as the Thunder Cave, a special dungeon on the third floor that no player, mercenary, or knight has ever cleared in recorded history. The narration describes the geopolitical conflict. Between the kingdoms of Osman and Conrad lies a massive, impassable mountain range that the two nations have contested for decades. The strategic map highlights the importance of conquering the Thunder Cave, which would allow easy passage through the mountains and grant military superiority. Subaru makes a bold offer to the stunned examiner. "If you issue me a rank A status trial, I'll clear it. I swear I won't abuse it." Raymond nervously touches his mustache and murmurs in hesitation. Considering the proposal, Subaru's gaze darkens with silent menace. "If he rejects me here, this is going to get ugly. I'll have to take him down too if it comes to that." Under the pressure, Raymond yields. "Fine. I'll write you a letter of recommendation so you can join the raid." He tries to justify himself. Raid parties always need manpower. The chat breathes a sigh of relief. Raymond turns to leave, instructing him, "I'll bring the recommendation letter. Wait here for a bit." The raid party departs in 5 days. Mission windows immediately pop up. One shows Mion Dillon challenging him to solo Claren for 20,000 credits. Another mockingly appears, with Claire Chan layers offering 5,000 for the same thing. Subaru silently studies the system screens, calculating his timing. That's exactly when the third floor tournament ends. Did Blue Zone plan the tournament schedule with this in mind? Raymond stares at the ground and confesses, "Claren Cave of Thunder. Honestly, I'm still sort of desperate." Holding the scroll, he recalls bitter memories. "A challenge I took on when I was younger. I lost half my party." Subaru takes the document firmly. "That won't happen this time." Raymond blinks. "What?" Subaru raises the scroll and reveals his plan. "Because I'm planning to go alone." The chat explodes in disbelief. Raymond shouts in panic. "Are you out of your mind? Thunder Cave is meant for parties. You're saying you're going alone? They can barely gather 20 people to begin with." He sighs anxiously. "Honestly, it'll be tough. I assumed you already had companions." Subaru cuts him off. "I don't." His eye glows beneath the mask as he declares firmly, "No allies." Boots suddenly land hard on the edge of a rocky cliff. A hooded figure watches the stream and thinks, "Are you really planning to clear it alone?" He really is just like Subaru. On the broadcast, Subaru speaks bluntly. "Are you asking if I'll take other trials?" "No, I'm not interested in any." Then he adds casually, "That said, I'll be taking a break from streaming." Instant complaints flood in. A woman gasps. "Hey? No!" Seeing the farewell message, she clenches her device in frustration. "Just when I thought this would help kill time until the third floor." Suddenly she laughs brightly, blushing. "He really does resemble him." Her smile widens as she murmurs, "He walks his own path no matter what others say." She looks toward the cloudy horizon with nostalgia. It's like the real Subaru is streaming. She presses the phone to her chest, remembering. "Oh right, he's entering the tournament too, isn't he?" Peering over the cliff with a predatory gaze, she decides, "Maybe I'll stick around and chat with him a bit." A figure leaps from the cliff with malicious intent. "I hope he doesn't win." So. Atsuka walks cheerfully beside Subaru through the city and exclaims with satisfaction, "As expected. You really captured the original's vibe. Subaru thinks to himself. That's exactly how Narukami Subaru would act. Though viewers were cursing him non-stop, Atsuka argues enthusiastically. If you'd taken normal jobs, the stream wouldn't have felt so special, right? Subaru replies. You think so? That was thanks to your advice. She asks curiously. So what are you doing now? I'll hunt until the tournament. I don't know what kind of opponents might appear, so I want to level up a bit. He reflects seriously. I also want to test how much lightning I can use with my current stats and the performance of the Thunderheart. His eye shines with absolute determination. I'll never hand over the Thunder memory to anyone. So, a man storms down a hallway, fuming. Damn it, don't mess with me. Normally, when Blue Zone calls, people come running. How dare he make me come all the way here just to see him? Jinsaki reaches the door, grumbling. I don't care if it's thunder or whatever. Why the hell do I have to dance to the tune of a third-floor nobody? He kicks the door open arrogantly. Hey, I'm here. He waves casually as he enters. The man in front barely glances up from his phone. Drinks arrive at the table as the sunset light fills the tense room. Tae-Lee sits across from him and confirms. So you're Mr. Jinsaki from Blue Zone? I heard you wanted to discuss something with one of our streamers. Jinsaki answers impatiently, looking around. Yeah, but where's the guy who actually matters? Yeon responds calmly. He's not here. He's out on other business. Jinsaki leans back, irritated. Other business more important than this? Arrogant brat, Jeon replies coldly. That's private. We can't disclose it. More importantly, we already conveyed his wishes, didn't we? He states firmly. That's why he's not here. We plan to speak directly with him on this matter. Unfortunately, it will be difficult for you to meet him. Jinsaki grits his teeth. It's not that you can't. You just won't. He slams the table. If I go back without seeing Narukami, I'll be the one punished. Leaning forward, he sneers. You're just trying to keep your golden goose. Think carefully. Wouldn't Narukami, Subaru be far better off joining a major guild than streaming? He smiles provocatively. Don't you think so? John crosses his arms calmly. Who knows? Famous streamers earn just as much as top-ranked players these days. He continues. You occasionally meet players who are prejudiced against streaming as a profession. I've met that type myself. Jinsaki laughs mockingly. Careful. The way you're talking makes it sound like you're trying to make Blue Zone your enemy. John interlaces his fingers and declares, we prioritize our streamers' wishes above all else. Since Narukami's decision has been conveyed, our company will fully support it. Jinsaki points at him threateningly. For a man your age, you're painfully out of touch. Do you really think Blue Zone will stay quiet about this? John responds coldly, a terrifying darkness radiating from him. You're the one who doesn't understand. There are people in this world who cannot be bent by force or threats. He orders quietly. If you're done talking, get out. Jinsaki freezes, drenched in cold sweat. What the hell? That overwhelming mana. He stumbles back, then explodes in rage. Get out, you say? Do you know who you're talking to? John simply waves his hand dismissively. Jinsaki storms out, shouting threats over his shoulder. You'll regret this. I swear it! John watches with crossed arms and a mocking smile. Oh my, how terrifying. The scene shifts to 3 days after the announcement. On the 3rd floor of the Sky Serpent's Nest dungeon, our hero stood face to face with a massive serpent. The creature was enormous and extremely vicious in appearance. Its huge fangs were stained with blood, and its eyes glowed with a crimson-red light. The serpent was shocked that such a small human dared to challenge it. But the serpent had already made a fatal mistake. It had underestimated Subaru. Without any hesitation, Subaru drew his demonic sword and began channeling thunder through it, activating its power. In the very next moment, he unleashed a massive slash straight at the Sky Serpent's face, making it hiss loudly in pain. The serpent couldn't understand how a mere human could inflict such heavy damage, and it was forced to fight back. The battle began. The serpent roared in rage, but before it could properly launch a counterattack, Subaru struck again. With just one more slash, the beast suffered even more severe damage. The serpent began to stagger, its massive body trembling violently. Subaru then stood calmly, his posture alone reflecting his overwhelming confidence. He sheathed his demonic sword onto his back and thought to himself whether this test run was enough, or if he should end the fight right here. In the next instant, he stepped forward and leaped toward the serpent. His eyes shone with a yellow light, filled with nothing but pure killing intent. Subaru propelled himself through the air, and as the serpent opened its mouth, it became clear that he intended to attack from the inside. Once again channeling thunder, Subaru crashed directly into the serpent. Lightning exploded in every direction, flooding the entire dungeon with blinding light. The scene became so bright that the intensity of the thunder could have stolen anyone's eyesight. Finally, a system notification appeared, informing Subaru that he had defeated the Sky Serpent boss. He leveled up, and his strength, stamina, and concentration each increased by 1 point. The scene shifts again. Subaru was now sitting atop the lifeless body of the Sky Serpent. Compared to the creature's massive corpse, even the cave looked small. That's when his attention was drawn to something glowing nearby. It was one of the Sky Serpent's fangs, shining in a crimson-red color, resembling a precious gemstone. Subaru wondered if it could sell for 10,000 credits. He recalled that 20 years ago, it used to be worth about that much. Setting the fang aside, he opened his status window. Subaru was now level 35. His strength, stamina, and mana were all at 36. Speed was 33, and concentration was 30. He couldn't believe that he had gained 9 levels in just 3 days. He decided that this was enough for today, and that he shouldn't give in to greed. He knew his friend Soya was waiting for him, and that he needed to focus on avenging his friend. As this thought crossed his mind, Subaru's expression turned serious. The scene shifts once more. We see the cute and elegant Hatsuka, who looked even more radiant than usual today in a beautiful dress. She waved at Subaru as he walked in and sat down at the cafe. Seeing the big smile on her face, Subaru thought that maybe something good had happened. Hatsuka's face was glowing as she asked Subaru if he had seen it. Confused, Subaru asked what she meant, but Hatsuka quickly realized that he probably hadn't noticed yet. Subaru asked again what she was talking about. Hatsuka explained that she was referring to the collaboration video. In his typical style, Subaru replied that he had been so busy grinding that he didn't even have time to watch the video. Hatsuka calmed herself and smiled, saying that this was completely normal for Narukami Subaru. His nonchalant nature and habit of putting training above everything else were what made him who he was. Still, Hatsuka felt that there was something different about this Subaru compared to the original one. She pulled an envelope out of her bag and asked Subaru to check it. Subaru opened the envelope and was left slightly shocked. Hatsuka told him that it contained the revenue statement from her recent collaboration, Stream with Hawkeyes. Subaru was stunned to see that he had earned nearly 50,000 credits, which was far more than expected based on his D-Stream performance. Hatsuka told him that this was something she would never. She said she could have given it to him earlier as well. But today there was another reason she wanted to meet him. Subaru immediately became interested and listened carefully as Hatsuka began to speak, her cheeks turning slightly red. She told him that she knew a guy named Kai, someone who was really into gambling. Because of him, she had come across something interesting. The hesitation on her face was obvious, as if she didn't even want to mention it. Hatsuka explained that there exists a kind of gambling where people place bets on players, betting on who will win. The player with higher chances of winning has a lower payout rate. That means the return is smaller. But because of the player's skill, the outcome is considered more reliable. What shocked Subaru was the fact that his current payout rate was 6.1 times. However, there was another player whose payout rate was only 1.2 times, making him the absolute favorite. Driven by curiosity, Subaru asked who that guy was. Hatsuka told him about Omar, a Blue Zone player who had been stuck on the 3rd floor of the Cave of Thunder for 10 years, completely obsessed with clearing it. Because of this insane fixation, Omar became famous, even though he was neither a streamer nor a ranked player. According to Hatsuka, Omar was probably scheming right now to somehow meet Subaru. Subaru's announcement on stream about solo clearing the Cave of Thunder felt to Omar like mockery, like laughing at and trampling over 10 years of his effort. At that moment, Subaru suddenly dropped the topic and told Hatsuka that she was standing way too close to him, which put them in a rather compromising position. Hearing this, Hatsuka immediately became self-aware. She started blushing from head to toe and, embarrassed, quickly turned around and returned to her seat. Still, she continued, speaking and explained that with the Cave of Thunder challenge being positioned between the upcoming tournament and the next trial, there was a very real chance that Subaru would end up facing Omar. She said she only wanted to warn him and tell him to be careful. After the conversation ended, the scene shifted to the 3rd floor of Ortonel. The streets were lined with large, old-looking buildings, and horse-drawn carriages moved constantly along the roads. Inside one such carriage, a few people were talking about how tomorrow was finally the day they would meet that bastard, who had been boasting about solo clearing the Cave of Thunder. Inside the carriage were 2 men, one carrying a spear and the other wielding a sword. The swordsman told the man beside him that Subaru was just spouting nonsense because he didn't even understand what the Cave of Thunder truly was. He told him not to take those words to heart. That man was none other than Captain Omar. Omar sat quietly, continuously flipping a gold coin in his hand to calm his anxiety. Calmly, he told his subordinate that those things didn't bother him. After all, Subaru was known for bragging, but the others continued talking, saying that Subaru's career would be short-lived and that he was only progressing so fast because he had become the new Master of Thunder, something they had all been waiting for a long time. Even so, they believed Subaru was getting carried away. Just because he had mastered Thunder, that boy had started thinking of himself as the real Narukami Subaru. As the subordinates continued bad-mouthing Subaru, Omar immediately stopped them. He said that this was not the time for envy or jealousy. Belittling someone or dismissing their achievements as nonsense was absolutely wrong. One bold subordinate hesitantly asked what they should do instead. Should they show respect? Omar clenched the coin tightly in his hand once again and said that if necessary, he was ready to give Subaru respect without any hesitation. The subordinates were stunned when they heard this. That's when they noticed that the coin Omar had been flipping for so long was now bent almost in half from the pressure of his grip. In that moment, they realized that although Omar was speaking calmly, his pride had been completely shattered. And that was dangerous, because the streamer they had seen was casually making big claims. They wondered how Subaru would take responsibility for his words when facing a monster like Omar, a man who had dedicated his entire life to clearing the Cave of Thunder. The scene shifts once again. We see Subaru's demonic sword and Narukami Subaru's mask resting on a table. Subaru was completely focused, reading everything he could about Omar. He realized that the man was truly obsessed and had started standing out around 5 years ago. He had entered the blue zone around the same time. But what truly shocked Subaru was that Omar had immediately taken center stage in the Cave of Thunder challenge. He had already progressed deep into the cave and was now just one step away from clearing it. Subaru finally understood why Keijo had looked so confident while hosting the tournament. If there was an internal favorite to win the tournament, that explained a lot. Still, Subaru simply smiled and silently apologized to Keijo in his heart. He really was back in action now, fully prepared to see whether Keijo would be able to handle his next move or not. The scene shifts once again. The entire marketplace was decorated and far more crowded than usual. Nearby, a shopkeeper was telling a hunter that no matter how good the material might have been originally, in this condition, it wouldn't fetch much money. The hunter's work had been sloppy, and the hide was covered in scratches. The shopkeeper offered him 15,500 credits. The hunter hesitated, but he desperately needed the money. The shopkeeper knew this and bluntly told him to either take the offer or leave, because this was his final price. Reluctantly, the hunter agreed and took the 15,500 credits. As the shopkeeper rolled up the hide, he thought to himself how lucky he was. Red roll hides self-repair over time and are extremely valuable, but very few people knew that. He regularly took advantage of people's ignorance like this. Just as he finished rolling the hide, a red crystal-like fang was suddenly placed on his table. The one who placed it there was none other than Subaru. The shopkeeper froze and immediately realized that it was a sky serpent fang. Subaru calmly asked how much he was willing to pay for it. The shopkeeper inspected the fang and discovered that it was flawless S+ material with almost no damage. Still, the man smiled, thinking that the boy had chosen the wrong person to negotiate with. He began praising its condition, saying how excellent it was, and explained that sky fangs were generally considered high B to A rank materials. But as always, he started making excuses. He pointed out a tiny scratch and claimed that the product didn't meet the highest rank standards. He added that Subaru's timing was very unfortunate, because recently the supply of sky serpent fangs had increased, causing demand to drop sharply. The shopkeeper pulled out his tablet, typed in 8,000, and showed it to Subaru, saying that since he was in a good mood today, he was willing to sweeten the deal. Subaru recalled prices from 20 years ago and thought that 8,000 credits wasn't actually that bad. Suddenly a voice came from behind Subaru. The voice said that in this condition, the Sky Fang was worth at least 15,000 credits, because Sky Serpent Fangs were extremely rare and usually sold at the seller's asking price. Subaru turned around, and the shopkeeper turned pale with fear. Standing there was none other than Omar, slowly walking towards Subaru. His gigantic build dominated the surrounding space. And despite his intimidating presence, Omar was also handsome. He studied Subaru carefully, wondering whether the boy standing before him was truly Narukami Subaru. At the same moment, Subaru also realized that the man in front of him was Omar. The scene shifts to the third-floor cafe once again, where we see Subaru and Omar sitting across from each other talking. Subaru wanted to get straight to the point, while the people standing nearby wondered what a man like Snyder was doing in such a small cafe. One thing was clear in Subaru's mind: they were not buddies who could casually chill in a date-like setting. On top of that, Subaru didn't like prefaces at all. Meanwhile, Snyder was enjoying himself thoroughly, drinking cup after cup. Finally, the man spoke up, asking how Subaru had claimed that he would clear the Cave of Thunder. Subaru didn't see any problem with that and wondered what the issue was. Snyder explained that at first, he had thought Subaru was just a cocky drifter. That had been his first impression, because someone who had just reached the third floor suddenly stepping in and claiming he would clear the Cave of Thunder sounded ridiculous. Subaru asked whether Snyder's mind had changed now. The man emphasized that he was still 50% convinced and 50% against it. Because of that, Snyder had decided to give Subaru half of his respect, acknowledging that the boy had talent, and overflowing talent at that. Even so, he still couldn't believe that Subaru was being compared to the real Narukami Subaru. Meanwhile, Subaru kept scanning Snyder again and again. At first, he had thought Snyder was just a weirdo, but now he could see that the man's eyes were completely serious. Subaru immediately asked whether Snyder kept dragging him to the same cafe again and again just to get a sticker of bravery and some praise. Snyder immediately replied that he had a proposal. Suddenly, the man looked furious. His eyes glowed blue, filled with something like killing intent. He told Subaru that everything he had blurted out that day about solo clearing the Cave of Thunder should be taken back, calling it arrogance born out of ignorance. Snyder demanded that Subaru start a stream and publicly apologize. Subaru calmly pointed out that this didn't sound like a proposal at all. Snyder contradicted him, saying that he wasn't asking Subaru to do it right now. Instead, he would beat Subaru in the upcoming tournament. And that would be the moment when Subaru would clearly admit his immaturity. That would be the moment when Subaru would bow his head. Sighing at Snyder's childish nature, Subaru agreed. He told the man that if he won, Snyder would have to hand over everything he knew about the Spirit Cave without leaving out a single detail. But since Snyder had started this in the first place, Subaru said that this condition should be the bare minimum. Laughing, Snyder stood up from the table and left, telling Subaru that there was no problem with that because the question of losing didn't even exist. Especially not to a boy who was pretending to be Narukami Subaru. As Snyder walked away, Subaru stood up in his place and began analyzing the situation. He knew that Snyder wasn't an enemy to be taken lightly. Those 10 years hadn't been wasted. The scene shifts to the building of Azure Sky Entertainment Company. Hatsuka's friend was watching the stream while checking notifications, knowing that more than 10,000 people were going to attend the tournament because the prize was a relic. It was obvious that the turnout would be insane. He was convinced that if this tournament had taken place when he was still on the 3rd floor, he would have joined at least once. As he checked the list of contenders, he realized that Subaru was volatile, but the others were strong as well. Snyder, however, was also a proven high-yield investment for betting. He was just about to click on Snyder and place his bet, knowing that with so many participants, the outcome was basically obvious. Even though the odds were only 1.2x, professional bettors focused on reliability, not profitability. He was about to put in all his money, thinking that gambling was the fastest road to ruin, when he suddenly received a call from Hatsuka. Without thinking, he tapped the receive button. Startled, he threw the tablet onto the table, where it slammed loudly, and told Hatsuka that she had scared him badly. He began wondering if Hatsuka was spying on him, but he didn't really care. Instead, he asked what she was doing. The man was terrified, thinking about how she could have found out that he was betting again. He even wondered if she had planted a bug in his office or in his ear. On the other side, Hatsuka started thinking whether this guy was crazy. She gently said that she had something to tell him and asked what he was doing. Not in real life, but inside that app where he spent his money. The man was shocked when he heard that Hatsuka herself was planning to place a bet. When she told him that she was going to bet on Narukami Subaru, he was completely taken aback. He thought Hatsuka was an idiot and wondered whether she even understood how precious credits were. Then we see Hatsuka once again, beautifully dressed, properly showing off all her important features. She asked whether the man was suggesting that Narukami Subaru was going to lose. Hearing this, the man clarified that it wasn't that Subaru was being underestimated. Instead, before calculating odds, they always analyzed fighting styles, strengths, and payout rates. He explained that Omar Snyder was no longer someone who belonged on the 3rd floor, and his strength was far superior now. People even said that Snyder had accomplished far more on the 3rd floor than the original Subaru ever had. There was no way a streamer who had only arrived recently could defeat Snyder, who had been grinding continuously for 10 years. To him, it sounded like a fairy tale level fantasy. As the man kept ranting, Hatsuka simply wanted him to shut up. She asked whether he was willing to place a bet against her, staking his entire month's paycheck. The man immediately agreed. But suddenly, Hatsuka sensed a serious aura nearby. It was coming from a cloaked individual who crossed her path. Hatsuka turned around and abruptly cut the call, leaving the man in the middle of finalizing the deal. He was confused, wondering who that cloaked person was, why Hatsuka had hung up without a word, and why she had suddenly started talking about gambling. He began to wonder if something had happened that had changed the odds. The scene shifts to the bustling marketplace, where Snyder was walking with his subordinate. The minion asked about Subaru, and Snyder confidently replied that the boy wasn't an amateur and knew how to handle himself. Still, the minion suggested that because of that, their captain might end up losing. This irritated Snyder, but he didn't say anything. He simply clenched his teeth and stated that after meeting Subaru in person, he was certain that there was no way he would lose. He absolutely could not allow himself to be defeated by a child. On top of that, the same cloaked individual was observing Snyder as he moved through the market. That person was none other than Rina, who immediately realized that Snyder's mana was no joke. She thought to herself that if she wanted to obtain the shoes, she would have to defeat him eventually. Confident in her own strength, she smiled quietly. The scene then shifts to the day of the tournament. Chairs were being filled everywhere as people gathered to watch the fights. Inside the Eternal Coliseum, Subaru slowly walked toward the main arena. The moment he opened the gate, he was met by a massive crowd cheering loudly for the contenders. Everyone was thrilled to see Narukami Subaru in person. They couldn't believe that the streamer everyone had been talking about was actually competing. Voting had finally closed, and Subaru was ranked second as a potential winner. People began wondering who had taken first place. On the opposite side, another gate opened and the massive Omar Snyder entered. A confident aura surrounded him. However, the moment he saw Subaru, he turned his face away. The crowd erupted into cheers for Snyder. Many beautiful women were among them. Women who dreamed of meeting him at least once in their lives. since he was famous for his stamina. The Colosseum roared like a massive soundbox as fireworks shot into the sky. Suddenly, a woman appeared at the center of the arena. Thanking the audience for their patience, she introduced herself as Mizuhara of the Blue Zone, announcing that she would serve as the host for today's tournament. She explained that the competition would be divided into qualifiers and the main event. Then came the moment everyone had been waiting for, the reveal of the prize for the sole champion of the main event. They were the shoes once worn by Soya himself, a symbol of the Blue Zone's pride and a legendary relic known as Terra Lila. As the beautiful shoes floated in the air, the crowd erupted into cheers. Mizuhara confirmed that the shoes were real. As Subaru stared at the prize, he whispered to his deceased friend. He told him to wait, because he had sworn that he would reclaim those shoes. In the audience, we see both Hatsuka and the cloaked woman, Rina. Hatsuka began to blush deeply, thinking that Narukami Subaru was about to restart his dream. However, when she noticed the cloaked woman again, she realized that they had met before. This time, Rina was wearing a Narukami mask, only now it was red, and with every passing second, she was growing angrier and angrier. The moment Narukami Subaru steps onto the field, he finally turns on his live stream, and the response is explosive. Cheers erupt from every direction as the screen floods with messages. The viewer count skyrockets past 3,000 in an instant. Climbing so fast, Subaru can barely process it. Smiling awkwardly, he apologizes for disappearing without any prior notice. Instead of complaints, the chat explodes with laughter, telling him they were already watching him live in the stadium and on the stream. At the same time, double the screens, double the hype. Only then does Subaru truly realize just how excited everyone is. The chat scrolls faster than his eyes can track, messages overlapping in pure chaos. Just as he struggles to respond, a sudden roar rises from the audience. A massive notification flashes. 30,000 credits dropped at once. Subaru freezes for a second before his blood starts pumping. Grinning widely, he draws his demonic sword, its ominous aura rippling through the air, and bows slightly toward the camera, sincerely thanking the viewers for their overwhelming support. At that exact moment, Mizuha lets out a light, confident laugh and announces the official start of the tournament. Firecrackers burst across the sky, exploding into dazzling patterns of light. As the echoes fade, she slowly opens a green-colored portal, its surface rippling like liquid emerald. The world itself begins to shift. The ground trembles, the air vibrates, and the entire area starts terraforming. A vast green aura spreads outward, engulfing the stadium completely. The crowd is struck silent, then erupts again, this time in shock and fear. This isn't ordinary magic. This is a next-level phenomenon. Something people expect only from the Blue Zone elites. Even Subaru feels a chill run down his spine. He knows abilities on this scale don't come overnight. They demand relentless training, terrifying talent, and years of mastery. By the time the transformation ends, the arena is unrecognizable. The sky now glows green, studded with countless shimmering stars. A notification materializes before Subaru's eyes, confirming what he already feels in his bones. He has officially entered the preliminaries. The perspective shifts to a wide aerial view. The stadium is now fully sealed within a massive green spherical barrier, isolating it from the outside world. Inside, the terrain has transformed into a vast forest-like zone, dense with life and danger. Moments later, the rules echo throughout the arena. If you die, you are eliminated. Everyone except yourself is an enemy. This round ends only when exactly 1,000 survivors remain. Subaru's expression tightens when he sees the participant count over 10,000 people. Reducing that number by 10 times is no small task. It dawns on him that this is a solo match, with no alliances guaranteed and no mercy promised. Reasoning that no one would target him specifically during the early stages, Subaru decides to conserve his strength and observe. But then the chat drops a bombshell. The audience informs him that killing one opponent earns 1 credit. Subaru blinks, stunned. Before he can even process that, another viewer matches the offer. Now it's 200 credits per kill. The numbers keep climbing, the chat roaring louder with every second. And then comes the final shock, defeating. Omar Snyder will grant an additional 10,000 credits. Subaru stares at the screen, completely speechless. His heart pounds as a single thought echoes through his mind. Just how many credits do these people actually have? Suddenly, Subaru feels a sharp chill crawl up his spine. His instincts scream danger. Someone is behind him. 1 inch away, an assassin-type adventurer had slipped through the chaos, timing his approach perfectly, betting everything on a single opening. But the moment never comes. Subaru moves as if he had already seen the future. His body twists effortlessly, the blade missing him by a hair's breadth. The assassin's eyes widen in disbelief. He knew targeting Narukami Subaru at the very start was suicidal, brutal beyond reason, yet greed had clouded his judgment. After all, 200 credits per kill were practically floating around Subaru like bait. What the man didn't realize was that Subaru had already drawn his demonic sword the moment the killing intent brushed against him. The sword hummed quietly, eager. The assassin's gamble ended before it ever truly began. Time flows on, soaked in blood and chaos. The number of survivors steadily drops, 9,500, 9,000, A500, screams echo through the forest-like arena, and the preliminaries begin to show their true nature. Elsewhere in the transformed zone, a single figure advances with crushing presence. Omar Snyder. He moves forward like a war hero walking through a battlefield already decided. Small-time players don't even register in his vision. His gaze is locked onto one name, Narukami Subaru. His resolve is ironclad. If necessary, he is ready to fight until death. Without warning, an attack comes flying toward him. At the last possible instant, Snyder shifts to the side. The arrow grazes past him, slicing the air. He turns his head slightly and spots the attacker. An archer hidden within the bushes. The archer's heart sinks. He had been convinced the shot was perfect. Convinced that he had finally found his moment. He had overestimated himself. Before Snyder can even move, more figures emerge from the shadows behind him. A group. They had planned this carefully. A coordinated ambush. Their goal was simple. Take down Omar Snyder together and carve their names into the third floor's history. A few among them still had their senses intact. Seeing how effortlessly Snyder had dodged the arrow, they immediately whispered for a retreat. This was a mistake. A fatal one. But stupidity speaks louder than reason. Some scoffed, laughing and cursing Snyder openly. They brushed off the warnings, claiming this was just a numbers game. Mocking him, they said he was nothing more than a relic. Someone who had rotted on the third floor for 10 years. A man whose strength had long since faded. The scene narrows to Snyder. He stands still, calm, silent. Then he speaks. Their plan, he admits, wasn't entirely bad. They had simply chosen the wrong opponent to test it on. One man, bold and arrogant, steps forward. Sneering, he tells Snyder that he's talking too much for someone about to die. Those were his last words. In a single instant, his head is severed from his body. It spins through the air as a fountain of red erupts, splattering across the ground and painting the forest floor in horror. Silence falls. The remaining men freeze, even though they witnessed it themselves. Their minds refuse to accept what just happened. Snyder had killed him with a spear from impossibly far away. And now, that same spear is spinning in Snyder's hand, rotating in a perfect circle. The air itself trembles as visible airwaves spiral outward, screaming with lethal pressure. Snyder looks at them coldly and speaks again, his voice carrying the weight of countless battles. He tells them he has seen punks like them more times than he can count, and in front of him, they are nothing more than ants. After saying those words, Snyder brings his spinning spear to a sudden halt, and then, in the next instant, he erupts into motion. His body blurs as he launches himself forward, attacking every single one of them. There is no hesitation, no wasted movement. One by one, their bodies are torn apart, crushed, pierced, and shattered beyond recognition. Blood stains the forest floor as screams are cut short almost immediately. What was supposed to be a coordinated attack ends in total annihilation. When it is finally over, Snyder stands alone among the remains. He calmly tells anyone who might still be watching that shortcuts don't work in the tower. Here, tricks, numbers, and borrowed confidence mean nothing. In this place, only one's own strength can protect them. At that moment, Omar Snyder looks less like a human and more like a devil incarnate. He continues spinning his spear effortlessly, and that alone is enough to crush the spirit of anyone nearby. The people watching from the hall can only stare in silence, their throats dry, unable to look away. The screen stays locked onto Snyder as he carries out what can only be described as a one-sided massacre. His spear techniques are precise, refined, and terrifyingly efficient. Even when one of the attackers' so-called leaders desperately shouts that this is just an exam and that everyone should calm down, it changes nothing. Everyone already understands the truth. This is no longer a fight. This is an execution. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the hall, Rina watches the broadcast closely, her face hidden behind Narukami Subaru's mask. As she observes Snyder's movements, her expression grows serious. Among all the players in the preliminaries, Snyder is clearly on a completely different level. If he continues climbing the tower, there's no doubt he'll eventually reach the very top ranks. But Rina's focus suddenly snaps. Her mood turns sour the moment she hears Hatsuka's voice. Hatsuka looks as beautiful and energetic as ever, shouting loudly and cheerfully, telling Subaru to fight harder and mocking his enemies as cowards. Every word irritates Rina to no end. She clenches her fist beneath her cloak, deeply annoyed. Rina notices that Hatsuka is watching Subaru's stream intently. At the same time, Hatsuka's eyes drift toward the cloaked girl who had casually mentioned Narukami Subaru by name. Hatsuka tilts her head slightly, curious. Does this woman know him? Then Hatsuka smiles. She quickly dismisses the thought, assuming the cloaked girl must just be another fan of their boy. Rina, hearing this assumption, silently agrees, relieved that the misunderstanding works in her favor. As always, Hatsuka begins her usual rambling, proudly declaring that she's been a fan for 20 years and casually introducing herself as Hatsuka. But beneath her cheerful chatter lies intent. She's trying to learn the cloaked girl's name in return. Rina freezes. For the first time, she finds herself trapped in an awkward situation she didn't anticipate. The scene shifts once more. A system update flashes across the screen. 13-3-42 survivors remaining. The match is nearing its end, and only a few minutes are left before the preliminaries conclude. Back inside the forest, Subaru moves quietly between the trees. He tilts his head slightly, wondering about his current kill count. The chat answers almost instantly. 98 kills. Subaru raises an eyebrow as he surveys his surroundings. The forest feels emptier now. The number of players has clearly dropped, and he can sense that the preliminaries are almost over. And yet, his greed kicks in. Just like always, 200 credits per head suddenly feels underwhelming. Even after killing 98 people, he wouldn't even break 20,000 credits. Subaru clicks his tongue in mild dissatisfaction. Then, a spark of inspiration flashes through his eyes. A dangerous smile forms on his face. If people won't come to him, he'll just make them come instead. With that thought, Subaru prepares to announce his location, planning to lure in more players and push his kill count even higher. The chat explodes in disbelief. Everyone else in the arena is desperately hiding, suppressing their presence, praying to survive the final moments of the preliminaries. And yet here is Narukami Subaru, doing the exact opposite, openly pulling aggro onto himself without a shred of hesitation. Viewers call him insane, reckless, suicidal, and at the same time, they can't look away. Subaru raises his demonic sword. Thunder responds. Black and yellow lightning coil around the blade as his thunder skill activates, roaring like a living beast. With a single swing, the demonic sword cleaves forward. Trees are sliced apart cleanly, falling in a perfectly straight line as if reality itself had been cut. The shockwave rips through the forest, the ground trembling beneath the sheer force. The entire arena shakes from that one attack. There is no hiding it. On the far side of the battlefield, Omar Snyder feels it immediately. The surge of energy crashes into his senses like a beacon. He doesn't need to think twice. There is only one person capable of releasing power like that. Narukami Subaru. At Snyder's feet lie the bodies of those who thought they could outsmart him, people who believed numbers and cheap tricks could bridge the gap between them and true strength. The last fool who tried to ambush him collapses as Snyder drives his spear straight through his chest. As the body falls, Snyder's eyes ignite with a blue glow, dense killing intent pouring out uncontrollably. Rage surges through him as realization hits. He has finally found Subaru. But then, Snyder freezes. Standing right in front of him, as if he had always been there, is Narukami Subaru himself. The air between them crackles violently. Subaru had tracked Snyder's energy just as easily. With a calm grin, Subaru speaks first. Looks like I found you before you found me. The chat goes absolutely wild. Viewers flood the screen with messages, fully convinced that Subaru will crush Snyder and walk away with an easy 10,000 credits. To them it feels inevitable, but Subaru knows better, and so does Snyder. The two of them can feel it, the pressure, the weight of each other's presence. They are standing on the same level. One mistake would mean death. Neither can afford to underestimate the other. Snyder laughs, genuinely pleased. There's no reason to drag this out any longer. And so, in the heart of the green-lit forest, Narukami Subaru and Omar Snyder stand face to face, their killing intent colliding like storms, ready to begin their duel. But even as the tension peaks, time keeps ticking. Only 1202 survivors remained. Subaru knew the rules all too well. By the time the preliminaries ended, only 200 would be left standing. That was precisely why he had no intention of dragging this out any longer. He needed to finish this quickly. Unfortunately, Omar Snyder wasn't giving him even the slightest opening. One spear after another flew straight toward Subaru's face with merciless precision. There was no warning, no hesitation, only relentless attacks meant to kill. Subaru barely managed to dodge at the very last instant each time. Even so, cold sweat began to beat across his body as he witnessed the aftermath of those strikes. Every spear that missed him obliterated the trees behind him, reducing thick trunks to shattered debris. The sheer destructive power was terrifying. Subaru understood instantly. If even a single one of those attacks landed, it would be fatal. Snyder, on the other hand, still had room to breathe. After all, 200 participants were still alive. Time was on his side. As the seconds passed, Subaru continued to analyze him carefully. That was when he realized something crucial. These spear attacks weren't skills at all. They were pure technique, refined to a frightening degree. There was no flashy energy, no activation tell. The moment he took his eyes off the spear's tip, even for an instant he would die. Once again, Snyder began spinning his spear. It rotated so fast it resembled the blades of a helicopter, slicing through the air with a deafening roar. Subaru felt something was wrong immediately. The spear was reaching distances it had no right to reach. The air pressure alone surged outward violently, slamming into Subaru's body and nearly blowing him off his feet. He braced himself, tightening his stance and guarding his core, barely managing to stabilize his body, and then another slash came flying toward him. Without hesitation, Subaru activated the demon blade, pouring stamina into it. His strength surged instantly, increasing in direct proportion to the stamina consumed. At the same time, he activated Greed Scale Level 4 to suppress the demon blade's secondary effects that threatened to tear his body apart from within. Even then, he only barely managed to counter the attack, deflecting the slash just enough to send it tearing off in another direction. Seizing the opening, Subaru jumped in to attack. But the moment he moved, he realized Snyder was already 2 steps ahead of him. The spear was already in motion, charging straight towards Subaru's chest with lethal intent. Subaru refused to give up, twisting his body sideways at the last possible moment. He delivered a spinning kick aimed directly at Snyder's face. Snyder deflected it effortlessly. In the same breath, he retaliated with a vicious slash, attempting to overwhelm Subaru completely. Still, Subaru held his ground. He forced his posture steady and clashed Snyder's spear head-on with his demonic sword. Steel screamed against steel as he charged forward, countering attack after attack. Each clash sent shockwaves through his arms, and his stamina drained at a frightening pace. Finally, after a particularly brutal exchange, Subaru unleashed a decisive strike that forced Snyder backward. For the first time, Subaru gained a brief moment to breathe. Snyder stood there calmly. There wasn't even the slightest hint of fatigue on his face. He tilted his head slightly, confusion flickering through his eyes. He wondered why Subaru still hadn't used his thunder skill. After observing him for so long, Snyder was certain Subaru possessed it. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, he asked him directly. Subaru took a deep breath, steadying himself, and replied coolly, "Using thunder in the preliminaries would be a waste. After all, this match was going to end soon anyway." Those words struck Snyder like an insult carved straight into his pride. He glanced around the battlefield and saw that the number of Survivor 1 of 7 remain only. Hearing Subaru casually declare that using thunder on him would be a waste made, Snyder grind his teeth in uncontrollable rage. His eyes were on the verge of bursting from their sockets. Snyder couldn't tell whether Subaru was deliberately stalling or simply refusing to fight seriously. The uncertainty only fueled his rage. Without another word, the two clashed once again. This time, however, Subaru perfectly deflected Snyder's spear. The moment their weapons met, Subaru felt it. Clean, precise, flawless. Inside his mask, he laughed quietly to himself. What's wrong with this guy? He wondered. Is he seriously going all out in the preliminaries? Snyder, meanwhile, was burning with fury. Yet, no matter how intense their exchange became, the number of survivors kept dropping. One by one, participants were eliminated, until the count finally reached 1,000. That number marked the end of the preliminaries. The moment the announcement echoed through the battlefield, all combat was forcibly halted. Snyder and Subaru both stopped and took a step back, forcibly calming themselves as the system intervened. Snyder broke into a smile. He told Subaru to be ready the next time they met. Subaru, on the other hand, felt a tinge of bitterness. He had been so close. Now he would have to wait longer for those 10,000 credits. As if on cue, a system notification appeared, informing all remaining players that they were being transferred to the waiting room. The scene shifted. The waiting room turned out to be a vast virtual space, filled with floating windows and glowing notifications. As Subaru looked around, several messages appeared in front of him, informing him that every player had been granted a 30-minute break before the next round. Only then did Subaru truly take stock of himself. His hands were trembling. The realization settled deep in his chest. Snyder had pushed him right to the edge. That fight had been far more dangerous than he wanted to admit. If it had continued even a little longer, the outcome might have been very different. That was when Subaru remembered something important. He was still live streaming. Opening the chat, he saw countless messages scrolling by. Many viewers were disappointed about the time limit cutting the fight short. But when Subaru checked the viewer count, his eyes widened slightly. 11,000 viewers. He remembered Hatsuka's words clearly, that 10,000 viewers was the so-called streamer's wall. Once a streamer broke past that number, they could truly survive in the industry. Now more than 11,000 people were constantly watching him. Subaru smiled. For the first time, he felt like he had truly captured real attention as a streamer. Even his clash with Snyder had turned into a net positive. Still, now that he properly understood Snyder's strength, one question refused to leave his mind. How could someone at that level have failed to clear the Cave of Thunder? The scene shifted once more. This time, we arrived at the Blue Eyes' secret hideout. Inside, one of Rina's friends was clearly getting fed up. He leaned back, irritation etched across his face, boredom eating away at him. He wondered what he was even doing with his life. Every day felt the same. Training, eating, and then watching Narukami Subaru's live stream. And yet he couldn't stop. From what he could tell, Omar Snyder currently had the upper hand. That much was undeniable. Still, it made no sense to him. Why was someone like Snyder stuck on the 3rd floor? More than anyone else, Snyder should know that the lower the floor, the harder it became to close the level gap. At the same time, he knew something else. If there was one thing Subaru clearly had more of than Snyder, it was thunder. And if Subaru truly possessed talent equal to Snyder's, then the moment he fully mastered that thunder skill, the balance would completely collapse. That thunder skill could have resulted in a complete comeback. However, from what that man could tell, this clearly wasn't the case. He had watched the fight closely. Subaru hadn't been holding back, he had been struggling. Omar Snyder had pushed him to his limits in a direct confrontation. The scene shifted. A flood of mission complete notifications appeared before Subaru's eyes, one after another, accompanied by the sound of credits being transferred. In total, he was gifted approximately 20,000 credits. Like a greedy man afraid the fortune might disappear, Subaru immediately began pressing accept on every single one. He had no shame about it. If rich people were giving out credits, he would gladly take them, while still remaining genuinely thankful. Once everything settled and his balance stabilized, Subaru made his decision. He spent 80,000 credits to upgrade the greed skill to level 5, leaving himself with only 16,000 credits remaining. The skill ranked up. Its effect was now clearly defined. It could suppress the self-inflicted drawbacks of skills or items used by the individual, with its effectiveness scaling based on the skill's rank and level. A further enhancement would require 160,000 credits. Subaru exhaled slowly. Maybe now. This skill is finally worth using, he thought. Meanwhile, the audience grew restless. On screen, Subaru had gone completely silent. No commentary, no movement. Viewers began wondering what kind of strategy he was planning, their curiosity mounting with every passing second. The scene shifted once more. The green arena still glowed faintly under the artificial lights, but night had now fallen. Mizuha stood quietly, her gaze fixed on Soya's shoes. She frowned, wondering whether it was really true that a thief was planning to steal them. She even had a vague idea of who that thief might be. Sadly, her thoughts were interrupted. Someone called out to her. As Mizuha turned around, she was greeted by an escort, who informed her that reinforcements from the guild headquarters had arrived to support her. Mizuha froze for a moment, shock flashing across her face. Again? She wondered. Why was this happening again? And who was leading them this time? Before she could ask, a familiar presence made itself known. That man stepped forward. Mizuha stiffened the instant she saw him. Her eyes widened as she wondered what someone like him was doing on the 3rd floor. The man was none other than Kurokawa. He walked in with effortless confidence, his movements sharp and stylish, and casually informed her that the guildmaster was in a very bad mood. Mizuha swallowed. She wondered if this was about Narukami Subaru. Kurokawa corrected her calmly. It wasn't just Subaru. It was about both Subaru and Snyder. But that wasn't even the most serious issue. Before she could press further, the scene shifted yet again. This time we arrived at Hatsuka and Reina. Reina was visibly shocked. Why was such an immensely powerful woman sitting in a place like this? The contradiction gnawed at her senses. Hatsuka, sensing the tension, knew she had to act. She reached up and began removing her mask. In an instant, Reina's expression changed completely. She straightened slightly and introduced herself as Tommy, explaining that being called Miss was a little embarrassing. Hatsuka blushed faintly in response, but her gaze never wavered. She pointed out something far more important and entirely abnormal. Aura was leaking from Tommy's body. Just from that alone, Hatsuka could tell. This woman had trained for a very long time. Her eyes sharpened. She immediately noticed that Tammy's face had been created using a disguise technique. Reina was stunned. How did she see through it so easily? Annoyance crept into her expression as she questioned who Hatsuka really was. As she subtly tested how much Hatsuka could perceive, a chilling realization struck her. She had been completely exposed. Reina wondered whether Hatsuka had been sent by Kyo Itsuki for an assassination. However, Hatsuka was far too open for that. She simply smiled and told Reina that she must have her own reasons for hiding herself. After all, the stronger someone was, the more they had to conceal. Still, Hatsuka made one thing very clear. She wanted to know whether Reina had come here to interfere in the tournament. Reina's expression changed entirely. Maintaining her disguise, she wondered what Hatsuka would do if that were truly the case. But the moment Reina gave her answer, Hatsuka snapped. Her demeanor twisted into something unhinged. Her smile widened unnaturally as she declared that if Reina had come here to cause trouble, she would stop her, no matter what it took. At that very moment, red energy erupted violently, overflowing from every part of Hatsuka's body, flooding the space with killing intent. The air itself trembled. Then the scene shifts to Narukami Subaru. At that exact moment, a system window suddenly pops up before everyone's eyes. The break has ended. As soon as those words appear, the entire surrounding area begins to change once again. The space twists and reshapes itself, and another system window opens immediately after. Commencing finals. Right then, voices erupt from all around.
What the hell?
We were right next to each other the whole time. I couldn't hear a thing at all. Before the confused participants can even process what's happening, a massive arena is fully formed in front of them. This arena will be the battlefield for their next match. A huge system window opens before everyone. The finals will be held in territory capture format. Capture the enemy's territory. All participants stare silently at the glowing window. At the same time, the host's voice echoes through the arena, beginning the explanation. So what is territory capture? Once the match starts, each player is assigned a territory. Only up to 2 people can enter a single territory. Defend, steal, and hold while you take over other players' territories. If you defeat the opponent inside a territory, that territory becomes yours. When time runs out, the player controlling the most territory wins. Her tone sharpens as she delivers the final words. Just who will become the new owner of Talaria? We'll find out in 2 hours. The entire ground suddenly shudders and locks into place, signaling the start of the match. The host's voice rings out once more, loud and clear. Let the finals begin! The camera pulls back, revealing the entire arena, a vast battlefield where 1,000 players are about to fight in the final match. Among them, one figure stands out, Narukami Subaru. As he surveys the battlefield, his thoughts remain calm and calculating. As expected, nobody's moving. If you fight now, you'll only get one tile at most. But the later it gets, the more territory you can gain just by beating one person. Waiting before making a move is the standard strategy. And then, in a single explosive moment, several players are defeated almost instantly, one after another. A lone figure charges forward, overwhelming anyone in his path. That person is none other than Narukami Subaru. By the time the dust settles, he has already captured numerous territories. Standing proudly amid the conquered ground, Subaru speaks with a sharp grin. Or so I'd like to say, but I'm getting paid 300 credits per person. At the same time, on the other side of the arena, the scene shifts to Schneider. Wielding his long spear, Schneider advances relentlessly, capturing territory after territory with overwhelming force. For him, defeating the players present here is far too easy. Anyone who crosses his path is eliminated almost instantly. Just seeing him move forward is enough to terrify many participants. Fear spreads even before he reaches them. One man looks at Schneider, his body trembling, and desperately shouts, "Wait! I haven't done anything yet?" Before he can finish his sentence, Schneider strikes without hesitation, ending him on the spot. The view shifts behind Schneider. The ground is littered with countless dead bodies, and blood is splattered everywhere. Standing amidst the carnage, Schneider remains completely still as he releases a terrifying aura that crushes anyone nearby. Suddenly, from another direction, Schneider notices a body collapsing to the ground. At the same time, the paths of Schneider and Narukami Subaru come into view. The two stand at a distance, staring straight at each other, their gazes colliding like blades. Between them, players occupying the remaining territories are still fighting desperately, unaware of the tension building above them. Narukami Subaru keeps his eyes on Schneider for a moment, but then, without warning, he changes his route and moves forward along a different path, heading into another fight instead of confronting him directly. The instant Schneider notices this, his expression twists with rage. His killing intent surges as he shouts at the top of his lungs, "Hey! Why are you going that way? Are you running away?" Meanwhile, Narukami Subaru continues moving forward calmly. Suddenly, a flood of comments appears, flashing before his eyes. "What's wrong, lil bro? Wanna talk it out? Just fight him already, man!" Without stopping, Subaru replies casually, "Not now. I gotta farm credits." More comments immediately follow. "You're unbelievable. He's aura farming." The scene shifts again. Blood drips from Narukami Subaru's sword. He has already killed many opponents, and yet another territory has now fallen under his control. As he stands there, his expression calm but thoughtful, Subaru speaks silently to himself. Floor 3's level is way lower than I expected. I didn't realize the gap between me and Schneider would be this huge. Suddenly, a system window opens in front of Narukami Subaru. Player Donchao has entered your territory. There are currently 2 players in the territory. You are prohibited from moving territories. Before Subaru can react, a man steps directly into his territory, holding his weapon tightly. The man keeps everyone else at a distance as he advances forward with cautious steps. Fixing his eyes on Subaru, he speaks, "You're Narukami Subaru, right?" Almost instantly, comments begin flooding into Subaru's stream. "Donchao? From the blue zone? I think he was Schneider's subordinate." Donchao exhales slowly, then speaks again, his voice carrying a hint of tension. "I'll probably get yelled at for beating you here." Narukami Subaru looks straight at him and calmly replies, "Blue zone." At the same time, Subaru raises his sword and points it forward, his stance signaling that he is fully prepared to fight. But Donchao doesn't wait. Gripping his weapon tightly, he suddenly charges forward to attack and shouts, "Sorry in advance, Captain!" In the next instant, Donchao thrusts his long spear straight towards Subaru. However, at the very last moment, Subaru dodges the attack, slipping backward and narrowly avoiding the spear's tip. Donchao laughs loudly and immediately launches another attack at frightening speed. Yet again, Subaru dodges. This time, however, he moves differently. As Donchao's spear passes by, Subaru swings his sword and strikes directly at the weapon. A sharp sound echoes through the air. With a single clean slash from his demonic blade, Donchao's weapon is cut clean in half. Donchao's eyes widen in shock. "What? My weapon just got split clean in half?" The broken weapon falls to the ground, and Donchao collapses along with it. Before he can even move, Narukami Subaru steps forward. He places the edge of his demonic sword against Donchao's throat, the cold steel pressing firmly against his skin. Then, positioning the upper part of the blade against Donchao's neck, Subaru drives the sword downward with force, piercing straight through his body. As blood spills everywhere, Subaru speaks calmly. "I take that back, Captain." The final image is clear. Blood. Donchao's blood. After everything settles, Narukami Subaru frowns slightly and mutters, "What's with this guy?" Almost immediately, his stream explodes with comments, reacting to the fight they just witnessed. "1/swordsman Donchao, huh? Not even swordsman tier. Just straight up trash." Before Subaru can move on, another system notification suddenly appears in front of him. "Player Schneider has entered your territory." The moment those words appear, everyone watching the stream becomes excited. They know exactly what this means. A real fight is finally about to begin. Suddenly, a furious voice echoes from behind, filled with rage and killing intent. Narukami! Narukami Subaru instantly turns around. Standing there is none other than Schneider, already in position to attack. The moment Schneider lunges forward, he speaks coldly. Finally caught you. The attack comes without warning. Subaru is clearly caught off guard, but despite the surprise, he manages to raise his demonic blade just in time and blocks the strike. The collision of their weapons sends a violent shockwave through the territory. The ground trembles. An overwhelming amount of energy erupts from both fighters, surging wildly from their bodies and weapons. The pressure alone is enough to suffocate anyone nearby. Schneider presses the assault mercilessly. His attack's far heavier and more powerful than anything Subaru has faced so far. As he continues striking, Schneider roars angrily. Use thunder already! If you don't, you're dead on the next attack! The battle between them becomes incredibly intense. Blades clash again and again, sparks and energy exploding with every collision. But slowly the tide begins to shift. Narukami Subaru starts to lose ground, his body forced backward under Schneider's overwhelming strength. Step by step he is pushed farther away. Then, in the middle of the fight, Subaru suddenly crosses the boundary. He retreats straight into another territory, escaping the clash at the last moment. Narukami Subaru slowly draws his sword back in, suppressing his killing intent. Seeing this, Schneider scoffs, his expression twisted with irritation. What? Gonna run again? Narukami Subaru doesn't reply immediately. He simply looks straight at Schneider and speaks calmly. I'll give you exactly what you asked for. In the very next moment, black thunder erupts from Subaru's body. Dark lightning crackles violently around him, tearing through the air as an overwhelming pressure floods the territory. At the same time, multiple system panels open one after another, filling the space with glowing text. Casting thunder. Heart of thunder is resisting thunder. Increasing thunder skill effects by 20%. Granting resistance to status effect, electrocution. The thunder begins to converge towards Subaru's hand, gathering and compressing into a single point. Another system window opens. Chachus of Greed LV-5 is resisting the secondary effects of thunder. As the energy stabilizes, the scene reveals what has formed in Subaru's grasp. A spear made entirely of black thunder. Violent lightning surges along its surface, releasing an immense and chilling power that distorts the air around it. Holding the weapon firmly, Narukami Subaru speaks in a cold, unwavering voice. Running is what the weak do. The moment Schneider sees the weapon, his eyes widen in disbelief. He's materializing elemental attributes into a weapon. Whoa, is that even possible? Narukami Subaru begins walking towards Schneider, the black thunder spear crackling louder with every step. Stopping just short of him, Subaru asks calmly, "Does this still look like I'm running to you?" Schneider swallows hard and answers honestly, "No." Narukami Subaru nods slightly. "Then let me ask you this. Are you gonna run away now?" Facing that terrifying thunder power, even Schneider feels fear creeping into his heart. Sweat drips down his face. Yet despite it all, his eyes burn with determination as he thinks to himself, "If I break through this, I can finally surpass it this time." At that moment, Schneider smiles, and with that smile, a memory from the past begins to surface. The scene shifts. Schneider is standing together with his subordinate, Don Chao. Don Chao hesitates for a moment before speaking. "Captain, may I ask you something kind of rude?" Schneider glances at him and replies casually, "That's already a rude question, you know." Don Chao scratches his head and continues, "It's just, I was wondering why you're so obsessed with the Cave of Thunder. With your strength, you could easily make it to floor 5 or even floor 6. Schneider lets out a short laugh. "Huh, who knows? Guys like me who get way too fixated on one thing?" His smile fades slightly as he finishes. "You usually forget the reason anyway." Don Chao looks at him in disbelief. "Come on, what kind of answer is that?" Schneider turns serious and explains. "Best case, you call it conviction. Worst case, obsession." He pauses for a moment before continuing in a firm voice. "But there's one thing I can say for sure. Whether I overcome this or not, it'll change my entire life." His gaze hardens. "That's exactly why I can't ever give up." The memory fades, and the scene returns to the present. Schneider looks straight at Narukami Subaru and speaks with a chilling calmness. "And you, I've got a feeling you're about to become my second obsession." As he says this, Schneider begins spinning his spear at terrifying speed. The air screams as energy gathers violently around him. In the very next instant, he prepares for a powerful strike. And then, Schneider vanishes from his spot, covered completely in his raging aura and energy. He reappears in a blur of motion, charging straight toward Narukami Subaru at unbelievable speed. Narukami Subaru steps forward and speaks firmly. "To acknowledge your 10 years of grinding, I won't hold back." In the very next instant, his speed skyrockets. Subaru vanishes from his position, launching himself straight toward Schneider. The Black Thunder Spear in his hand releases an overwhelming and terrifying energy, lightning screaming violently through the air. At the same time, Schneider charges forward at full speed, his own power surging without restraint. Then, their weapons collide. The clash unleashes a terrifying surge of energy, exploding outward like a shockwave. This time, neither Schneider nor Narukami Subaru holds anything back. Both pour every ounce of their strength into the strike. determined to defeat the other. The sheer force of their power causes the ground around them to shatter. Cracks tear through the battlefield as the terrain warps and rises under the pressure of their colliding energies. The arena itself seems unable to endure the intensity, bending and breaking as it is flooded by their overwhelming power. And then, a massive explosion erupts. Thunder roars endlessly as blinding energy surges in every direction. Dust, lightning, and raw power fill the air, completely obscuring the battlefield. For a moment, nothing can be seen. Only raging thunder, violent energy, and swirling debris consuming everything around them. Then the scene shifts, and we are shown Rina and Hatsuka standing face to face, quietly staring at each other. Rina is looking straight at Hatsuka when all of a sudden, Hatsuka speaks up with a calm but firm expression. "Because I'm Narukami Subaru's manager." Hearing this, Rina is completely stunned. Her eyes widen in shock. Hatsuka smiles lightly and continues speaking, as if explaining something obvious. "I mean, if the tournament gets wrecked, it'll seriously hurt his stream too. I can't just let that slide." Rina looks at her with a childish, exaggerated reaction. Unable to believe what she just heard, she blurts out in disbelief. "Are you really his manager?" "No way, I can't believe it." Hatsuka immediately replies, sounding a little frustrated but also proud. "It's true. Ugh, it was a nightmare getting this position, you know. I had to push past all those blind idiots who opposed me and everything." After hearing this, Rina becomes even more amazed. Her shock turns into admiration, and she looks at Hatsuka with sparkling eyes. "That's amazing. I always watch your streams like crazy, you know. Ever since the Wolf Warrior fight." Hatsuka freezes for a moment after hearing that, then leans forward in surprise. "Huh? You're an OG? Wait, does that mean you were originally a Blue Eyes Narukami Subaru fan as well?" The two of them are still in the middle of this excited conversation when suddenly, on the screen in front of them, a massive explosion appears. The entire view is shaken by the impact. It is the same tremendous blast we had already witnessed before, the one caused by the final attacks of Narukami Subaru and Schneider. Because of that overwhelming collision, the screen is filled with light and smoke, and nothing is clearly visible anymore. After seeing this, both of them are completely stunned. For a moment, neither Rina nor Hatsuka can even speak. The shock is written clearly on their faces. At the same time, Hatsuka becomes deeply worried. Her heart starts racing as countless thoughts rush through her mind. What will happen now? She wonders. She cannot understand anything anymore. The situation feels completely out of control. In a trembling voice, she finally mutters, "No way." At the same time, the scene shifts again, and now we are shown the battlefield. The thick dust and smoke slowly begin to fade away, revealing what remains after the terrifying clash. Narukami Subaru and Schneider come into view. At first glance, it looks as if even such a massive attack did nothing to either of them. Energy is still spreading wildly through the air around them, making the atmosphere feel heavy and unreal. However, when we look closer, the truth becomes clear. Blood is flowing from Schneider's mouth, and half of his body has been blown away. This alone proves how unbelievably powerful that final attack truly was. On the other side, right in front of Narukami Subaru, Schneider finally loses the strength to stand. His body gives in, and he collapses onto his knees and then falls forward. Yet, despite unleashing such a devastating attack, Narukami Subaru himself appears completely unharmed. Not a single wound can be seen on his body. He is perfectly fine, standing tall as if nothing had happened at all. Looking down at the fallen Schneider, Narukami Subaru speaks calmly in his heart. "Let's meet again soon, Schneider." Right after this, a system window suddenly appears in front of him and delivers the final message of his victory. "You have captured a total of 283 territories." Then another system window appears in front of him, announcing for the entire world to see. "The winner is Narukami Subaru with 283 territories." With this single message, the result becomes clear to everyone. The scene shifts to inside the arena, where countless people are watching the match live. The moment the winner is declared, brilliant fireworks burst across the sky. The entire stadium erupts in excitement. Narukami Subaru fans and even non-fans alike are overwhelmed with joy. Cheers shake the air as people shout his name at the top of their lungs, celebrating the incredible victory. Hatsuka also looks extremely happy. A bright smile spreads across her face, and she turns to look at Rina, wanting to share this moment with her. But when she looks at Rina, she notices something strange. Rina does not seem as happy as everyone else. Instead of celebrating, Rina's expression is complicated and distant. While the entire arena is filled with joy, her heart feels heavy. Inside her mind, she thinks quietly, "I can't believe it. In the end, the one who will take the grand prize is..." At that moment, the scene cuts to the host once again, who returns to the stage and raises her voice to make another announcement. "Now, let me announce it once more. The glorious winner of this tournament is Narukami Subaru." As soon as his name is called out again, the crowd goes even wilder. People begin sharing news of Narukami Subaru's victory everywhere. The excitement spreads like wildfire. Narukami Subaru himself has now arrived inside the arena. Right after that, the host continues enthusiastically. "Next up," with this, the grand prize of the tournament is brought forward. The legendary shoes everyone has been waiting for, the host announces proudly. The long-awaited prize will now be presented to the winner. After seeing all of this, Rina suddenly makes a decision. Without saying anything, she quickly leaves the arena, flying away from the scene and heading somewhere else, as if she can no longer bear to stay there. Hatsuka looks toward Rina with concern. Rina's sudden behavior clearly worries her a little. She cannot understand why Rina would leave at such a moment, and a faint uneasiness appears on her face. At the same time, the grand prize is finally placed into Narukami Subaru's hands. As he looks down at the shoes, a wave of memories suddenly rises in his mind. It's been 20 years, huh? His vision blurs, and he is pulled into the past. In his memory, we see a boy shouting angrily inside a room. Ugh, come on already! I told you guys not to touch my shoes! Who the hell wore them? Confess right now. He is clearly furious, yelling at someone off-screen. Just then, a guy comes from behind and speaks casually. What's up, Toshia? You losing it again? Man, you're so damn cranky. Ah, that hit the spot. I'm full. At that moment, we notice something shocking. On that guy's feet are the very same grand prize shoes. Seeing this, the boy completely explodes in anger. My shoes? He charges forward furiously and shouts while attacking him. I warned you 1,000,000 times not to wear them. Because they'll lose their shape. His kicking style is incredibly unique. And with those powerful strikes, he completely wrecks the condition of the guy standing in front of him. All of this is being watched by the old Blue Zune team, sitting nearby and witnessing the chaos unfold. Then the scene returns to the present. Narukami Subaru is back in the arena, holding the shoes. Around him, people are commenting excitedly. The broke Narukami Subaru is starting to go item carry. That must have a crazy resale price. Just then, the host starts to say something to Narukami Subaru. But before she can continue, he speaks first. I'm not selling it. The host blinks in surprise and replies, the viewers were saying it would sell for a very high price if you put it up. She then adds with excitement, yeah, something like a few 100,000, maybe even 1,000,000 credits or so. Narukami Subaru answers calmly but firmly, no matter how much it's worth, I have no intention of selling it. At that moment, a loud voice echoes through the arena. Sell it to me! Name your price. I'll pay any amount. If you want items, I've got even better stuff in my warehouse. Another voice immediately follows. How about 2,000,000 credits? 2.1 million credits. Then I'll do 2.5 million. And more items. 3 million. No, 4 million. Offers begin flying in from every direction, the crowd growing more and more desperate. Narukami Subaru listens to all of it quietly, then speaks a single word. Buzz off. Suddenly, black thunder energy begins to gather in the sky once again. It is not as overwhelming as last time, but it is still terrifyingly powerful. Cold lightning crashes down from above, sending a chilling pressure through the entire arena. Narukami Subaru's voice echoes with absolute authority. Let me make myself perfectly clear. I will never sell it, not even for 10 million credits. Cold energy pours out from his body, spreading through the air like freezing mist. The pressure is so intense that even the host struggles to remain steady, nearly losing her balance from the sheer force of his aura. Recovering herself, she finally speaks to the audience with a tense smile. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Then, without waiting any longer, Narukami Subaru suddenly turns around. All right, I'm out. Saying this, he immediately starts leaving the place. The host tries to stop him, calling out to him, but she cannot hold him back. Narukami Subaru walks away, taking the Vansis with him, and disappears from the stage. The scene then shifts outside. Between tall buildings, inside a narrow alley, two people from Blue Zune are standing. One is a serious-looking boy, and the other is a girl. They have been watching everything closely. The boy speaks first, still sounding shocked. He really went ahead and won. This is totally outside my expectations. The girl beside him smiles brightly and replies, Isn't he amazing? I mean, against Schneider, of all people? She then looks at him with curiosity and continues. What do you think? Do you reckon he'll eventually become like the real Narukami Subaru? This girl is named Hanamaki Hiyori. The boy answers calmly. Who knows? Hearing this, Hanamaki Hiyori speaks thoughtfully. Lately, people have been saying stuff like, if the original Subaru can do it, the new Subaru should be able to as well. The boy frowns and asks, Original? New? What's that supposed to mean? Hanamaki Hiyori explains, That's what people are calling the two of them. Blue Eyes Narukami Subaru is the original, and the streamer is the new one. But the boy clearly dislikes this idea. His expression hardens and he replies sharply, That's so stupid. And isn't the order backwards? If anything, it should be, if the new Subaru can do it, the original Subaru can too. Hanamaki Hiyori looks confused. Huh? Isn't that basically the same thing? The boy shakes his head. Not even close. Hanamaki Hiyori sighs in annoyance. What a pain. This is why Blue Eyes fanboys are the worst. I can see you mumbling under your breath this whole time. Then she suddenly changes the mood and leans closer, her eyes shining. Anyway, what do you think is gonna happen from here on out? Doesn't it excite you? As she says this, her face turns red and she starts blushing heavily. At the same time, the boy becomes visibly irritated and clenches his fist. No matter what happens, we've still got a job we're responsible for. Let's catch the shoe thief. Saying this, the boy immediately walks ahead, leaving the girl behind. She panics and calls out to him. Wait, are you sulking? Hey, wait for me! At that moment, we see that it is not only those two in the alley. Many other Blue Zone members are present there as well. All of them begin moving forward together, clearly heading toward the same objective. The scene then shifts back to Narukami Subaru. He is walking forward, holding the shoes, while more than 11,000 viewers are watching his stream. Comments keep flooding in from all sides. Doesn't it feel kinda old school? That's a forbidden topic, bro. Not really my taste. While walking, Narukami Subaru quietly thinks of the name connected to these shoes. Toshia. Then he speaks softly. Even if it's like this, I'm glad I got to come into contact with you again. After that, he looks toward his viewers and says sincerely, thanks for the missions. Because of you guys, it didn't hurt my heart quite as much. The chat is still full of endless messages. Narukami Subaru then opens the item window and checks the status of the shoes. Artilleria. Rank unique. Required level 30+. Movement speed plus 25%. Jump power plus 15%. Shoes of Hermes the Free Thief. Grants Cloud Stride twice a day. Remaining uses 2. Resets daily. Looking at the screen, Narukami Subaru mutters, alright, let's take a look. Just then he receives a call and answers it. A worried voice speaks from the other side. Narukami-san! Are you still streaming? I saw someone suspicious. I have a bad feeling about her. Narukami Subaru immediately becomes serious. What's going on? At the same time, the scene shows a crowded area filled with people. Among them is Rina. Inside her mind, she is struggling with herself. What am I even doing, standing right in front of Toshia's shoes? If it's come to this, I've got no choice. She moves forward with the crowd, then suddenly stops. Then she thinks coldly. So that no one notices, I'll have to slice his ankles clean off. With that dangerous resolve, Rina blends back into the crowd and continues moving forward.
Then the scene shifts to a magnificent villa. The camera slowly moves inside, where we see Narukami Subaru entering. Hatsuka is already there, waiting for him. The moment she sees him, she calls out his name. The two of them exchange a few words, and with a gentle smile she says, congratulations on winning. Then she adds, I already ordered one for you too. I figured you'd be tired, so I went with non-alcoholic. Hearing that, Narukami Subaru's expression turns serious. What was that message about? He asks, showing her the message she had sent about a suspicious person. That person, as it turns out, was none other than Rina. Hatsuka, slightly flustered, replies in a nervous tone, right? So actually, she takes a breath and continues. I met someone strange in the stands. Subaru echoes her words. Someone strange. She nods and explains. A woman player hiding her face with a Narukami mask. Hatsuka goes on. At first I thought she seemed shady, but as we talked, we slowly opened up to each other. She was a fan of yours too, so we never ran out of things to talk about. But then, the moment you won, her face turned like this, like she'd just been dumped by her boyfriend or something. She looks puzzled as she adds, if she were really your fan, there's no way she'd make that face when you win, right? And right after that, she disappeared. As she says this, a faint blush appears on her face, but she continues explaining. I tried following her just in case, but she was ridiculously good at hiding her presence. One thing's for sure, she's no ordinary person. Subaru thinks to himself, someone skilled enough to hide from you, and who calls herself my fan. Then he says aloud, and when I asked if she was a fan of Narukami Subaru, Hatsuka quickly interrupts, I know, you mentioned that part. He corrects her calmly, not you. She understands and continues, but the blue-eyed one, right? And her reaction was hard to describe. It wasn't exactly yes, but it wasn't no either. She definitely didn't deny it. How should I put it? She pauses for a moment, searching for the right words, then finally says softly, it felt like she was nostalgic. The moment Subaru hears that word, his entire expression changes completely. Without another word, he abruptly rises from his seat so quickly that his chair falls to the ground. He rushes out of the hotel at once. Hatsuka is left stunned by his sudden reaction. She calls out to him, telling him to wait, repeating his name again and again. But he doesn't stop. The scene cuts, and we are shown a full view of the city at night. Then we see Rina sitting somewhere quietly. A faint smile touches her lips as she says to herself, I figured as much. Rina continues, her voice cold and sharp. You've gotten dull, Kyaju. The scene then shifts to a side alley, where the spare person and the magician are standing. Looking at them, Rina says with clear irritation, if you were going to come, you should have done it yourself. You really think some rookie could take me down? And he went and won the whole thing too. The scene cuts to Narukami Subaru, who is running down the street at full speed. Someone watching him mutters, where is he running off to in such a hurry? Riding high on that victory, is he? Dopamine flooding his brain or something. Subaru, however, doesn't slow down even for a second. The scene returns to Rina, combat calculating. She murmurs, -10 seconds. No 5 seconds is enough to snatch it. As she says this, past memories surface in her mind. She remembers speaking to the white-haired person and reassuring them, don't worry, that's the thing Saya treasured most. I won't let anyone else have it. The present returns. Rina clenches her fist in frustration. After making such a big speech and coming all this way. And yet, I just can't bring myself to go that far. She looks deeply troubled, her voice trembling slightly. Honestly, He does everything exactly like the dead Subaru. The dead Subaru. She grabs her head and sits down, shouting, "Arg, enough. I don't care anymore." Her expression hardens again as she declares, "If you join Blue Zone, I won't let you off easy." She turns and begins to walk away, adding coldly, "Next time, I'll cut off your neck, not your feet." She suddenly stops, then slowly turns back and says in a quieter tone, "Someday, I want to talk to him. If I could see his face and talk to him directly, maybe it'd feel like meeting the real Subaru." She stands there for a brief moment, but in the next instant, she disappears from her spot as if she had teleported. It all happens incredibly fast. The scene cuts back to Narukami Subaru, who is now completely exhausted from running. He thinks to himself, that Teleria was bait to lure out Blue Eyes. And if Rina's good at sneaking in, what if she came to take Sia's shoes back and hid her presence on purpose? Subaru continues thinking as he runs, his thoughts racing faster than his feet. I sense Shigeru's magic from the ice flowers. Could it be that all four of them are still alive? The possibility shakes him, but he immediately forces himself to calm down. No, calm down. It's too soon to jump to conclusions. With Rina's personality, if Sia's keepsake were right in front of her, there's no way she'd just sit still. Just then, a voice calls out from behind him, shouting his name. He turns slightly at Tatsuka. She hurries toward him, slightly out of breath, and asks with concern, "Are you okay? You suddenly bolted out of the restaurant." There's a faint blush on her face as she looks at him. Subaru answers quietly, "I just thought she might be someone I know." Tatsuka's eyes widen. "That suspicious person?" "Yeah, but it's probably someone else," he replies, though his tone carries uncertainty. Tatsuka lowers her gaze for a moment, looking a little downcast. Narukami, this is hard to say, but they are now standing face to face. For a brief moment, it feels as if time itself has stopped. The atmosphere between them is intense and strangely beautiful, like a scene frozen in place. Then she looks straight at him and says bluntly, "You don't have any friends, do you?" Subaru is caught off guard. He says nothing. He simply goes silent. Tatsuka continues teasingly, "Let alone female friends." After a short pause, Subaru turns slightly away and says calmly, "Let's go back." He begins to walk away from that spot. Tatsuka tilts her head and calls after him with a playful tone, "Did I offend you?" The scene shifts to another part of the city. In a quiet area lit by streetlights, someone is waiting. It's none other than the major spare person. Beside him stands the magician, clearly restless. She starts complaining while looking at him. "Senpai, my feet hurt, and I'm hungry." "Hey, Senpai, I'm bored." "Senpai, say something already. Did we let them slip away?" She says all of this while staring at him, but he doesn't respond at first. His eyes are fixed on the screen in front of him. Finally, he calmly says, "No," and tilts the screen toward her so she can see it too. The magician frowns. "Then how can you be so sure?" He answers, "Itsuki just contacted me." On the screen, the message reads, "We're pulling out." The magician reacts instantly. "Pulling out? Just like that? You've got to be kidding me. After we waited this long." The spare person explains, "He said if they had come, there's no way they'd let someone else walk off with that prize." Hearing that, the magician's expression shifts in confusion. "Wait, then." He continues calmly, "It means we worried for nothing. And he also said if it really were them, even knowing it was a trap, they still would have come." The magician looks at him seriously now. "So the people we're trying to catch really are." He doesn't respond. He simply remains silent. She presses further, "Didn't you say it was just some baseless rumor?" He exhales slightly and continues, "I was hoping that was the case too. But if Itsuki's going this far, it might actually be true. The rumor that Narukami Subaru died because Blue Eyes betrayed him." The scene cuts again. Now we see Narukami Subaru standing alone on top of a tall building in the city, gazing up at the moon. The night wind blows softly around him. He looks down at the screen in his hand and thinks to himself, is this why everyone stopped showing themselves? On the screen, bold headlines are displayed. Blue Eyes dispersal. Did Narukami Subaru die because of his comrades? Guildmaster Kyaju. No comment regarding the internal strife. Was internal conflict the cause of Guildmaster Kyoju's withdrawal? The truth behind that day. Standing alone beneath the moonlight, Narukami Subaru continues the thought swirling in his mind. It's been 20 years since then. Kyaju is probably somewhere I can't reach. A quiet frustration settles in his chest, but he doesn't let it show. For a newbie player like me to catch up to Kyaju, what I need is something even more special. Something like that spear I showed in the tournament. His grip tightens slightly as memories flash through his mind. I managed to recreate the one-time legendary item I used on the second floor Thunder Spear. For a long time, he had believed he understood everything there was to know about Thunder. Its speed, its destructive force, its flow. He thought he had already mastered it completely. But now, staring at the vast night sky, he realizes the truth. I thought I knew everything there was to know about Thunder, but it turns out there's still a long way to master it. A tremendous power coveted by gods and giants alike, and one humanity seized in order to fight back against them. Subaru's thoughts grow deeper as he stares into the fading night. Maybe all this time, I've never really been using Thunder properly at all. The realization unsettles him. Thunder was never meant to be just raw destruction or speed. There had to be something more, something fundamental he had overlooked. The Cave of Thunder. If I clear that dungeon, I might learn something. The secret of thunder, and the method behind it to grow stronger. The scene shifts. Morning light pours through tall windows, illuminating a breathtaking breakfast table arranged with elegance and luxury. Plates of beautifully prepared food are neatly set, steam rising gently in the golden sunlight. The atmosphere feels peaceful, almost calm compared to the tension of the previous night. Yuika sits there, but her mind is clearly elsewhere. She's still thinking about what happened last night. Her expression is slightly distant. What? I can't hear you. The voice belongs to the employee sitting across from her, who lowers his head slightly and says, I'm sorry for getting full of myself. Yuika blinks, snapping back to the present. Sorry, I wasn't listening. Say it again. The man raises his voice in frustration. I said, I'm sorry, Forhei. That's enough, right? At least pretend you can hear me. Yuika leans back casually and replies with a teasing smile. Sorry. The voice of a broke loser who blew all his bets can't reach me. The man continues desperately. I already paid you the money. Do you even know how much I wagered from today's payout? I can't even pay my electricity bill. Yuika, no. Big sis, please, I'm begging you. Yuika looks at him coldly and replies, You think sweet talking your way out is enough? Panicking, he blurts out, What do you want me to do? Should I act like a dog? Woof woof. Stop. That's disgusting. She cuts him off immediately, her expression turning sharp. Then, after a brief pause, she leans slightly forward and says, Then can you do me a favor? The look in her eyes makes it clear this isn't going to be something small. There's calculation behind that smile, something deliberate and serious. The scene cuts. Now we see the interior of a bar. The lighting is dim, with soft music humming in the background. The door opens, and Narukami Subaru steps inside. He has come here for an important reason, to meet someone. Standing in front of him is a man he recognizes immediately. It's Schneider. Narukami Subaru walks forward calmly and stops beside Schneider at the counter. Without hesitation, he signals to the bartender and says, I'll have what he's having. The bartender nods politely. As you wish. He writes down the order and moves to prepare the drink. Subaru glances at the glass in front of Schneider and raises an eyebrow. Cheap beer. Seriously. So even a famous guild can be this stingy. Schneider lets out a quiet breath and replies without looking at him. It's always been like this. Back when we had too many members, my wallet dried up instantly whenever I treated everyone. Now I'm so used to this taste that other booze doesn't do anything for me. Subaru turns slightly toward him. You always paid for everyone? Schneider gives a faint, almost nostalgic smile. Yeah. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to face them, would I? They all went along with my selfish push to challenge the Cave of Thunder. He pauses for a moment, memories clearly surfacing in his mind, then continues. I was poor too, but back then, everyone was. We couldn't even imagine getting support from a guild like people do now. And it's not like hunting was easy with our skill level. The two of them raise their wooden cups and lightly clink them together before taking a drink. The dull sound of wood against wood echoes softly in the quiet bar. Schneider keeps his eyes on his cup as he continues speaking. You needed credits just to take the exam, but if you died midway, you'd lose what you had and come out worse. For players like us, hunting was the only option left. He pauses briefly, then goes on. On that day too, we went out hunting as usual so we could scrape together exam fees, or raise our levels even a little. Subaru narrows his eyes slightly. That day? Yeah, that day. Schneider's grip tightens around his cup. We ran into a sky serpent. 7 inexperienced players didn't stand a chance against it. What do you think happened in the end? There is a heavy silence before he answers his own question. For people died. My teammates know. My best friends. Even as he says it now, years later, anger and regret are clear in his voice. His jaw clenches. He still blames himself. He still hates that he couldn't save them. Subaru watches him carefully and asks, Did they hate you for it? Schneider lets out a bitter laugh. Hate me? You bet they did. His expression darkens as he adds, I heard it so much my ears bled. Schneider suddenly grabs his head with both hands, his fingers digging into his hair as if trying to silence the voices in his mind. His breathing becomes uneven, and the calm atmosphere of the bar shatters. What the hell was so important about the Cave of Thunder? He shouts, his voice cracking under the weight of buried guilt. This all happened because of you. If you hadn't been so damn stubborn, you got your best friends killed. How come you're alive? The words aren't directed at Subaru anymore, they're echoes from the past. Accusations that have never stopped replaying in his head. Narukami Subaru is taken aback. The sudden outburst catches him off guard. For a moment, he just stands there staring at Schneider. The intensity of his emotions, the raw regret and self-hatred, make the air feel heavy. It feels strange and settling. Seeing Schneider spiral deeper into that painful memory, Subaru quickly speaks up, telling him to stop before he completely loses himself to it. That's enough already. Schneider slowly lowers his hands but keeps his head bowed. His voice is rough when he speaks again. What? Pitying me now? Narukami Subaru answers calmly. Anyone else would have given up after something like that. Schneider lets out a hollow laugh. Give up? They died because I invited them. If I gave up here, What would happen to the ones who died? Their sacrifice would be in vain. His eyes hardened, filled not just with grief, but with stubborn resolve. That's why I've been obsessed with the Cave of Thunder all this time. Not that I expect you to understand. He pauses, then looks directly at Subaru. But thanks to you, I finally saw hope. Subaru meets his gaze silently. Schneider takes a slow breath and continues, his tone steadier now. I'll tell you now, what kind of place the Cave of Thunder really is. The scene shifts to a different residence. The room is dim, the air tense. A man stands there, staring at something in disbelief. No way. Did he really figure it out? Maybe I was being too naive. It's Rina's companion, the white-haired man. His expression darkens as he thinks aloud. If Kyaju had already taken precautions to see through Rina's stealth technique, frustration overwhelms him. He grabs his head tightly, his fingers pressing against his temples. For a moment, he looks shaken. But then, suddenly, his entire mood shifts. His eyes burn with anger. A surge of power erupts from him, spilling violently into the room. Kyaju Itsuki, don't think you're getting an easy death. As he releases his power, everything around him freezes in an instant. The air turns icy. Furniture crystallizes. Frost spreads across the walls. Objects are locked in ice all at once. Then he glances down at his phone. On the screen, a message from Rina reads, "Sorry, I couldn't get back the shoes. I mean, no biggie, right?" The white-haired man's expression twists with fury. "Are you kidding me?" he shouts. A system notification suddenly appears. Narukami Subaru has started a live stream. The stream begins instantly, and comments start flooding in one after another. What's happening today? Are we finally seeing something big? Is he going somewhere dangerous? Another system panel pops up on the screen. Finger licking good is gifted 10 credits. A highlighted comment follows. Are you challenging the Cave of Thunder today? Narukami Subaru looks straight into the camera and answers calmly. Yes, we're clearing a dungeon. To make that happen, I went live. Within moments, the viewer count climbs rapidly. 5,000 people have already joined the stream. Just then, a voice calls out from behind him. Excuse me, you're the streamer Narukami Subaru, right? Subaru turns his head toward the speaker and replies evenly, yeah, that's me. The man's eyes widen with excitement as he steps a little closer to Narukami Subaru. Whoa, what a coincidence, he says enthusiastically. We got a request to clear the Cave of Thunder. For a brief moment, the air feels charged with fate. Subaru's livestream chat begins exploding with reactions. The viewer count climbing even higher as people sense something big is about to happen. Subaru looks at the man calmly, but there's a sharp glint in his eyes. The Cave of Thunder again. It's no longer just a personal goal. Now, it feels like the start of something much larger. Then we see the rest of his party members, and their team leader turns to Narukami Subaru and says, if you're on a quest to, maybe we can team up. Narukami Subaru immediately glances at his screen. A message from Yuika is still displayed there. It reads, Narukami, those people are a party hastily put together just to ride on your clout. After reading that, Narukami looks back at the team leader and calmly asks, what exactly do you mean by that? But before the leader can respond, 2 girls from the group step forward and answer instead. We will also be accompanying you to the Thunderbolt Cave. I'm sure we can be of help. It's not like we're trying to ride your coattails or anything, Mr. Narukami. For a few moments, the atmosphere turns completely silent. The sudden tension makes the team leader lose his composure slightly. Narukami Subaru listens to their words, takes a long, steady breath, and finally says, I understand. Let's do our best. Relieved, the team leader smiles and says, that's the best decision you could have made. As he reaches out for a handshake, Narukami accepts it, but then adds in a firm voice, if you say you're here on a request, there's not much I can do about it. It can't be helped. That's just how the system works. Hearing this, the team leader looks confused. Huh? What did you just say? Narukami meets his gaze and clarifies. However, let me make one thing very clear. You are merely traveling companions, not allies. Right after that, the scene shifts, and we are shown a flag fluttering in view. Then we are shown a magnificent city, bustling and grand. As the narration introduces the place, meeting point, outskirts of the Conrad Kingdom. Over this scene, a voice suddenly speaks up. Hey, isn't this a bit too many people? A giant, heavily tattooed man looks around with disbelief and begins to say, there's no way this many mercenaries would gather for the Thunderbolt Cavern. What rank? That guy Raymond. I thought even if he lacked skill, he at least had a good eye for talent. The narration then reveals his identity. Conrad Kingdom's S-rank mercenary. Damon. Damon turns his attention to Narukami Subaru and says, you're Outworlders, aren't you? No wonder. People like you tend to treat your lives like they're disposable. Hearing that, Narukami responds coldly. Should we turn these guys into vultures too? At the same time, countless comments are flooding the live stream chat. Amidst the tension, Narukami quietly mutters, the scent of blood is intense. Damon suddenly shouts at everyone around him. What are you fools standing around for? Move it. But Narukami, thinking to himself, realizes something unsettling. That's the scent of human blood, not a monster's. The smell isn't coming from any creature nearby. It's coming from Damon's own companions. And just as the tension thickens, the scene shifts once again. this time showing another location, meeting point, outskirts of the Osmond Kingdom. Here, we see the teams facing each other. One belongs to Schneider, while the other stands opposite him, led by a man confronting him directly. Schneider's expression darkens as he says, "What did you say?" The other team leader replies sharply, "Has your hearing gone bad? I told you to pull half your men out. We are taking part in this raid." That man's name is Palaimon, and he is from the Blue Zone. Schneider narrows his eyes and asks, "Is this Kyojo's instruction?" Palaimon immediately corrects him in a firm tone. "That's guild leader Kyojo to you. It's because you messed up, isn't it? Since you let precious guild assets be taken, it's only natural the guild leader is keeping a close eye on you." Hearing this, Schneider's anger begins to rise. His voice turns cold as he responds, "Are you trying to say that wouldn't have happened if it were you?" Palaimon shrugs dismissively and says, "Don't go out of your way to state the obvious. It's pathetic to spend 10 years on the 3rd floor only to lose to a rookie who just arrived. Besides, if it were me, I wouldn't waste 10 years of my time in a place like this." Those words ignite Donchao's fury. Gripping his spear tightly, he steps forward and shouts, "What was that? Just because the captain is staying quiet, you think you can?" But Palaimon simply turns his back and walks away, waving dismissively as he says, "You should be grateful that I came here. This time, we might actually succeed in conquering the Thunderbolt Cave." Donchao, still burning with anger, looks at Schneider and asks, "Boss, should I go stop him?" Schneider calmly replies, "Leave him. This raid party is full of rookies anyway, so it's no problem to replace them. Besides, he said one thing that was actually correct." Confused, Donchao asks, "Huh? What about that nonsense could possibly be right?" Schneider's gaze sharpens with determination as he says, "This time, we will succeed in conquering the Thunderbolt Cave." And with that declaration, the scene shifts once again. Here we see Narukami Subaru moving forward together with Damon and his team. As they advance, the live stream chat keeps flooding with comments. People pointing out that he isn't solo this time, that he's with a team, and some viewers clearly annoyed by the situation. Damon walks ahead, scanning the surroundings carefully. Still, this is a strange place. The fact that the door opens at fixed intervals smells suspiciously artificial. Look there. The scene shifts, revealing the entrance. That is the Thunderbolt Cave. Damon continues explaining, "Usually, powerful lightning strikes the entrance constantly. It's designed so that no one can enter except at specific times." Throughout the entire path, Narukami Subaru has remained mostly silent, simply observing everything closely. The leader of the team accompanying Narukami steps forward and asks Damon, "How many times have you been to the Thunderbolt Cave?" Damon replies calmly, "This will be my 3rd time." Also, fewer than 10 mercenaries have ever challenged the Thunderbolt Cave and returned alive, and I am one of them. The man looks at him in disbelief. "And yet, you continue to challenge it." Damon snorts, "Don't be a fool. Unlike you lot, I don't have a spare set of lives to burn through." The comments section on the stream reacts negatively to his tone. Meanwhile, the team member presses further, "Then why are you going with us?" Damon answers without hesitation, "There is only one thing I am searching for, the traces of Thunderbolt. Once I obtain those, I can say goodbye to this job for good. I've had more than enough of this mercenary life where you're always living neck and neck with death." Still unconvinced, the man asks, "Do you have no intention of going all the way to the end?" Damon's expression hardens. "Who in their right mind would go? You're only acting so relaxed because you don't know anything about this place." Narukami Subaru listens to every word carefully, silently analyzing the conversation. Then Damon glances toward him and says coldly, "Especially you, E-Rank. Don't do anything. No, if you're going to die, just go ahead and die quickly." And right after those chilling words, the scene cuts to the sound and sight of cave thunder. Everyone stands still, staring at the cave entrance as thunder crackles in the distance. Damon casually holds a squirrel in his hand and addresses the group. The lightning should stop, and the entrance will open in about an hour. Narukami Subaru looks at him quietly. Without warning, Damon tosses the squirrel toward the cold edge of the cave's entrance. In an instant, a violent bolt of lightning strikes it down. Damon turns back to the group and says, "Did you see that? If you don't want to end up like them, stay put and rest until then." The live stream chat immediately explodes with comments, many viewers insisting that what's about to happen is impossible. But just then, Narukami Subaru steps forward. Damon mocks him loudly. "Hey, E-Rank, were you even listening?" Ignoring him completely, Narukami continues walking toward the entrance. In his mind, he calmly thinks, this is similar to the trial at Mount Millennium on the 2nd floor. The others watching him begin to panic. What does that guy think he's doing? Does he have a death wish? Wait, Mr. Narukami? The moment Narukami places his hand on the door, a system window suddenly pops up before him. Heart of Thunder is resisting the Gate of Thunderbolt. Another panel appears, resisting status ailment, electrocution. Gate of Thunderbolt is judging your qualifications. At that instant, an overwhelming surge of powerful lightning energy erupts from the entrance. The pressure alone makes everyone else collapse to their knees, struggling to breathe. They stare at Narukami in disbelief, wondering how he is still standing there. Another system window appears. Lightning is reacting to the Gate of Thunderbolt. Heart of Thunder is reacting to the Gate of Thunderbolt. Even now, Narukami remains rooted in place. Blinding bolts of lightning surge violently around his body, illuminating the entire area. Then the final system message appears. The Gate of Thunderbolt vanishes, and the hidden traces of Thunderbolt reveal themselves. With that, the lightning abruptly stops. The intense energy fades, and the Heart of Thunder drops to the ground with a heavy sound. Everyone's eyes lock onto it in shock, Damon included. Just moments ago, he had spoken of searching for the traces of Thunderbolt, and now, the very thing he sought lies before Narukami. How does he have that? Damon mutters in disbelief. Without hesitation, Damon draws his weapon, preparing for a fight. Meanwhile, Narukami Subaru, holding the Heart of Thunder in his hand, thinks to himself, was it waiting all this time for someone with the right qualifications to appear? But suddenly, from behind him, a massive X-shaped slash cuts through the air and attacks him. At the very last moment, with almost no room to escape, he manages to twist his body just enough to deflect most of the blow. Even so, the attack grazes him, and blood begins to drip from his shoulder. At that very moment, a system notification appears before him. You have been attacked by a member of your own raid party. A counterattack penalty will not be applied. Damon smirks and says, you got lucky just now. Hand that over. Narukami Subaru looks at him calmly and replies, and why should I do your bidding? Damon's expression turns cold as he answers, you guys are outsiders. Stuff here should go to us locals. That's just how it works. I mean, even if you're not from this world, you're still scared of dying, aren't you? Hearing that, Narukami reflects silently. Even if dying in the trial doesn't mean you actually die, the pain still feels 100% real. Even if death here isn't permanent, the fear, the shock, the mental scars, they're real. Meanwhile, an overwhelming surge of energy begins radiating from Damon's body. His presence grows heavier as he declares, when death's right in front of you, anyone would feel pathetic. We're used to killing outsiders. You know, the ordinary members of the raid begin to panic. Why, you're joking, right? Shit. So the rumors about Conrad's mercenaries killing players were real? I shouldn't have come here. One of Narukami's teammates desperately calls out, Narukami, let's be rational about this and talk it out with them. But in the next instant, the scene reveals blood splattered across the ground. Narukami Subaru has already moved. One of Damon's men lies defeated behind him as Narukami steps forward, his expression steady and unshaken. He looks at them all and says calmly, well, now I've got an excuse. Without wasting a second, Narukami Subaru dashes forward and reaches another mercenary. Before the man can even react, Narukami strikes him down just as swiftly. As the body falls, he says coldly, let's turn these guys into vultures too. Damon's eyes widen in disbelief. No way. In his mind, panic sets in. He's supposed to be E-rank. What the hell is going on? But while he is still trying to process what's happening, Narukami has already closed the distance between them. In an instant, Narukami launches a direct attack at Damon. Damon barely manages to endure the strike. Forced back by the sheer force of it, Narukami looks at him and says calmly, is not letting me kill you in one hit supposed to be your S-rank pride? Damon grits his teeth and shouts, you tricked me. You bastard. Who the hell are you? He raises his massive blade, preparing to retaliate with a full-powered strike, but before he can swing it, his arm is severed cleanly. Screaming in agony, Damon stares in horror. A demon blade user. Even in pain, he snarls bitterly, you coward. You got stronger by relying on weapons. Narukami's eyes remain cold. Don't lump me together with trash like you. If you're mad, save up some money and buy one yourself. Actually, I guess you don't need it anymore. Damon tries to spit out another insult, but before he can finish his words, his head is cleanly cut off. A system window appears in front of Narukami. You have defeated Damon. The entire raid party stands frozen in shock, unable to believe what they just witnessed. Silence falls over the battlefield. Narukami slowly turns his gaze toward the remaining members and asks in a steady voice, you want this too? Trembling in fear, one of the remaining men quickly raises his hands and says, no way. That belongs to you, Lord Narukami. The live stream chat immediately erupts. Viewers begin calling Narukami incredibly strong, some even referring to him as a lord. The tone of the comments shifts completely. What began as doubt has now turned into awe. Soon after, the scene shows the Thunderbolt Cave once more. Everyone stands there, staring at its entrance in silence. Then Narukami Subaru speaks calmly to the group. Alright, let's move. With that, he begins walking toward the cave. One by one, the rest of the team follows behind him without protest. A girl hesitates and quietly asks, is it really okay for us to follow him? The blue-haired boy beside her glances forward and replies, what do you mean? She lowers her voice. It's just, he's clearly not normal. The blue-haired boy shrugs and says, you'll be fine, as long as you don't pull dumb stuff like those guys. And as long as we don't mess with him first. Narukami Subaru can't really do anything reckless. Streaming is basically a popularity business, so they have to stay on good terms with regular users like us. He adds cautiously, as long as those posts don't get exposed. Just then, everyone's attention snaps forward and their expressions instantly change. From ahead, a massive pack of wolves is charging straight toward them. their numbers overwhelming and their growls echoing through the cave entrance. Some of the team members begin shouting in panic. Our rear has been blocked, the front too. But there was nothing here when we came in. As chaos spreads, Narukami Subaru suddenly recalls something Schneider had once told him. Listen up. The first thing you'll run into in the Cave of Thunder is the Thunder Wolves. Right on cue. Countless Thunder Wolves appear ahead of them, their bodies crackling faintly with electricity. There's a ton of them. If you fight them one by one, you'll run out of stamina before the end. Remembering those words, Narukami steps forward without hesitation, charging straight into the swarm. Around him, the rest of the team struggles desperately, fighting off the monsters closing in from all sides. One of them shouts in alarm, Narukami, are you leaving us behind? But Narukami isn't ignoring them, he's focused. Schneider's voice echoes again in his mind. But there's one way to shorten the time. Normally, when you think of the boss, it's the biggest one in the pack. But these guys are different. The smallest one, that's the boss. The scene shifts to reveal it. The Thunderwolf boss. Unlike the others, it is smaller, standing quietly behind the massive wolves, watching rather than charging blindly. Meanwhile, Narukami cuts through the Thunderwolves and his path with swift, precise strikes. One after another, they fall before him as he advances relentlessly, carving a direct path toward the true boss. At that moment, Narukami activates the special ability embedded in his shoes. A system window appears before him, notifying him that the cooldown for the side effect has begun. Another message follows immediately. You can now walk in midair for 3 seconds. Without hesitation, he accelerates forward at incredible speed, his steps no longer bound to the ground. As he moves, a thought crosses his mind. Toshia, so this is how you always felt, huh? Ahead of him, 3 Thunderwolves leap forward to intercept him, but he surges past them in a blur, moving faster than they can react. In the next instant, he has already closed the distance to the boss. The Thunderwolf boss senses the threat and strikes first, unleashing a powerful attack that slams Narukami down from midair. He crashes toward the ground, but with remarkable composure. He twists his body and lands firmly instead of collapsing. Cold energy begins to radiate from his body. In his mind, his resolve sharpens. An eye for an eye. Thunder for thunder. My thunder is. Before the thought even fully settles, he launches his counterattack. The strike is overwhelmingly powerful, far beyond an ordinary blow. In a single, decisive slash, the Thunderwolf boss is split cleanly into halves. A system window appears. You have defeated the Thunderwolf boss. The Thunderwolves' frenzy has decreased. The remaining wolves falter, their ferocity visibly weakening as silence slowly returns to the battlefield. Another system window appears before Narukami Subaru. You have leveled up. Your strength has increased by 1. Your agility has increased by 1. Your stamina has increased by 1. Meanwhile, the rest of the team is still struggling against the remaining wolves. One of them shouts in desperation, shit, there's no end to them. But Narukami remembers Schneider's words clearly. Once the boss is down, you win. From that moment on, you are their boss. Just then, something unbelievable happens. All of the Thunderwolves stop attacking. One by one, they turn and gather in front of Narukami, lowering themselves in submission. 2 more system windows appear. You have subdued the Thunderwolves. You can now command the Thunderwolves within the Cave of Thunder. With that, the wolves completely cease their assault on the remaining team members. The blue-haired boy stares in shock and stammers. What just happened, Narukami? Narukami does not answer him. Instead, he looks ahead and says firmly to everyone, let's go deeper. Move out. As he begins walking forward, the entire pack of Thunderwolves moves with him, following his lead. The others can only stare in disbelief, whispering among themselves, wondering what in the world is happening and why every single one of those wolves is now obeying him. And then Narukami Subaru begins moving forward with powerful, steady steps. As he advances, he calmly says, this should be a good spot. Turning slightly, he looks at the wolf beside him and commands, now howl. At his signal, every single wolf raises its head and begins howling loudly, their voices echoing across the area. Seeing this, the purple-haired man and his entire team are left completely stunned. The purple-haired man shouts in confusion and anger, Narukami, what are you doing? At that very moment, several flying-type monsters can be seen in the distance. Drawn in by the howling, they begin heading straight toward them. Realizing the danger, the purple-haired man and his companion rush forward and shout desperately, please stop. You'll draw all the monsters here. What are you thinking? Hearing their concern, Narukami Subaru doesn't even flinch. With a cold, confident tone, he replies, a surrounded hunt. This is how I do things. As he says this, he releases his demonic blood, an intense aura spreading from his body. Then he adds, you don't need to worry about me. I've got the Thunderwolves. I'll manage. His answer only shocks them more. The purple-haired man quickly responds, no. Wait, then what are we supposed to do? Narukami continues walking forward, then briefly turns back to look at them and says, I told you from the start, didn't I? You're just tagging along. Survive on your own. And with those words, everything turns into chaos. The monsters begin attacking from all sides, and the fight for survival starts instantly. The scene then shifts. We see a person watching all of this through a live stream. At the same time, a girl beside him asks with concern, "Should we really let him do that?" The yellow-haired man responds calmly, "The streamer made his call. It is what it is." The girl hesitates, still uneasy. But still, this is kind of. On the screen, the battle is shown to be extremely intense and dangerous. The wolves are also actively participating in the fight, clashing fiercely with the monsters. After watching for a moment, the yellow-haired man takes out a device and says, "Yeah, normally, he'd get flamed to hell for this, but it's a special case this time." After that, a screen appears, filled with various pieces of information and data flashing across it. The scene then cuts back to the yellow-haired man, who begins explaining calmly a hitchhiking tour. There's solid proof, so there's no reason for suspicion. Honestly, they're nowhere near strong enough to clear the Cave of Thunder on their own. It's basically a free taxi ride. Who wouldn't want to hop on? At the same time, on the screen, we can see that all the people inside the cave are terrified, running in panic as monsters chase them down relentlessly. Watching this, the woman beside him speaks with concern. Do you think the viewers will see it that way too? Even if it's troublesome, maybe letting them tag along could prevent some messy backlash? Hearing her question, the yellow-haired man pauses for a moment before replying, "Maybe. If it was just this one time." The woman looks at him again, slightly confused and worried again. "You don't mean?" He continues in a firm, matter-of-fact tone. "If word gets out that his taxi's free, people won't leave him alone. Let them ride for free once, and next time they'll swarm him like ants." Narukami Subaru is making an example out of them, teaching everyone not to even think about leeching. As he says this, the scene shifts back to Narukami Subaru, who is charging forward at incredible speed, cutting down monsters one after another without hesitation. In front of him, a system screen suddenly appears displaying the message, "You have leveled up." Another screen follows, showing that 1 point has been added to 3 of his stats. As the battle continues, we see monster blood splattered across Narukami's mask, while the ground around him is littered with the remains of defeated creatures. Standing in the middle of the chaos, completely unfazed, he speaks coldly. "No complaints about this being a solo run now, right?" Meanwhile, the live stream is flooded with reactions. Countless viewers are commenting at once. Some are shocked by what they're seeing, while others are praising his strength and ruthless efficiency. Despite all the noise and reactions, Narukami Subaru stands there calmly, surrounded by the aftermath of battle. Then, with a chilling warning in his voice, he says, "If anyone tries to leech off me again, be ready for this." After that, the scene cuts back once again to the same screen, where we see the yellow-haired man sitting with the girl beside him. This time, he's laughing loudly, almost uncontrollably. But beneath that laughter, his thoughts are sharp and observant. In his mind, he says, he's not shallow enough to ignore how his words hit his audience. That means every move he made, every line he spoke, was calculated. Still smiling, he continues aloud, "I have to admit it, he's top tier as both a player and a streamer." The perspective then shifts to another screen, where a contact name is visible, Nagging Boss. The call connects, revealing Hatsuka on the other end. She answers casually, sounding slightly busy. "Chief, I'm busy right now, so I'll hop before she can finish." The yellow-haired man cuts in. It's about Narukami Subaru. Hearing that name, Hatsuka immediately pauses and asks, "What about him?" The yellow-haired man responds, "Just answer one thing. Did you tell Narukami about the tag-along recruitment post?" Without hesitation, Hatsuka replies, "Yes, I told him." Hearing this, the yellow-haired man narrows his eyes slightly and says, "I see. So this whole thing was your plan from the start?" Clearly annoyed, Hatsuka snaps back, "Plan? If you're going to start talking nonsense, I'm hanging up." And with that, she immediately cuts the call. Watching this, the yellow-haired man looks genuinely surprised for a moment. Then he turns to the girl beside him and asks, "You saved a copy of that forum post, right?" She nods and replies, "Yes, it's all prepared." A faint, confident smile forms on his face as he says, "Then it's our turn to make them understand that Narukami Subaru has a powerhouse agency backing him." The scene shifts again, this time back to the tower. We see the wolves charging forward at incredible speed, tearing through the battlefield. But suddenly, the perspective changes to another location, where a blue-eyed guild is being completely overwhelmed, on the verge of total defeat. The situation is so bad that it feels like they're about to be wiped out entirely. Amidst this chaos, the team captain shouts, "Schneider." At that moment, Schneider and his entire team are standing nearby, watching the fight unfold while chaos erupts around them. One of the opposing captains, clearly frustrated and angry, steps forward and shouts, "You did that on purpose, didn't you? You're mad I joined the raid squad or something." But Schneider shows no reaction at all. His expression remains calm, almost indifferent. Then, without warning, he says quietly, "I found you." In the next instant, he pulls out a small knife and throws it forward with incredible speed. The blade cuts through the air so fast that it's almost impossible to track. Seeing this, the other captain shouts in disbelief, "That bastard, you've got to be kidding me." But before he can finish, the knife strikes directly into the head of the wolf boss. A surge of energy bursts out from the creature's body as it collapses. The opposing captain stares in disbelief and then scoffs, "Come on, I thought you were finally making a move. but it was just one shitty mob. Schneider tilts his head slightly and replies coldly, huh? You talking to me? The captain, now visibly furious, steps forward and says, you've been picking fights this whole time. Fine. Let's settle which one of us is actually. Before he can finish, Schneider interrupts him calmly, his gaze steady and sharp. The wolves. At that moment, all of the wolves suddenly stop attacking. The battlefield, which was filled with chaos just seconds ago, falls into an eerie pause. Seeing this, everyone is left stunned, looking at each other in confusion as they try to understand what just happened. The opposing captain, unable to make sense of it, calls out sharply, hey, what did you just do? Schneider, clearly uninterested in arguing or explaining himself in detail, responds in a calm, almost dismissive tone. You don't understand a thing about the Cave of Thunder. And it's not just you, the higher-ups in Blue Zone are clueless too. With that, he begins walking forward, completely ignoring their reactions, and adds, you should turn back now, if you don't want to embarrass yourself in front of your subordinates, that is. The other captain, his pride clearly hurt, stammers in anger. Why, you bastard? But Schneider doesn't even react. His expression remains unchanged as he continues moving forward, leaving them behind without a second thought. The scene then shifts once again, this time to Narukami Subaru. In front of him, the massive Thunder Mob boss charges forward, preparing to strike with overwhelming force. But Narukami stands his ground, completely ready for the fight. In the next instant, he burst forward at incredible speed, closing the distance in a flash. Without hesitation, he delivers a direct lightning attack straight into the monster's open mouth. The impact is devastating. The Thunder Mob boss is instantly overwhelmed and destroyed. As the dust settles, Narukami recalls Schneider's earlier words, I made it that far pretty smoothly. Took me only about 3 years. But then I realized something. The real Cave of Thunder only starts there. Now, standing in silence, Narukami looks ahead, and in front of him is a massive, imposing gate. Its presence alone feels heavy, as if it marks the boundary between two completely different worlds. He stares at it for a moment and says quietly, so this is what Schneider was talking about, the true Cave of Thunder. At that exact moment, a system window appears before him, displaying the message, you are entering the first gate of Thunder. Another screen follows immediately after, beginning the Thunder trial. As the massive gate slowly begins to open, Narukami Subaru watches in silence, his thoughts running calmly through his mind. Honestly, the Cave of Thunder wasn't that different from a normal dungeon up to this point. He reflects, observing everything carefully. The heavy doors creak as they part, revealing what lies beyond, and he continues thinking. According to Schneider, the real shift happens here. At that exact moment, a system window appears before him, displaying, you have entered the first gate of Thunder. Another message follows immediately. The trial of Thunder will now begin. As Narukami steps forward, the atmosphere changes completely. The sky above twists into something unnatural, and suddenly, a massive and strange dragon-like figure becomes visible in the distance. Its sheer size and overwhelming presence make it look almost unreal-like, a living image painted across the sky itself. Seeing this, Narukami narrows his eyes and thinks from here on out. On the live stream, viewers are left completely stunned by the sight. The scale of the creature alone is enough to shake anyone watching. At that moment, Schneider's earlier words echo in Narukami's mind once again. The first gate of Thunder. It took me over 5 years to get through that place. So, how long do you think it'll take you? The scene snaps back to the present as another system message appears, assessing your Thunderclap qualifications. High above, the dragon's enormous eyes seem to lock directly onto Narukami, as if judging his very existence. A deep voice resonates through the space, echoing like distant thunder. Thunderclap is the earth-shaking roar when lightning strikes, but that roar is still part of thunder. Either way, it is all the same power. So if you're asking whether the Cave of Thunder's reward has anything to do with my thunder, honestly, I've got no clue yet. Even if it's the same element, that doesn't mean the skill works the same. As the voice fades, the energy around Narukami begins to intensify. A chilling, overwhelming force spreads across the area, condensing into a massive form. Before his eyes, that energy takes the shape of a colossal thunder dragon, radiating power far beyond anything he has faced before. A system screen appears once more, identifying the being, Judge of Thunderclap Ragnell. Narukami slowly looks up at the towering entity, his gaze steady despite the immense pressure bearing down on him. He knows something decisive is about to happen. And just then, Schneider's warning resurfaces in his mind. You're the one who defeated Greg, the Wolf Warrior, right? But you'd better not even think about trying to take down Ragnell. Back in the present, the pressure becomes almost suffocating. Narukami grips his head for a moment, feeling the weight of the situation, but instead of fear, there's a hint of defiance in his expression. What do you take me for, Schneider? He mutters to himself, staring straight at the thunder dragon above, ready to face whatever comes next. One look is enough to know. He's not someone you can beat. That thought crosses Narukami Subaru's mind as he stares up at the overwhelming presence before him. At the same time, Schneider's words echo again in his memory, clear and heavy with warning. Ragnell's trials are different every single time. Sometimes he makes you endure tens of millions of lightning strikes. Sometimes he seals off all 5 senses and traps you in pitch-black darkness. Or summons a massive monster and forces you to fight it. Back in the present, the massive thunder dragon looms above him, its voice rumbling like the sky itself as it speaks. Are you the one who will challenge the trial of thunder? Narukami doesn't hesitate. He looks straight at the dragon and answers firmly, yes. The thunder dragon slowly descends closer to him, its presence growing even more suffocating as it observes him with interest. Most intriguing, it says. You've already proven countless qualifications. Take out what you've got in there. As soon as those words are spoken, a strange reaction begins. From within Narukami's pocket, a surge of thunder energy starts to leak out on its own, crackling faintly in the air. Feeling it, Narukami frowns slightly and thinks the trace of thunder. Schneider never mentioned anything about that. He reaches in and pulls it out. The moment the object is revealed, the thunder dragon lets out a low, knowing sound. So you open the thunderclap gate and walked in. Narukami, still holding the glowing object, looks up and asks, wasn't there anyone else besides me who had this? Like that bearded guy with the spear, for example. The dragon responds calmly, clarifying he didn't enter by opening the gate. He merely happened to pick up a stone formed from the dungeon's condensed energy. Hearing that, Narukami processes it quickly in his mind. Now that you mention it, since I'm the only one with thunder, that makes sense. Then, without delay, the dragon declares in a commanding voice, now, I shall impose your trial. Swallow it. That is the trial. At that moment, a system window appears, displaying the details of the object in his hand. Trace of thunder. Rank. Category. A crystal left behind after thunder roared through the skies. Narukami stares at it, clearly conflicted. This thing's insanely valuable, right? Should I really go through with it? He says aloud, hesitation creeping into his voice for the first time. At the same time, his thoughts begin racing. Just because you pass the trial doesn't mean you'll get a better reward than this. Thinking about it like that, it kind of feels like a waste. But then his expression slowly hardens as he reminds himself of the bigger picture. But I've been saving this up for the next trial in the first place. If I back out here, it'd be an embarrassment to me. Narukami Subaru mutters under his breath, his eyes still fixed on the glowing crystal in his hand. But almost immediately, his thoughts sharpen and shift. No, it wouldn't just be me. It'd be an embarrassment to Blue Eyes. With that realization, his hesitation disappears. Without giving himself another second to doubt, he decisively brings the crystal up and swallows it. At once, a system window appears before him. You have swallowed the trace of thunder. Another message follows instantly. The gate's trial will now begin within your body. The moment those words appear, a violent surge of thunder energy erupts inside him. It floods through his entire body, wild and uncontrollable, as if lightning itself has been unleashed within his veins. The sheer intensity is unbearable. His muscles tense, his breathing breaks, and a sharp, overwhelming pain courses through him. Unable to hold it in, Narukami lets out a loud scream as the energy continues to tear through him from the inside. The scene abruptly shifts. We now see a soft, cozy room warmly lit, peaceful, and completely opposite to the chaos from before. It belongs to Hatsuka, who is currently watching the live stream unfold. Her expression is filled with shock and concern as she exclaims, do you even know how much that stone was worth? And Narukami's really obsessed with money too. I hope he's okay. Just then, her phone rings. She glances at the screen and sees the name Kiyoharu. Quickly picking up the call, she says, hello, Kiyoharu? From the other side, a calm voice replies, I'm about to arrive. Hearing that, she sounds slightly surprised. Already? Well, I guess it's close to you. She hesitates for a moment, as if she wants to say something more, but can't bring herself to do it. Noticing this, Kiyoharu asks, what is it? After a brief pause, Hatsuka finally speaks, her voice softer now. I'm really sorry. But Kiyoharu cuts her off firmly. Forget it. Just keep your promise, okay? If you come asking for it later, I'm not giving it. No means no. I called to make sure you knew there's no turning back now. Alright, good luck with the monitoring. And with that, the call ends. Hatsuka lowers her phone slowly, staring at Kiyoharu's name still displayed on the screen, her expression growing more serious. The scene then shifts again. Now, we see Kiyoharu himself. His face looks tense, troubled, as if he's carrying the weight of something important. The atmosphere around him feels heavy. A system notification appears. Floor 5, Buren God Forging. In front of him stands a massive, majestic palace, ancient, imposing, and filled with an overwhelming presence. Kiyoharu gazes at it quietly, his eyes reflecting a mix of memories and resolve. Then, under his breath, he says, never thought the day would come when I'd return here. After that, the scene shifts back once again to Narukami Subaru, who is still in the middle of enduring the trial. A system window appears before him, repeating the condition. The trial of thunder will now begin within your body. In the very next moment, a powerful bolt of lightning crashes directly into him, surging through his entire body like a violent storm. His body jolts from the impact, and for a brief second, everything feels like it's tearing apart from within. Then, slowly, his eyes snap open again. Another system message appears. The trace of thunder has settled into your body. Your mana has increased by 1, but there's no time to recover. A new warning flashes, accumulating fatigue. Your fatigue has reached 67. Your mana has increased by 1. The strain keeps rising. Another alert appears. Your fatigue has reached 73. At the same time, Narukami feels something strange deep within his body, a sharp, unnatural pulse running through his veins. His thoughts grow tense as he realizes something isn't right. No, this is the opposite from last time. It's like something's blocking the flow of my magic. The pain intensifies, spreading through every part of him. Another system message appears. The trace of thunder spreads through your entire body. Narukami struggles to even move properly, his body refusing to respond the way he wants. Gritting his teeth, he thinks, I can't move the way I want. The thunder's heart and the trace of thunder. Are they reacting to each other? Confusion mixes with the pain as another thought hits him. Wasn't the thunder's heart supposed to be an equipable item? Before he can fully process it, another surge of lightning crashes down onto him from above, striking his body once again with brutal force. The energy courses through him violently, pushing him further to his limit. Another system update appears, showing his mana increasing again, now reaching a total of 81. By this point, Narukami has dropped to his knees, barely able to hold himself up under the immense pressure. His breathing is heavy, his body trembling as he endures the overwhelming energy tearing through him. Looking at what's happening within himself, he mutters with difficulty. It looks similar, but it's completely different from the trace of thunder. Narukami Subaru grits his teeth as the realization suddenly strikes him. When he told me to swallow it, maybe it was actually a hint to make me swallow the thunder's heart. Without wasting another second, he acts on that instinct. He takes the thunder's heart and swallows it as well. The moment he does, everything changes. A surge of energy erupts from his body, this time not just one, but two distinct forces. White and golden thunder begin to flow outwards simultaneously, intertwining and expanding as their power steadily rises. The intensity keeps building, growing stronger and stronger with every passing moment. Even the Thunder Dragon watches closely, observing every detail without interruption. Inside Narukami, a transformation begins. Something deep within his body starts to take shape, forming slowly but unmistakably. Then the Thunder Dragon speaks, its voice filled with quiet acknowledgement. So, you finally noticed. As the process continues, a core begins to manifest inside Narukami, a concentrated source of power taking form. Realizing what's happening, Narukami thinks in awe. So this is the Thunder's heart. The dragon looks at him with a mix of amusement and disbelief. You didn't even know how to use it. What a total waste of treasure. But there's also meaning in realizing it on your own. Narukami, still shaken from everything he just endured, snaps back in frustration. You've got to be kidding me. I almost died back there. Unfazed, the Thunder Dragon continues. The last wielder of thunder couldn't handle this thing. But this time, I've got high hopes. As those words echo, an overwhelming amount of energy floods into Narukami's body once again, but this time, it's different. Instead of tearing him apart, it begins to stabilize, strengthening him from within. System windows begin appearing rapidly. The skill level of Thunder LV3 has increased. Then again, Thunder LV.4, and again, Thunder LV.5. Finally, another message appears. The skill rank of Thunder has risen to S. The power within him surges to an entirely new level. The scene then shifts. We now see Schneider along with the opposing captain and their teams, standing in the same area as before. However, something feels off. Schneider looks around carefully, his expression tightening as he realizes something is wrong. It's not here. The painting's gone, he says. Hearing this, Don Chao, one of the members nearby, looks around uneasily and says, Captain, doesn't this place feel kinda empty? Or is it just me? Schneider's gaze sharpens as he finally understands what's missing. Then, in a low, serious voice, he says, the dragon's gone. Don Chao looks around again, then suddenly realizes something and exclaims, oh, now that you mention it, you're right. Did you erase it, Captain? Schneider immediately shakes his head and replies calmly, I didn't even take the test. Someone other than us must have come in and done it. Hearing that, Don Chao's eyes widen in shock. What? Someone besides us? Don't tell me. It was Narukami Subaru. But what could he have done to make the dragon disappear? Before Schneider can respond, the Blue Eyes team captain cuts in impatiently, clearly more focused on something else. Dragon painting, dragon tattoo, whatever it was. I don't care. If Narukami Subaru already passed through, then we'd better hurry. Are you okay with him snatching up all the rewards before we even get there? Schneider turns toward him, his expression sharp and slightly annoyed. You think I came here just for the rewards? The captain hesitates for a moment. Well, I mean, but Schneider doesn't let him finish. Instead, he steps forward, his tone carrying a rare sense of excitement. There's finally been some change. Someone besides me has actually made it to the end of the Cave of Thunder. As he walks closer to the captain, he adds with a dangerous edge in his voice, right now, I'm flying higher than ever, so don't you dare ruin the mood. The captain quickly backs down, raising his hands slightly. Okay, fine. I get it. Don Chao steps in, placing a hand on the captain's shoulder as if to calm things down. There's no need to rush. I've fought that guy once in a tournament. The captain looks at him, confused. So what? Don Chao continues seriously. What I'm saying is, Even a Narukami Subarus wouldn't make it through what lies ahead easily. The captain doesn't fully understand what he means. But before he can ask further, Schneider raises his voice, addressing everyone at once. Stay sharp. If we want to witness the historic first conquest of the Cave of Thunder, the bare minimum is surviving. Hearing that, the captain thinks to himself, so this guy is not even planning to clear it himself. Just what the hell is waiting for us up ahead? Soon after, the group arrives in front of another massive door. It stands silently before them, radiating an ominous presence. Schneider steps forward and begins to open it, saying, "Beyond this door is the end of the Cave of Thunder." Then, after a brief pause, he adds, "And right now, Narukami Subaru is probably already beyond this door." As the door opens, a system message appears before all of them. You have entered the second gate of Thunder. The moment they step inside, they find themselves in a vast hall. At the center of it stands a throne, imposing and mysterious, with a message written clearly upon it. Please take a seat on the throne. The entire team slowly moves forward, carefully observing their surroundings, staying alert for any sign of danger. But no matter how much they look around, nothing makes sense. The place feels quiet, too quiet. After scanning the area for a moment, Schneider finally speaks in a low voice. He's not here. The Blue Eyes team captain looks around, clearly confused, and asks, "What now?" Hearing that, Schneider replies calmly, "I said Narukami Subaru's not here." The captain, already irritated, snaps back. "You've been going Narukami. Narukami non-stop, give it a rest already." He probably just sat on that chair and moved on ahead. But Schneider immediately shakes his head, his tone firm. "No, that shouldn't be possible." The captain frowns. "Why do you think that?" Before Schneider can fully respond, the group takes a step forward and instantly, a system window appears before them. You have trespassed upon the domain of the throne. At the same time, a blinding light begins to glow. From above, a powerful force descends rapidly, crashing down in front of them. Everyone freezes, staring at the overwhelming energy gathering before their eyes. Another system message appears. The Knight of Thunder has appeared. The group stares in disbelief. Someone mutters, "The Knight of Thunder? A boss monster?" Another voice follows, confused and uneasy. "Why? Is a human a monster?" Schneider steps forward slightly, his eyes fixed on the figure forming within the light, and says in a serious tone, "You can't move forward unless you defeat the Knight of Thunder." Then, after a brief pause, he adds quietly, "That's him. This is where I faced a wall no one can ever surpass, Peleus." The name echoes heavily as the scene briefly shifts into the past. We see Schneider speaking with Narukami Subaru, explaining what he knows. And that's the name he introduced himself with. Apparently, it was the first time he'd ever told a challenger his name. Narukami, curious, asks, "They're not just two people with the same name, right?" Schneider responds thoughtfully, "Both are trials tied to thunder. It makes the most sense to assume they're the same person." Narukami presses further, "Even so, why has something like this never come to light before? There are plenty of people who know about Peleus." Schneider looks at him and answers, "But I'm the only one who knows the Knight of Thunder's name. And yet, I didn't know who he was until then. Your thunder skill and that Knight of Thunder are definitely connected somehow. That's why." The scene snaps back to the present. We see Schneider again, staring at the figure before him as it fully materializes. In his mind, he thinks, "I was hoping he'd show up before I got here this time." But, in front of them, the Knight of Thunder Peleus steps forward, his presence overwhelming, releasing a powerful surge of energy that fills the entire space. Then, in a deep and commanding voice, he speaks, "You've come again." Seeing him standing right in front of him, Schneider narrows his eyes and asks, "You were waiting for someone else, right?" Peleus looks at him calmly and replies, "You catch on quick." Schneider doesn't waste time and immediately follows up, "So, did you meet the one you were waiting for?" Peleus answers without hesitation, "No, not yet." Hearing that, Schneider slowly draws his weapon, preparing himself as he says, "Then let's see." At the same time, on the other side, the Blue Eyes team captain shouts to his members, block off his escape. They rush forward all at once, trying to surround and trap Peleus. From behind, Schneider quickly realizes what they're about to do and shouts, mindlessly charging in will. But before he can even finish his warning, Peleus moves. In a single, effortless strike, he cuts through all of them at once. The attack is so fast and overwhelming that they don't even have time to react. In an instant, they're completely wiped out. Watching this, Schneider clicks his tongue slightly and mutters, "Such cheap tricks don't work on the Knight of Thunder." Even then, the captain refuses to back down. Struggling to stand, he glares at Peleus and shouts, "If you won't do it, then I will." With that, he charges forward and launches a direct attack. But the moment his sword meets Peleus, it shatters, instantly breaking apart as if it were nothing. Before he can even comprehend what happened, Peleus's weapon is already pressed against his throat, ending the fight completely. The scene shifts. We return to Narukami Subaru, who slowly opens his eyes after some time, regaining consciousness. Still slightly dazed, he mutters, "How long was I out for?" A system notification appears in front of him. "Won't sleep till you've cleared it is gifted 100 credits. A message follows along with it. "I'm sick of seeing you pass out, so the next time you do, make a collab with Narukami Subaru." Reading it, Narukami pauses for a moment, then starts thinking to himself, well, the collab with Hawkeye turned into great publicity. If it's a collab with Narukami Subaru, who's got a huge audience, wouldn't that be even better? Looking at his hands, he nods slightly and says, okay, count me in. Right after that, a status window appears in front of him, showing his current level, 37. He scans through the rest of his stats carefully, his expression turning a bit serious as he evaluates everything. The amount's pretty worrying, he mutters under his breath. Then, taking a deep breath, he steadies himself and says, alright, let's shake it off and keep going. The scene shifts back once again to Peleus. He is just about to deliver the final blow, ready to finish the fight, but at that very moment, Schneider suddenly steps in and blocks the attack, stopping him. The impact echoes through the hall, and without wasting another second, the two of them clash directly. Their battle begins instantly, and the intensity between them rises to an entirely different level. Watching from a distance, the Blue Eyes team captain stares in disbelief and mutters, so this is the difference of 10 years. Hearing him say that, Danchao lets out a faint scoff and replies, come on, did you seriously think the guild didn't trust the captain and sent you instead? You're nothing but a tool, just bait to provoke the captain's pride. Meanwhile, the fight continues to escalate. Every exchange between Schneider and Peleus shakes the surroundings. Their movements too fast and too powerful for most to even follow properly. The captain watches in shock, unable to take his eyes off the battle, and says under his breath, Narukami Subaru. He beat Schneider, didn't he? On the battlefield, Peleus suddenly unleashes an incredibly powerful attack toward Schneider. Schneider manages to block it, but the force behind it is overwhelming. His body strains under the pressure, and it becomes clear that he's struggling to keep up. In the middle of the clash, disaster strikes. One of Schneider's arms is cut off. Even then, he doesn't fall. Gritting his teeth, enduring the pain, he steadies himself. But inside his mind, the truth is undeniable. I still can't do a damn thing against him. How many more minutes can I hold out? 2 minutes, at best. Not even a second more than that. Just then, a few other fighters rush in, attempting to support him. They leap toward Peleus, attacking from different directions, hoping to overwhelm him. But it makes no difference. With a single, effortless strike, Peleus defeats all of them at once, brushing them aside as if they were nothing. Without even slowing down, he continues advancing straight toward Schneider, intent on finishing the fight. Seeing this, Schneider's thoughts sharpen. He knows there's no more time, no more room for hesitation. In that case, he thinks, tightening his grip, I'll put everything on this very strike. Schneider rushes forward and lands his attack, his blade striking Peleus directly, but to his shock, it doesn't even leave a scratch on his body. It's as if the attack meant nothing at all. Seeing this, Peleus calmly steps forward, raising his weapon to finish the fight, and says, you've grown quite a bit. He is just about to strike the final blow, but suddenly an overwhelming surge of energy erupts across the battlefield. A massive explosion bursts outward, forcing both of them to be thrown back. The entire area shakes under the impact, and for a moment, everything is consumed by blinding light and chaos. Then, from within the explosion, a figure slowly emerges. Narukami Subaru steps out. His presence alone feels completely different now. His power has risen to an entirely new level. Compared to before, the air around him crackles with intense energy, far stronger than anything seen earlier. Even Peleus reacts, his eyes narrowing slightly as he says, Narukami Subaru. Narukami steps forward and signals Schneider to stay back. Without hesitation, he summons his demonic blade, releasing a surge of powerful thunder energy that radiates outward violently. Both of them unleash their power fully. Terrifying waves of energy erupt from their bodies, clashing against each other and shaking the entire space. In an instant, Peleus disappears from his position and reappears right in front of Narukami, launching a powerful attack without warning. Narukami reacts just in time, blocking the strike, but the impact is immense, pushing him back slightly as their powers collide head-on. As their thunder energies clash violently, Peleus speaks again, his voice carrying a strange familiarity. It's been a while. Benefactor. Narukami, maintaining his stance, replies, I've heard the story. Watching from the side, Danchao looks completely confused and asks, what's going on? At that moment, Peleus slowly removes his helmet, revealing his face for the first time. Looking directly at Narukami, he speaks with calm certainty. I'm not sure if you remember my face, so allow me to greet you properly. It is me, Peleus. I didn't know where you went after that, but I believed we would meet again someday, if I came here. Narukami stares at him, trying to process everything, then asks quietly, how much time has it been since then? Peleus looks at him calmly and says, you really are an otherworlder. I'm not exactly sure about the time, because I stopped counting after 100 years or so had passed. Hearing that, Narukami Subaru is left stunned for a moment. In his mind, he tries to make sense of it all. The Thunder Trial is supposed to be a virtual test, something that can be repeated as many times as you want. So, how does he still remember me? As Narukami processes this, Peleus continues, his voice steady yet filled with a quiet weight. After learning about the existence of otherworlders, I began to think, perhaps you weren't from this world either. Narukami narrows his eyes and asks directly, What happened to the villagers? And why do you look like this now? For a brief moment, silence hangs in the air. Then Peleus answers, his tone carrying the burden of everything he has endured. After you left, the giants' invasion continued, and in the end, the village was destroyed. I am the only survivor. He pauses, then continues, his voice firm with determination. I swore to become strong, just like you, my benefactor. So I searched for the power you once wielded, until eventually I found my way to this cave. I found it at last. The air around him begins to tremble as his power slowly rises. But the price, for someone like me, who lacked the qualifications to seek such great power, was far heavier than I expected. His voice grows darker as he reveals the cost. I lost both of my eyes, and could no longer see. Then I was cursed, so that I could not take a single step outside this cave. All I could do was wait for the day you might return. As he speaks, a terrifying aura erupts from his body, his power surging uncontrollably, filling the entire space with overwhelming pressure. Then, with a deep and solemn tone, he makes his final request. My benefactor, this is my final wish. I beg of you, please grant this pitiful man before you eternal rest. Hearing those words, Narukami lowers his gaze slightly. In his mind, he quickly assesses his condition. My fatigue is close to its limit. If I don't want to drag this out, I'll have to go all out. At that very moment, an immense surge of energy begins to gather within his body. A system window appears, charging the Thunder's heart. Another warning follows. Your fatigue has reached 78. Despite that, the power inside him continues to rise uncontrollably. Lightning bursts outward, his aura growing more intense with every second. Then, looking straight at Peleus, Narukami speaks with resolve. Very well. I will grant your wish. In the next instant, both of them release their full power. Their thunder energies collide violently, creating a terrifying and overwhelming clash that shakes the entire domain. The sheer force of it is beyond anything seen before destructive. The scene shifts, and we are shown Rina as she walks toward her base, lost in thought. She thinks to herself, he's probably going to be mad. It's not even that I couldn't retrieve it, it's that I didn't. She looks slightly troubled and anxious. Just then, she raises her gaze forward and freezes in complete shock. The entire base in front of her is completely frozen in ice. Seeing this, she mutters, oh, he's definitely mad. After that, she opens the entrance and looks upward, noticing numerous sharp ice shards hanging above. As she moves forward, those shards begin to fall rapidly from above toward the ground. Startled and overwhelmed, she shouts, this is way too much. Are you trying to kill me? Then, as she looks ahead, she sees someone stepping out, clearly filled with anger. The sight alone terrifies Rina, and she immediately panics. In a flustered state, she blurts out, you're right. I should pay with my life. No, wait. I sincerely apologize. The white-haired person then speaks coldly. You let him have it on purpose, didn't you? Hearing this question, Rina quickly responds, no. But the person presses again. Just say it straight. Hesitating for a moment, she finally admits, oh, yes. The white-haired person asks once more, why did you do that? Rina, still nervous and stumbling over her words, explains, I didn't see his face, but everything he did felt exactly like Subaru. So I figured it might be okay to let him have it. He didn't seem like he'd do anything bad. After hearing this, the white-haired person pauses. He seems slightly troubled and hesitant for a moment, but then he turns away and begins to leave. As he walks off, he says calmly, I see. Well, it's true I put you through a lot. Let's just call it even now that you made it back safely. Rina looks at him and asks hesitantly, you'll forgive me? The white-haired man responds calmly, however, put the house back to normal. Hearing this, Rina immediately gets irritated and shouts back in frustration, you're the one who wrecked it. The scene then shifts, and we are once again shown the cold, chilling energy of the area. The members of the Blue Zone team look around in confusion and disbelief, saying, is this really the third floor? Hearing their words, Don Chao replies seriously, there's no opening at all. At the same time, the focus moves ahead to an intense and terrifying battle unfolding between Narukami Subaru and Peleus. The atmosphere of the fight is heavy and overwhelming. Watching this, Schneider comments, Peleus' biggest weakness is that he can't see. We then witness the fight in full force. Narukami Subaru launches a relentless series of attacks on Peleus, sometimes striking with his sword, other times delivering powerful kicks. Even in the middle of the battle, Subaru is thinking strategically, if I can hide my presence, I can make an opening. Just then, a window appears in front of him, informing him, your fatigue has reached 81. On the other side, Peleus confidently declares that this is nothing to him. But in that very moment, another attack comes flying toward him with force. Peleus easily deflects it. Narukami, Subaru glances back and realizes that it was Schneider who launched that attack. Seeing this, Subaru says, nice timing. The impact of that strike had blown away Peleus' entire arm. Yet despite that, Peleus remains unfazed and says, I still have one arm left. However, as he looks forward, preparing to attack again, he suddenly realizes there is no one in front of him anymore. After that, we see Narukami Subaru again as he calls out to his opponent, I'm here. At the same moment, a system window appears, announcing, activating Cloud Stride. You can now walk in midair for 3 seconds. Using this ability, he moves through the air and unleashes an incredibly powerful attack infused with both Ice Cold energy and lightning. The strike is so devastating that it splits Peleus into pieces. In his final moments, Peleus speaks with a calm and respectful tone. My benefactor, I'm sorry for troubling you until the very end. With that, he expresses his gratitude toward Narukami Subaru. Soon after, we see Peleus's real soul emerging from his broken body. A bolt of lightning crashes down at that very spot, and then everything falls silent. The battle is over. The monster has been completely defeated. Now, standing before everyone, a throne appears. Narukami Subaru and the rest of the team all turn their attention toward it. Subaru's gaze remains fixed on the throne, but suddenly, he is attacked from above by someone wielding a sword. Surprised, he wonders who it could be. It turns out to be none other than the current leader of the Blue Zone team. The man shouts angrily, "What the hell makes this fight any different from Schneider's earlier one?" From behind, Don Chao calls out to him in disgust, "Coward, pulling dirty tricks like that." Ignoring him, the captain turns back and shouts to everyone, "Now's our only chance." While Narukami Subaru's worn out, hit him all at once. Some of the people there begin to waver and consider his words. He continues yelling, trying to rally more of them to his side. "Hey, are you even listening? That's the guy your oh-so-great captain's been chasing this whole time. Just kill him and settle the score already." We see that the people, from whom the captain was hoping for support, are not willing to help him at all. On the other side, Narukami Subaru is quietly watching him. The captain, growing more anxious, thinks to himself, since he's showing no sign of using thunder, he's definitely going to burn out. If we're going to exploit that, he suddenly turns toward Schneider and shouts, "Schneider, what the hell are you standing around for? This is your chance to get revenge." But Schneider remains standing there silently, not moving at all. The captain continues, "It's right in front of you." At that point, Schneider snaps back angrily, "What do you expect me to do with this arm? Don't drag me into this." Hearing this, the captain becomes visibly shaken and confused. Then, what about the reward? More importantly, the guild won't stay quiet about this. Schneider, still calm and composed, replies, "What kind of nonsense are you spouting? That reward obviously belongs to him. Besides, I joined Blue Zone to conquer the Cave of Thunder. I don't give a damn about the guild's affairs." Hearing this, the captain's condition worsens. He now clearly understands that Schneider is not going to help him. Left with no other choice, he immediately turns toward Narukami Subaru and calls out to him, "Narukami." Then, trying to change the situation, he makes an offer. "I've got a killer offer for you. Join Blue Zone. If you do, I'll hand over all the rewards from the Cave of Thunder. On top of that, I'll guarantee treatment on par with the semi-ranker." This isn't just talk. It's an official guild offer. At the same time, the captain is thinking to himself, "Originally, I planned to claim Thunder and secure that position for myself, but it can't be helped. For now, I should at least lock this guy in." Moving forward, he tries even harder to persuade him and says, "Well, with this, there's no reason for us to be enemies anymore, right?" Narukami Subaru looks at him with a cold expression and replies, "What made you think I would accept your offer?" In the very next moment, without any hesitation, he strikes his attack, cleanly slicing through the man's neck. The captain's body collapses right there on the spot. Everyone present witnesses the scene in shock, unable to move as the aftermath settles in silence. After that, Narukami Subaru calls out Schneider's name. Instantly, Schneider's team members prepare themselves for a fight, but Schneider stops them and says, "More importantly, I want to know what's over there." Subaru then asks him, "So, are you coming with me?" Schneider smirks slightly and responds, "What? You scared?" Then he turns to his team and orders, "You guys, withdraw." Hearing this, his teammates are shocked, but he continues firmly, "This is my final order as your captain, and also my last request to my comrades." Listening to those words, all of his team members become emotional. One of them quickly hands him a knife. Schneider takes it and says, "And one more thing." Then, marking his own leg, he adds, "How about this?" Meanwhile, Narukami Subaru has already started walking forward toward the throne. From behind, Schneider calls out, "It's settled then." With that, Narukami Subaru begins walking forward toward the throne, while everyone behind him watches in silence, including Schneider. The entire moment feels incredibly intense and almost surreal. Finally, Subaru reaches the throne and sits down upon it. But the instant he does, something feels wrong. He begins to sense a strange pressure, a powerful and unfamiliar energy surrounding him. A system window appears before him, stating, "You sat upon the unused Thunder Throne." At once, a different kind of energy starts coiling all around him. Subaru's condition quickly worsens. He is visibly struggling, both physically and mentally. It feels as if he wants to get up from the throne, but he simply cannot move. The overwhelming pressure keeps him pinned in place, growing heavier with every passing second. Just then, the door to the room ahead slowly opens, and a shadowy figure walks inside. Nothing about this person is explained yet, but despite the crushing pressure filling the entire area, He moves forward completely normally, as if unaffected. From his red hair and the armor he wears, it is clear that he is someone incredibly powerful. He looks straight toward the person sitting on the throne and calmly says, "I can't withstand the power of thunder as I am now. That's why I cannot take that seat. Someday, I'll return as a vessel worthy of it. I came here to tell you that, Father." Everything he says feels deeply confusing and mysterious. Without giving any further explanation, he simply turns around and walks away. As he leaves, the pressure surrounding the throne intensifies even more. Subaru is pushed to his absolute limit, struggling to endure it. The force becomes so overwhelming that even the structure beneath the throne begins to crack and collapse. In the next moment, everything is destroyed in a massive explosion. The entire place is engulfed in chaos and debris. Yet somehow, after all of this, Narukami Subaru is seen standing in a different place, as if he has been moved or transported. Looking around in confusion, he mutters to himself, "Wait, the viewers couldn't see that cussing either?" With that, another window appears in front of him, and at the same time, the livestream is still ongoing, filled with countless viewers constantly commenting and reacting. Without wasting a moment, he reaches forward and grabs the item in front of him. As he does, a system window appears, displaying, "You have cleared the Cave of Thunder. You have obtained the Hollow Heart of Thunder." Right after that, more notifications follow. He has leveled up 3 times. His strength, stamina, and agility have each increased by 2 points, while his concentration has increased by 3 points. Another window appears, stating, "You can receive AP from the Central Guild." The strange item he just obtained, the Hollow Heart of Thunder, remains a complete mystery. Nothing about its rank or properties is revealed. Narukami Subaru keeps staring at it, deep in thought, and mutters to himself, "The reward's kinda trash for a test this hard. Wait, could it be the same type of item as the Thunder's Heart?" At that moment, Schneider speaks up, clearly confused. "What was that just now? What even happened?" Subaru calmly replies, "This turned up from the dust." Schneider looks at the item and asks, "What is it, exactly?" Subaru responds honestly, "Well, I don't know." Hearing that, Schneider looks slightly surprised, then lets out a small smile and says, "Even you don't know? Huh, good grief. So if I want to see the fruits of my 10 years, I'll have to watch your stream." Narukami Subaru, with a serious expression, replies, "Fruits? We're just getting started. You're leaving this floor soon too, right?" After that, as he begins to leave the area, Narukami Subaru casually says, "If you're gonna watch, at least send some donations." "Oh, right? Gotta do the missions." From behind him, Schneider calls out in disbelief, "That's the first thing you do after clearing the Cave of Thunder? You really are a weird one." At that moment, several system windows immediately open in front of Subaru. One after another, they display, "Mission complete. Mission villain has gifted you 20,000 credits." Then another appears, "Mission complete. Save Assets has gifted you 10,000 credits." After receiving such a large amount of credits, Subaru looks clearly pleased. Turning to his livestream audience, he says, "Thanks to everyone who stayed and watched till the end." Well then, that's it for today's stream. As soon as he says this, the stream ends. The scene then shifts to another location, where a screen is shown displaying the message. Narukami Subaru has ended the live stream. There, we see the white-haired person along with Rina. The white-haired man says, "It's always like this with him." Hearing that, Rina responds with a tired expression, "Honestly, it's exhausting." The white-haired man then asks, "So, what did you think?" Rina looks slightly confused and asks, "About what?" He clarifies, seeing Narukami Subaru in person. Rina replies thoughtfully, "He did resemble him, I guess. But there's no way that was actually him." As she stands up and begins to walk away, she suddenly stops and turns back, saying, "That's what you wanted to hear, right? You can't even see his face through that mask. So I thought it might actually be Subaru hiding his identity." Hearing this, the white-haired man admits quietly that he knows. But Rina continues, "I was hopeful at first too, but think about it for a second." After that, Rina continues her reasoning, saying, "First, Subaru hates being the center of attention. There's no way he'd do live streams where he basically sells himself like that, and even goes so far as to wear his own signature mask. Second, with how the tower system works, unless you literally reincarnate like in some manga, you can't restart the trials from floor 1. So if that streamer really were the real Narukami Subaru, he'd have to meet both of those impossible conditions." The white-haired man responds calmly, "That's never going to happen." Hearing this, Rina simply agrees, right? The scene then shifts, and we are shown floor 5, Buren God Forging. Soon after, the main area of God Forging comes into view. It is described as an incredibly powerful domain in the world of Buren. Among martial artists, it stands as a massive force, second only to the Martial Alliance. It is a symbolic place of martial power, and also the place where the narrator grew up. At that moment, we see a group of soldiers escorting someone forward. The person they are bringing in is the same man Hatsuka had spoken to earlier. As he is being led, the man says to the guards with slight irritation, "You're making me look like a criminal here." One of the guards responds formally, "Pardon?" The blue-haired man then brushes it off, saying, "Nothing. Forget it." As the guards continue leading him forward, one of them adds. Please refrain from unnecessary remarks. If you have something to say, tell his lordship directly. Hearing this, the blue-haired man lets out a faint remark. Wow, who would have thought? At the same time, he thinks to himself, for someone who never asked favors, I figured it had to be serious if she came to me for help. That's why I'm here. Soon, a massive door comes into view. As he walks toward it, his thoughts continue. But can I really hold my ground in front of that person? He then enters the room alone, and as he steps inside, a single thought echoes in his mind. The Lord of God Forging, one of the tower's top-ranked high rankers, and the number 2 of the martial world, Untenkyoku. The blue-haired man greets him respectfully, slightly bowing as he says, It's been a while, your lordship. Have you been well? Hearing this, the mysterious man responds in a calm and almost familiar tone. No need to be so stiff. Just call me uncle like you used to. It is then revealed that this person is rank 6, the Lord of God Forging in Tenkyoku. The blue-haired man nods and replies, Yes, uncle. Tenkyoku then asks him in return, And you? Have you been doing well? The blue-haired man answers politely, Yes. Tenkyoku continues, Azure Sky Entertainment. Quite an impressive company. After a brief pause, he adds, Lately, a young warrior called Narukami Subaru has been making a name for himself. Hearing this, the blue-haired man is clearly surprised. With a puzzled expression, he asks, Since when did you know I worked for Azure Sky? Tenkyoku replies indifferently, That doesn't matter. The blue-haired man, still unsettled, tries to respond. It may not matter to you. But, before he can finish, Tenkyoku calmly cuts him off and says, Let's change the subject. Then, Tenkyoku continues, his voice calm yet heavy with authority. You must have a reason for coming back here on your own. Did you come to deliver Yuika's answer? The blue-haired man nods and replies, Yes. I heard it directly from her. The moment he says that, she refused. The entire atmosphere shifts instantly. The air grows tense, and a terrifying energy begins to radiate from Tenkyoku's body. His presence alone becomes overwhelming as he repeats slowly, A refusal, is it? A faint, dangerous curiosity enters his tone as he continues, How interesting. Do you even know what question that answer belongs to? The blue-haired man answers honestly, No. Hearing that, Tenkyoku's gaze sharpens. You came here without even knowing? The blue-haired man quickly explains everything. She told me to relate just one thing. I refuse. She's an irreplaceable friend, after all. At those words, Tenkyoku slightly withdraws his overwhelming energy, his expression returning to a more controlled state. So, you're merely her messenger, he says. But the blue-haired man shakes his head and adds, No. I just lost a bet and ended up coming. Before he can even finish his sentence, an immense pressure suddenly crashes down on him. It is so intense that he struggles to even speak, his body trembling under the weight of it. Tenkyoku's energy surges once again, far more terrifying than before, as he declares in a cold, commanding voice, Then hear this message from me as well, and deliver it properly. The pressure keeps increasing, crushing the blue-haired man to the point that blood begins to spill from his mouth. Yet Tenkyoku continues without the slightest hesitation. If she continues to act on her own, she'd pay for it. His voice grows even colder as he adds the final warning. That includes the place she's at, and every single person connected to her. With that, the scene shifts once again, and we are shown Earth, where rain is steadily falling. Beneath the building, two people stand together, having a conversation. Hatsuka looks through all the stats in front of her, and lets out a small sigh of relief, before asking, You led this, didn't you? How did you even pull it off? The yellow-haired man responds casually, I investigated it, pulled an all-nighter, and went through everything one by one. Public opinion wasn't great at first. They were like, what if those players weren't just jumping on the bandwagon, but actually trying their best for real? So I made sure to spread that they weren't good players at all, that they were trolls. You don't need to blame Narukami for that. That was the right call, plain and simple. Hearing this, Hatsuka calmly replies, I'm not blaming him. I'm his fan before I'm his manager. At that moment, the yellow-haired man looks at her and says, Then stay that way. A manager's gotta be their biggest fan. He continues, his tone softening slightly. You've been way more alive ever since you got assigned to Narukami. You always looked so gloomy back when you first joined. But now, you've become proactive at work, and you smile more too. He adds further, streamers matter, sure, but my subordinates are just as important to me. Let's keep up this pace and work together for a long time. Hearing all of this, Hatsuka feels a bit awkward. The way he is speaking to her makes her feel as if she's being treated like a child, leaving her slightly uncomfortable despite his good intentions. The yellow-haired man notices her expression and asks, What's with that face? Hatsuka, still feeling awkward, quickly responds, It's time. So I'll head out first. Outside, it's raining heavily. Seeing that, the man calls out to her, Take an umbrella with you. But Hatsuka is already too embarrassed, and without even looking back, she says, I don't need it. Just leave me alone. Why bring only one umbrella? That's the kind of thing that makes you disappointing. On the other side, Narukami Subaru is staring at the blue orb in his hand, deep in thought. He mutters to himself, I still don't know how to use this. It's not like I can just try swallowing it. but that cussing that only I could see. Just like on floor 2, where I met the giant and found my answer. If I meet that guy, will I figure something out? Just then, there's a knock on the door. From outside, a voice calls, Hatsuka here. Hearing that, Narukami Subaru replies, come in. Outside the door, Hatsuka is blushing intensely, her cheeks completely red. A moment later, both of them are shown inside the room. Feeling nervous and out of place, she says, we didn't have to do this here. Narukami Subaru responds casually, but wouldn't going outside in the rain be a hassle? Hearing that, Hatsuka's thoughts begin to race as she looks around, being alone with him. In his private space, her imagination had gone a little too far, making the situation feel even more awkward for her. Trying to compose herself, Hatsuka puts on a smile and begins speaking in a more professional tone. Once you're done with the trial on floor 4, you'll finally be ranked 2. So, here's a quick rundown of how the ranking system works. Narukami Subaru looks at her as she explains, but deep inside, he's already thinking, I probably know more about that than anyone here. I used to even research ranking mechanics back when I was in the guild. Then, the explanation unfolds. The moment a player reaches floor 5, the system automatically assigns a rank to every single player. A system process begins that calculates their ranking. Although the exact method behind it has never been fully revealed, still, there are some known general criteria. The most important factor is a player's performance during the trials. Beyond that, the system also considers the impact a player has on their world, their reputation among other players, and their battle results against already ranked players. In the end, it's essentially a complicated mix of multiple factors and unclear and somewhat messy combination that determines a player's final standing. That's the conclusion people have reached so far. After finishing her explanation, Hatsuka closes the laptop in front of her and looks at him with curiosity. I'm kinda curious what rank you'll end up at. Your reputation's been skyrocketing lately, hasn't it? Viewer reactions are part of the criteria too. Hatsuka continues, speaking honestly, when it comes to streamers who've grown this fast, even in our agency, only Narukami Subaru comes to mind. Oh, speaking of him, she hesitates for a moment before bringing up another topic. About that collab with Narukami Subaru you promised your viewers before. Could you maybe reconsider? Narukami Subaru looks at her and asks plainly, why though? Hatsuka explains he actually has a nickname, the Destroyer King. Hearing that, Subaru responds with slight disbelief. They didn't really look like someone who'd have such an intense title. Hatsuka nods and continues, oh, they're incredible in a lot of ways. They've collaborated with over 20 streamers so far, and every single one of them vanished. The collab streams themselves did great, and there wasn't any obvious reason for them to disappear either. Subaru listens carefully and then asks, then what's the issue? Hatsuka answers, her tone turning a bit uneasy. It's like some kind of insane curse or jinx. Anyone who collaborates with Narukami, Subaru ends up falling straight into hell. Subaru narrows his eyes slightly and questions, you're sure Narukami Subaru isn't actually the problem? Hatsuka pauses for a moment before replying uncertainly, yeah, probably. They've been with our company for a long time. After hearing everything, Narukami Subaru simply says, then let's do it. The scene then shifts to floor 3, Central Guild. Narukami Subaru has already started his live stream and is moving forward with over 11,000 viewers watching. As he walks, he calmly says, I'm heading off to settle things now. At the counter in front of him, a staff member speaks. Take out your mercenary license and proof of quest completion. Subaru immediately hands over his license. The moment the man sees it, his expression changes completely. Shocked, he stutters, impossible. Otherworlder. E-rank, Cave of Thunder, this can't be real, right? After verifying it, he announces in disbelief, confirmed. No way. Someone actually cleared the Cave of Thunder. Without wasting another second, he stamps the document. Right after that, a system window appears. You have completed the quest, Conquer the Cave of Thunder. You receive 300,000 AP. You have cleared the Conrad Kingdom's trial. Conditions met. End the trial? With that, Narukami Subaru proceeds forward, moving on to the next stage, the 4th floor. The moment he arrives, the scenery changes completely. Floor 4 is breathtakingly beautiful, almost unreal. As the view unfolds, we are told, the place where the most players get stuck. Floor 4, Elysium. It is a world that looks like it has come straight out of a fairy tale, filled with enchanting beauty that captivates anyone who enters. The charm of this place is so overwhelming that players often forget their original goals and dreams, choosing instead to stay here forever. That is exactly why it is known by this name, Elysium. Narukami Subaru is walking along the streets of the 4th floor, and as he moves forward, he calmly says, alright, that's it for today's stream. On the screen in front of him, countless comments are still pouring in from viewers reacting to the place. With that, he continues walking until he stops in front of a grand palace, looking at it and remarking, looks fancy. At that moment, someone approaches him. It's Hatsuka. She looks at him and asks, why aren't you going in? Subaru hesitates slightly before replying, it feels kinda out of my league. Hatsuka immediately responds with confidence, you're already a solid mid-tier streamer, you know, Make sure you get some proper rest. Subaru then brings up something more practical, asking, what should we do about the streaming schedule moving forward? Like the trial start date and upcoming content. Hatsuka, clearly a bit flustered and shy, replies, I'll compile everything and let you know soon. Just then, someone else calls out to her. Hatsuka. The voice continues. There's somewhere I want to stop by first. You're late. Hatsuka quickly apologizes. Sorry, work's been piling up. The scene shifts, showing the blue-haired man as he responds to her in a slightly teasing but familiar tone. Cut it out. That doesn't suit you. Apologizing like that isn't your style. Remember that stream in the forest behind Godforging? Stuff like this really takes you back to when we were kids. We'd get so caught up playing that before we knew it, it was already dusk, and then your bodyguard would show up out of nowhere, rushing you to go home. Hatsuka listens quietly, unable to say anything while he continues. I thought we'd grown up a long time ago, but I guess nothing's really changed since back then. Uncle. Nah, your dad knew everything. Hearing that, Hatsuka is completely shocked. He continues where you were, what you were doing. After a brief silence, Hatsuka softly says, maybe we should quit this job. The scene then shifts again, this time to floor 8, Blue Zone Guildhouse. Inside, a man sits while looking at a screen filled with streaming messages. With a troubled expression, he says, this is getting troublesome. As more messages appear, he mutters, rejection, another one. It is then revealed that this man is Akari Genji, the sub-guild leader of Blue Zone. While speaking on a call, he says, yes, guild leader. It's about Narukami Subaru's recruitment. We're moving to the next phase. Immediately after that, a window appears in front of Narukami Subaru, informing him, Mission Villainy, gifted 100 credits. What's the plan this time? At this moment too, his observation is extremely sharp. He stays quiet for a while, thinking calmly, and then says, that's right. Progress speed here depends entirely on your physical stats. So I'm planning to climb as fast as possible. Meanwhile, in the comments section, people begin reacting. One person comments that the path ahead is extremely long, while another says, this is his first time here. So, how does he know so much? These kinds of discussions continue among the viewers. On the other side, another window appears in front of Narukami Subaru. This time, it reads, pay 3,000 credits. As soon as this happens, his body slowly begins to transform and grow stronger. Then we are informed, commencing the 4th floor trial. Welcome to the Forest of War. After that, everything is properly explained to us. Here, 8 players are divided into 2 teams of 4 and must engage in a small-scale war. The battlefield is structured like a strategic arena, consisting of 3 main lanes top, mid, and bot along with a jungle area spread between them. Each player must defend their own lane from enemy attacks, while also increasing their stats by hunting enemies or defeating soldiers along the way. The objective is clear the team that successfully destroys the enemy base emerges victorious. It is also explained that the 4th floor trial can only be cleared once a player reaches the challenger rank through repeated victories, making it a long and demanding journey. After this explanation, a system window appears in front of everyone, displaying an important update. You have been assigned the rank Bronze 3. All stats are adjusted to 50% to match your rank. Right after that, Narukami Subaru is shown again, carefully listening as more information is revealed. Players earn points by winning matches against the enemy team, gradually climbing up the ranks. Hearing all of this, Subaru calmly concludes it'll take at least 6 months. The system then explains the full ranking progression: Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, and finally Challenger. Upon hearing this, Subaru thinks to himself, for some, the 4th floor trial is a wall they never overcome in their entire lives. Soon after, another window appears, delivering the final announcement. The trial ends once you earn enough points to reach Challenger. Defeat enemies and raise your rank. Destroy the enemy base to achieve victory. And with that, the scene shifts as Narukami Subaru's 3 teammates for his very first match finally appear before him, marking the true beginning of his battle on the 4th floor. As soon as the 3 of them arrive, they take one look at Narukami Subaru's Bronze 3 rank and immediately react in their minds seriously. We have to play with this guy. The reason for their frustration is obvious. All 3 of them are ranked in Platinum. And just like in any competitive game, you already know how low-ranked players are judged, looked down on, underestimated, and often blamed before the match even begins. The exact same situation was unfolding here. However, the girl on the team suddenly pauses and says, wait, isn't Narukami Subaru that famous guy? Before she can continue, a muscular, bodybuilder-type man cuts in dismissively. Narukami Subaru died a long time ago, but the girl quickly shakes her head and clarifies, no, not that one. I mean the streamer. The bodybuilder scoffs at that and responds with clear irritation, a streamer? Does being a streamer give him a pass to ruin other people's games? Having a bronze on the team means we've already lost. Despite hearing all these harsh and disrespectful remarks directed at him, Narukami Subaru remains completely calm, without raising his voice. He looks at the man and says, if all you're going to do is complain, why don't you just quit now? That response instantly sets the bodybuilder off. Angered, he snaps back, what? Who do you think you're talking to? Sensing the tension rising, the girl quickly steps in between them to stop the argument. Trying to keep things under control, she says, now. Let's not fight with our teammates. We're on the same team for now. We may be at a slight disadvantage, but let's give it our best shot. We'll each take a lane. So Narukami-san, please handle the jungle and provide support. You know the drill, right? Right after this, it is explained that one player must always take on the jungle role and influence every lane. It is usually considered the most strategic position on the battlefield. However, it becomes clear that they are only assigning him this role because they are too nervous to let him handle a lane on his own. The bodybuilder once again mocks him and says, does a bronze even know how to time a gank? Before things can escalate further, a system announcement echoes. Soldiers will spawn in 30 seconds. Good luck, everyone. Soon after, the bodybuilder heads off alone down his chosen path. As he walks, he continues muttering to himself with irritation. Cocky for a bronze. Does he think being a streamer makes him special? Wearing that outdated mask and all. As he looks ahead, he suddenly spots a player from the opposing team. Narrowing his eyes, he recognizes the opponent and thinks, an archer. I have the elemental advantage. I'll have to carry this myself. But on the other side, the archer simply looks at him and gives a faint, confident smile. In that moment, it becomes clear something is off. The bodybuilder had unknowingly stepped too far forward, leaving himself exposed. Realizing the situation, his expression changes as it finally clicks. Damn it, they baited me. Right after that, the enemy suddenly charges forward at incredible speed, rushing straight toward the bodybuilder with a clear intent to take him down in a single strike. The attack is swift and decisive, but at that exact moment, something unexpected happens. A powerful lightning spear crashes down from above, interrupting the attack entirely. And you already know who used it. The enemy who had been charging in so confidently is instantly wiped out. On the other side, the archer is caught completely off guard. Shocked, he looks around in confusion and says, what? Where are they? But before he can even finish reacting, another attack lands on him. In the next instant, he too is eliminated without any chance to fight back. Watching this sudden turn of events, the bodybuilder thinks to himself, fortunately, there's at least one person on this team who knows what they're doing. But the moment he turns around to see who it is, he freezes. Standing right behind him is Narukami Subaru, holding a cold, crackling lightning spear. Before, he wasn't able to use his powers properly, but now he is handling them with remarkable efficiency and precision. The scene then shifts to another part of the battlefield, where a player desperately shouts, retreat, to the turret. However, before he can escape, a thunder trap suddenly activates beneath him. The moment it triggers, an overwhelming surge of lightning energy erupts, striking him with devastating force. The attack is so powerful that it eliminates him instantly. A system window appears announcing the results. Narukami Subaru has defeated Rod. Narukami Subaru has defeated Cliandry. Meanwhile, Subaru simply stands there calmly observing everything as it unfolds. At the same time, viewers are watching and reacting in real time, sharing their thoughts through the chat as they witness his performance. Off to the side, the bodybuilder is preparing himself again, trying to regain his composure. Seeing his actions, Narukami Subaru looks at him and says, what is he even doing? After witnessing everything that just happened, the bodybuilder stands there in shock and mutters, what was that just now? Meanwhile, the comment section is completely flooded, with people constantly talking about Narukami Subaru and what they just saw. Subaru, staying calm as ever, looks at the man and says, what's wrong? Hurry up and clear the minions so we can push the turret. You're being slower than a bronze. Hearing that, the bodybuilder quickly snaps back to reality and responds, right? Got it. Just then, another system window appears in front of Subaru. Mission Villainy, registered a mission. How about 20,000 credits if you clear the 4th floor in 1 month? Right after that, the battlefield once again fills with intense action. A series of continuous fights break out between Narukami Subaru's team and the opposing team. In the middle of all this chaos, another viewer sends credits and registers a mission. Narukami Subaru Love registered a mission. I'll bet 20,000 credits on that same mission. At this point, Subaru is completely dominating the battlefield, taking down multiple enemies on his own in a brutal and overwhelming manner. As the fight continues, more and more viewers begin sending him credits 10,000, 20,000, even 50,000 one after another, supporting him and placing their bets on his success. Finally, after a relentless series of clashes, Subaru's team crushes the enemy team completely. A large screen appears, announcing the result. Enemy base destroyed. Match ended. Immediately after, Subaru receives his rewards. Earn 147 points. Promoted from Bronze 3 to Bronze 2. Then another window pops up. Right after that, a viewer angrily comments, Che, don't screw with me. But despite the tone, he donates 100 credits and registers yet another mission. If you lose even once, you refund every credit I've ever donated. But if you reach Challenger without a single loss, I'll give you 50,000 credits. Seeing this, Narukami Subaru takes a deep breath. The chat continues to explode with reactions, everyone discussing this risky and high-stakes mission. And after a brief moment, Subaru calmly responds, sure, let's do it. With that, the same person sends another donation, and the scene shifts to a completely different place. There, a girl begins introducing herself to her viewers. She says, "My name is Dettle. My streamer handle is Mizumega. I can't cry when I want to, and I can't even laugh when I want to." But right after saying that, she suddenly starts crying anyway and continues, "Because I am what you call a dead channel streamer." We can see that only around 50 people are watching her stream at the moment. Despite that, she tries to sound confident and says, "No, I'm serious. I feel like I can win today. Why won't you guys believe me? Fine. I'll stream until I hit diamond. It's a deal." However, deep down, her true thoughts are completely different. In her mind, she mutters, "What? If I wasn't streaming, I would have hit challenger a long time ago. I only play with you guys because I have no other way to make money." Then, almost immediately, she forces a smile and lets out a small laugh, saying, "Everyone is so mean. Alright, let's get our heads back in the game and go." At that moment, her full team for the match appears in front of her and among them is Narukami Subaru. The instant she notices him, her eyes go straight to his mask, and she says, "Wait, that mask. You're the new Subaru, right?" But Narukami Subaru doesn't pay any attention to her at all. Seeing his rank, she thinks to herself with annoyance, "Give me a break. Of all people, I get matched with a silver. If I had met him later, it would have been great promotion." Just then, the same person who had previously given Narukami Subaru a mission appears again and offers her one as well. The condition is simple: if she loses, he will give her 30,000 credits. Hearing this, her mood instantly changes. Smiling brightly, she says, "Safe asset-san, thanks for the mission." Then, still smiling but trying to act composed, she looks at her team and says, Now, everyone, stay calm." Just then, the system screen flashes before everyone. Goromak has defeated Dettle. Narukami Subaru quietly observes everything that's happening, carefully analyzing the situation. As he watches, he thinks to himself, "It's about time I ran into them." The scene then shifts again, showing Dettle fighting once more against a member of the opposing team. However, she loses yet again and is forced to respawn back at her spawn location. But even after returning, the same opponent defeats her again almost immediately. Seeing this repeated pattern, Subaru narrows his eyes and says, "That's some blatant trolling. I don't think just anyone could sacrifice themselves like that. I wonder who she really is." Slowly tightening his grip on his sword, he comes to realization. His expression sharpens as he mutters, "I see. So that's how it is. Safe asset-san. Don't you worry." With that, he draws his sword. The moment it leaves its sheath, an intense and powerful cold light begins to radiate from it, giving off a chilling, overwhelming presence. Then, with complete confidence, he declares, "Those credits you bet on the other side. I'll make sure to keep them safe." After that, we are shown Goromak, now standing right in front of Narukami Subaru, looking at him with a sharp gaze. Goromak speaks in a mocking tone. "You're the streamer Narukami Subaru, aren't you? Were you given a mission to fight me one-on-one?" Hearing this, Narukami Subaru smirks slightly and replies without hesitation, "Too bad. It would have been nice if there was a mission like that." Goromak lets out a scoff, clearly amused, and mocks him in return. "Even if there was, it would end in failure anyway." His voice grows heavier as he continues, asserting his confidence. "This is the forest of war. There's no way a diamond would lose to a silver. Silvers are bound by a 75% stat penalty." Subaru listens calmly, unfazed by the intimidation. Then, with a composed expression, he responds, "If stats determine everything, they wouldn't bother calling it an exam." Those words instantly ignite Goromak's anger. His expression twists with irritation, and without wasting another second, he activates his ability Golem's arm. The ground begins to tremble violently. From behind him, enormous stone arms start emerging, assembling themselves with crushing force. The entire area shakes as if the forest itself is reacting to his power. Massive rock limbs rise into the air, each one radiating overwhelming strength. Goromak releases even more of his aura, the pressure in the surroundings becoming suffocating. His voice echoes with fury as he glares at Subaru. "You're being pampered by your viewers, so it seems you've gotten pretty carried away." As the gigantic stone arms fully form behind him, ready to strike at any moment, Goromak raises his voice and declares with dominance, "But allow me to welcome you to the 4th floor, kid." Seeing such an overwhelmingly powerful ability, Narukami Subaru falls into deep thought for a brief moment before speaking calmly. Body transformation. It's certainly not a skill you see often on the 4th floor. As he says this, golden lightning begins to crackle across his body, dancing violently around him as if responding to his will. His expression turns cold and focused, and in a low voice, he continues, "I just so happen to have something I wanted to test out, too." There is a chilling certainty in his tone, as if he has already decided the outcome of this battle. He makes it clear that everything he is about to do will be carried out with the help of this new heart, and that Goromak should prepare himself to face it. Then, with a faint but intense look in his eyes, he adds, "I've been looking forward to the day we meet again." The moment those words leave his lips, Subaru raises his hand toward the sky. Instantly, a massive bolt of lightning tears down from above, striking with terrifying force. The air trembles as the power descends. On the other side, Goromak braces himself, gathering all of his stone arms and his transformed body to withstand the attack. But facing such an immense surge of lightning head-on proves devastating. The sheer intensity of the strike leaves him in a terrible state, his body struggling under the pressure as he shouts in confusion, trying to comprehend what kind of power this is. Meanwhile, Narukami Subaru begins walking forward. At that moment, a system window appears before him, announcing, "The Lord of Thunder's trial will now begin." With his demonic blade in hand, he continues advancing, ready to fight. In a way, it almost seems like he is simply farming ore at this point, treating the entire battle as a means to grow stronger. After witnessing all of this, Goromak clenches his weapon and growls, whatever it is, preparing himself for combat. In the next instant, he launches an all-out attack. Every stone around him responds, surging forward at incredible speed as countless rock projectiles rush toward Subaru from all directions. And yet, despite the overwhelming assault, Narukami Subaru does not move even an inch from where he stands. Right then, two system windows open before him, displaying Heart of Thunder resists the recoil of the Lord of Thunder. Wedge of Greed LV6 resists the recoil of the Lord of Thunder. At the same time, Narukami Subaru thinks to himself, the Heart of Thunder and the Wedge of Greed really are reacting at the same time. Just then, another system window appears before him, displaying the penalty from the Lord of Thunder is reduced by 30%. Without wasting a single moment, Subaru surges forward at incredible speed, weaving through the storm of incoming stones. His movements are so fast and precise that not a single piece of rock manages to touch him. As he advances, he calmly says in his mind, "This is more than enough for now." In the next instant, he closes the distance and appears right in front of Goromak. Seeing him approach so effortlessly, Goromak is visibly shaken, a hint of fear creeping into his expression. Seizing that moment, Narukami Subaru swings his demonic blade, unleashing a devastatingly powerful attack. Goromak is forced to pour all of his strength into blocking it, and as their forces collide, the impact between them becomes even more intense, shaking the surroundings. Despite his effort, the sheer power behind Subaru's strike overwhelms him, sending Goromak flying backward. His body crashes away at a distance, his condition clearly deteriorating. Struggling to stabilize himself, he uses his golem arms to stop his fall, forcing himself back into position. Even then, he grits his teeth and mutters, "It's not as impressive as expected." But he doesn't stop. In the very next moment, Goromak gathers his strength and charges forward again with even greater speed, pushing his power to the limit. As he does, a system window appears before him, displaying Goromak's stat correction, 200% with renewed confidence. He declares, "My arm, boosted by the Forest of War, is stronger than a diamond." At the same time, new windows open in front of Narukami Subaru, informing him, "The Lord of Thunder answers your call. You have been acknowledged by the Lord of Thunder." Hearing this, Subaru remains completely composed. A faint sense of readiness settles over him as he looks ahead at his opponent. Then, in a calm and decisive tone, he says, "All right, preparation complete." Now, both of them charge toward each other at incredible speed. Powerful energy erupts from their bodies, clashing violently with the surrounding air. The pressure alone makes it feel as if this single collision will decide the entire battle. In the very next moment, they cross paths, moving past each other in a flash while waves of intense, crackling lightning spread across the battlefield, filling the area with a cold, overwhelming force. After the clash, we see Goromak standing there stunned. His voice trembles with disbelief as he mutters, How did I take an attack from a mere silver?" Right then, the very arms he had boasted about claiming they were harder and stronger than a diamond begin to crack, slowly at first, then more rapidly. The massive stone limbs start breaking apart piece by piece. On the other side, Narukami Subaru stands glowing with energy, completely composed. Looking toward Goromak, he calmly says, "I told you, didn't I? Stats aren't everything in an exam." At that exact moment, a massive bolt of lightning crashes down onto Goromak. The strike is devastating, further destroying his already damaged body and leaving him completely overwhelmed. A system notification appears. Narukami Subaru has stopped Goromak's kill streak. Elsewhere, someone named Dettel is watching all of this unfold through her system window. Shock fills her expression as she stares at the screen and says, "What on earth is going on?" And here I threw away my pride to carry him. Her voice carries both disbelief and frustration. But before she can process it fully, another notification appears. Narugami Subaru has slayed Liberi. Then another. Narugami Subaru has slayed Signal. And yet another. Subaru has slayed Johan. Seeing this continuous stream of victories, the girl is left completely shaken. Her disbelief turns into anger as she clenches her teeth and snaps, "That's enough." Then she suddenly shouts at the top of her lungs, her frustration exploding outward, "Stop messing with me. You guys were the ones egging him onto. Anyone would do it if 30,000 credits were on the line. You piece of trash." Viewers. Her viewers begin mocking her, which only fuels her rage even more. She yells back furiously, "You keyboard warriors, always attacking only me." Just then, she notices a comment on the screen, this one posted under the name Narukami. The message reads, if he was going to struggle against the likes of you, he wouldn't have taken this mission in the first place. Seeing that, she is left momentarily stunned, still trying to process it, when suddenly another system message appears. The enemy has surrendered. The color drains from her face almost instantly. Her expression stiffens as realization hits her, and in a quiet, shaken voice she mutters, "It's over." Right after that, a final window pops up. The match has ended. Meanwhile, Narukami Subaru calmly addresses his viewers, his tone relaxed as if everything that just happened was routine. Well then, that's it for today's stream. I'll be streaming again tomorrow. I plan to stream every day for a while. As he finishes speaking, another notification appears. Narukami Subaru has ended the live stream. The scene shifts, and we see Narukami Subaru walking alone down a quiet street. The intensity of the battle is gone, replaced by a calm, almost peaceful atmosphere. Just then, a voice calls out from ahead, "Welcome back." Standing there is Hatsuka. Subaru looks at her, slightly surprised, and asks, "It's already late. Have you seriously been waiting this whole time?" Hatsuka smiles gently before replying, "We promised I'd give you a summary of the schedule, didn't we?" Subaru nods lightly. "That's true, but..." Before he can finish, Hatsuka interrupts him, her tone a bit more earnest. "I really wanted to give it to you today. Plus, there was something I wanted to talk to you about." Subaru tilts his head slightly, curious. Something to talk about. Hatsuka's expression changes. She begins to look uneasy, as if she has been holding something in for a while. Then she says, "Your streams have been doing really well lately, haven't they?" She continues, her voice carrying a mix of admiration and concern. "You had 13,000 concurrent viewers just a little while ago. Everything is going so well." But then she hesitates, her emotions starting to surface more clearly. "But for some reason, watching you makes me feel anxious." As she says this, her composure begins to crack, her feelings spilling out more openly than before. Narukami Subaru looks at her with a hint of confusion and asks, "Are you drunk?" Hatsuka immediately replies, shaking her head slightly, "That doesn't matter right now." Her voice turns more serious as she continues, trying to put her feelings into words. "It's like you're being chased by something. No, rather, maybe you're the one chasing something." After saying that, she looks straight into Narukami Subaru's eyes, searching for an answer hidden deeper than words. "I've been wondering about this for a long time now. Are you dealing with some circumstances I don't know about?" Hearing her question, Subaru pauses for a moment before answering calmly, "I can't answer that, at least not right now." Hatsuka listens, then unexpectedly smiles, as if she had already anticipated that response. "Just the answer I expected. For some reason, deep inside here," she says, placing a hand lightly over her chest, her voice trailing off. "The same face as him." Suddenly, she reaches out and places her hand on his shoulder. But at that exact moment, something slips from her grasp, a letter falls to the ground. Seeing it, Hatsuka's expression changes instantly, a flicker of unease crossing her face as she hurriedly moves to pick it up. In her mind, a thought echoes in confusion. Did I just say face? Narukami Subaru steps forward, intending to help, and asks gently, "Are you okay?" But she quickly stops him, her voice tense and urgent. "Don't come near me. Just pick that up and go home, please." Unable to hold herself together any longer, she sinks down where she stands and starts vomiting, her condition clearly worsening. The scene shifts abruptly. We are taken to another place, where a voice can be heard speaking in a cold, matter-of-fact tone. "Yes, Vice Guildmaster. If words don't work, drag her back by force. Is that what you mean?" There's a brief pause before the same voice continues casually, almost dismissively, "I guess I'll just consider it taking a vacation." Then, the identity of the speaker is revealed. Ranking 50,845th. Blue Zone. Shiro Yuhi. Shiro Yuhi continues walking forward, clearly irritated, muttering under his breath, "I was so close to reaching the 8th floor too. Did I really have to go out of my way to come down to the 4th floor for this?" His tone is filled with frustration, as if this task is nothing more than an unnecessary inconvenience. After a while, he arrives in front of a massive, luxurious hotel. Staring at it with annoyance, he clicks his tongue and says, "Seriously, everything about this pisses me off." But the moment he steps inside, his expression shifts. Sitting there calmly is a girl, her presence quiet yet strangely captivating. For now, her identity isn't revealed, but she appears completely at ease, as if she has been waiting. Seeing her, Shiro Yuhi pauses for a second, then casually corrects himself. "I take that back." Right there, the girl quickly places her device down, the one that had been playing. Narukami Subaru's livestream. After the incident from last night, she seemed to be doing much better now, but there were still traces of uneasiness lingering on her face, as if something continued to trouble her deep inside. Just then, the seat in front of her slowly slid back, and someone spoke. "Alone, Miss Hatsuka." Startled, Hatsuka looks directly at the man and asks, "Have we met somewhere before?" The man, Shiro Yuhi, calmly takes a seat and replies, "No. This will be the first time we've met. So, what's your name?" Hearing that, Hatsuka studies him carefully. Almost instantly, she senses that something about him is off. Without wasting another second, she gets up from her seat and says firmly, "I don't see why I should tell you that. I'm busy, so excuse me." She had just begun to walk away when suddenly, Shiro Yuhi appears right in front of her, blocking her path. Releasing a subtle wave of energy, he stops her in place. Hatsuka's mind races in confusion. She wonders when he even got up from his seat and how he managed to get in front of her so quickly. With a casual smile, Shiro says, "Hey, don't be like that then." Softening his tone and putting on a charming expression, he adds, "I just saw a beautiful flower and couldn't walk past it. I'm not some shady guy." He then hands her a card. Hatsuka glances at it and in her mind, she can't help but think how unbelievably creepy this person is. Still, her eyes remain fixed on the card. Written on it were the words, "Blue Zone, 7th floor player, Yuti Joe." After all that, Shiro Yuhi smirks slightly and says, "I saw your eyes light up just now. It's only natural for an ordinary girl to be drawn to a talented guy." His tone carries a quiet arrogance, as if he's already decided what kind of person she is. Hatsuka, clearly unimpressed, looks straight at him and asks, "Why is a Blue Zone sub-ranker in a place like this?" Shiro lets out a small chuckle, brushing off the question. "Come on, don't ask boring questions like that. Don't you have anything that'll help us get a little closer?" There's a playful edge in his voice, but it only makes Hatsuka more uncomfortable. Without hesitating, she steps forward, her expression turning cold. "Then I guess there's no need to keep talking." Seeing her about to leave, Shiro is visibly taken aback. "Wait a second," he blurts out, quickly reaching forward and grabbing her hand. Instantly, Hatsuka's expression hardens. She jerks slightly, her voice sharp and filled with irritation. "Don't touch me so casually. Know your limits." For a moment, there's tension in the air. Then Shiro's eyes narrow slightly as he changes the topic. "What you were watching earlier," he says slowly, studying her reaction. "Does it have something to do with that streamer?" Hearing this, Hatsuka freezes for a split second, surprise flickering across her face. Is he talking about Narukami Subaru? She wonders silently, her thoughts racing. Shiro continues, his tone now laced with mockery. "You were staring at the screen like you were obsessed. But he's just some fake stuck at floor 4, isn't he? Cosplaying the outdated Narukami Subaru and all." His words grow sharper, more provocative, as if he's deliberately trying to get under her skin. Hatsuka's eyes narrow at that. Without holding back, she fires back at him. Can someone from Blue Zone really afford to talk like that? There's a clear challenge in her voice now. But Shiro doesn't back down. Instead, he looks straight at her and replies bluntly, "You think everyone in Blue Zone worships Narukami Subaru or something?" Hearing his words, Hatsuka immediately fires back, her voice firm and unyielding. "I'm not saying you have to respect him, but talking trash like that is messed up. Blue Zone is the successor to Blue Eyes, you know." There's conviction in her tone. This isn't just an argument for her. It's something she genuinely believes in. Shiro Yuhi, however, looks completely unimpressed. He lets out a faint scoff before replying, "How long are you going to stay stuck in something from 20 years ago? These days, there are tons of players, way better than Narukami Subaru or Blue Eyes, and one of them just so happens to be standing right in front of you." His confidence borders on arrogance, as if he truly sees himself above everyone she just mentioned. That's enough to push Hatsuka over the edge. "Get over yourself already." She snaps back instantly. Just because the Blue Eyes members are gone, her words cut off. But the anger doesn't. It's visible now. Her emotions begin to surge, and a faint red energy starts to leak out from her body, intensifying the atmosphere around her. Shiro steps closer, unfazed by her reaction, his voice lowering, as if he's about to reveal something important. "You really think that?" he says quietly. "This is classified information only a few in Blue Zone know, but it'll be in the news soon enough." He pauses for effect, watching her closely before dropping the bombshell. There's a scoop that one of the Blue Eyes members teamed up with demons, and is still clinging to life. The moment those words reach her ears, Hatsuka is completely stunned. Her mind goes blank for a second, unable to process what she just heard. At that exact moment, the scene shifts. A screen appears, Narukami Subaru's livestream. On it, he casually says, "Wow, it's already this late. Alright, that's it for today's stream." The stream cuts. The view transitions once again, this time to floor 4, Elysium. Narukami Subaru walks alone along a quiet path, his footsteps echoing faintly in the empty surroundings. His expression is calm, but his thoughts are active. The stream's gotten stable. With over 15,000 viewers now, he reflects to himself. Not a bad pace, honestly. As he continues walking forward, the quiet alley suddenly reveals someone standing in his path. It's none other than Shiro Yuhi. However, without paying him any attention, Narukami Subaru simply walks past him and keeps moving ahead as if he doesn't exist. That's when Shiro speaks up from behind, his tone casual yet deliberate. "Got a minute, Junior?" Subaru stops. Slowly, he turns around, his expression sharpening with annoyance. "Junior, who the hell are you?" he asked bluntly. Shiro smiles, unfazed by the hostility. Instead of answering directly, he gets straight to the point, speaking as if he's doing Subaru a favor. "Junior, why don't you join Blue Zone now? We'll give you benefits no one else can match." Hearing that, Subaru's expression immediately turns cold and uninterested. "Another recruiter," he mutters in a flat, almost bored tone. Shiro lets out a small laugh. "I heard you've turned them down a few times, huh? Well, I get it, wanting to raise your value. Everyone starts out like that. His voice carries a mix of amusement and condescension as he continues. But here's some advice from a senior: everything in moderation. He takes a step closer, his words becoming more persuasive. I'm not saying you have to join us right this second, but at least show your face. After that, just leave it to the Vice Guild Master. You won't regret it. Subaru looks at him for a moment, clearly unimpressed, before asking bluntly, who even is your Vice Guild Master? Shiro's smile widens slightly, as if he's been waiting for that question. A Floor 9 high-ranker Kari Genji, he replies confidently. Then, with a hint of surprise in his voice, he adds, you don't know him? Hearing the name, Narukami Subaru pauses for a brief moment, his eyes narrowing slightly as a thought crosses his mind. Ikari Genji, that lapdog who used to trail after Kyojo, made it all the way to Floor 9 and became Vice Guild Master. The idea clearly doesn't impress him. In fact, it almost sounds ridiculous to him. Meanwhile, Shiro Yuhi extends his hand forward, as if expecting Subaru to accept his offer, his tone turning more assertive. Don't tell me you don't even realize what a huge opportunity this is. But before he can finish, Subaru abruptly stops his hand midair. His voice is cold, sharp, and completely uninterested. I have zero interest in your deals, so get lost. Those words hit harder than expected. For a split second, Shiro is genuinely stunned. No one talks to him like that. But Subaru doesn't stop there. He adds, almost dismissively, that was the final blow to Shiro's pride. There's no way he's walking away quietly after being insulted like that. In an instant, his expression darkens. The sudden shift in tension is sharp and dangerous. Subaru doesn't even flinch. Instead, he looks at him calmly and says, is this really how someone who was just recruiting acts? Shiro tilts his head slightly, his voice now devoid of any friendliness. I don't remember ever recruiting anyone. His grip tightens on the sword as his killing intent becomes clear. Either way, Junior, if you don't come with me, you're dead. The moment those words leave his mouth, he swings his blade. A powerful slash cuts through the air, but by the time it lands, Subaru is already gone. Moving at lightning speed, he reappears at a distance, completely unharmed. Standing there, he calmly responds, Blue Zone cares more about its public image than anything, doesn't it? Are you really planning to cause a scene in the middle of the city? Shiro's energy begins to surge violently, growing heavier and more oppressive by the second. A faint smirk forms on his face. Good question, he replies. Why do you think I bothered coming here personally? Then, in a low voice, he speaks a single word, Cyrus. Instantly, a red-colored window materializes in front of them. You are being pulled into the space of Cyrus. More system windows begin to appear one after another, each one flashing with ominous effects. Sense of balance decreases by 40%. All reaction speeds are reduced by 30%. The environment around them shifts as the ability takes hold, isolating them from the outside world. Now, standing face to face within this altered space, Narukami Subaru and Shiro Yuhi glare at each other. The atmosphere turns suffocating. This wasn't going to be a simple clash anymore. Intense as the battle begins to unfold inside the isolated space. Narukami Subaru quickly analyzes the situation, his thoughts sharp despite the pressure. A field-type silent skill that blocks sound and vision. He's cleared trials 3 floors above me, and I'm already worn out from non-stop test. His condition is far from ideal, yet he knows he cannot afford to hesitate. At that moment, another system screen appears before him. It shows his power rapidly rising, his thunder abilities intensifying, his demon blade enhancing his stamina, and all of his stats steadily increasing. Feeling the surge within his body, Subaru narrows his eyes with determination. I have to end this fast. Without wasting a second, he burst forward at incredible speed, closing the distance between himself and Shiro Yuhi in an instant and launching a direct attack. But just as his strike is about to land, Shiro's voice cuts through the space calmly, almost mockingly. Getting in close isn't a smart move, because it makes everything easier to hear. Subaru's attack connects, or at least, it seems to. In the very next moment, Shiro's body begins to fade, dissolving as if it were never truly there. Immediately, another red system window flashes before Subaru's eyes. The curse of hallucination has been amplified. You have acquired the status ailment, fear. All pain is increased by 100%. Senses are dulled by 50%. As Subaru pushes forward, the world around him distorts further. One Shiro becomes many. Clones no. Illusions begin to surround him from every direction, making it impossible to tell what's real and what isn't. Then, echoing from all sides at once, Shiro's voice resounds within the domain. Once you've stepped into my domain, there's no escape. Subaru clenches his teeth, focusing all his strength, trying to break through the overwhelming deception. Even when I focus all my power into a single point, it's still not enough. His frustration grows as the illusions refuse to break. Shiro's voice returns, cold and absolute. Because everyone is me, and I am everyone. The scene suddenly shifts. Outside, Hatsuka sits alone, waiting. She glances around, a hint of concern crossing her face. The stream's over, so he should be back by now. I wanted to apologize for what happened back then. Her thoughts drift uneasily, and then she recalls the words that arrogant man had said earlier that day. I can't stop thinking about what that smug guy said this morning. Her expression tightens. I didn't think Blue Zone would move this aggressively. Guildmaster Kyojo used to work alongside Narukami Subaru in his prime. She pauses, conflicted. Honestly, if Narukami joined them, he'd probably learn a lot. Besides, I don't even know what will happen to me. If I think about his future, maybe I should just let him go. But in that very moment, the deafening flash shocks everyone nearby, drawing all eyes toward its source. Hatsuka's heart skips a beat as she stares at the overwhelming surge of power, her voice trembling with realization. Narukami. As the tension peaks, the scene cuts once again, this time revealing Shiro Yui's status window, displaying all of his stats in full detail, emphasizing just how dangerous and overwhelming his power truly is. And then we're told about Cyrus, a space that completely shuts out any outside interference. In other words, your chances of survival are zero. At this moment, Narukami Subaru is fighting alone, against numerous clones of Shiro Yui. Yui explains the true terror of this space. In this domain, your physical abilities are suppressed, and the pain you feel is amplified to the maximum. The thunder you're so proud of becomes completely useless here, which means there's no way you can defeat me. You chose the wrong opponent. Just then, the screen appears in front of Narukami Subaru, displaying a critical warning. Your fatigue has reached 84. Along with that, his condition begins to worsen little by little. Breathing heavily, he realizes the situation and thinks to himself, the Blue Zone is analyzing me down to the last detail. If I use thunder here, I'll definitely collapse afterward. I have no choice. I need to hold back on thunder and rely on my instincts and items. With that decision made, he prepares his next move. Gathering what strength he has left, he activates Cloud Stride. Moving swiftly, he begins cutting down the numerous illusionary clones surrounding him one after another. Watching this unfold, Shiro Yuhi silently thinks to himself, impressive. He's managed to endure this long inside Cyrus. That said, it's nothing more than buying a bit of time. Even as those words linger, Narukami Subaru continues pushing forward, cutting down one clone after another. With each step, his movements begin to change. His speed and agility now feel completely different from before, sharper, more precise, almost unnatural. Watching this, Shiro Yuhi is caught off guard, because Subaru is doing all of this without even using thunder. On the other side, Subaru keeps advancing straight toward him. His eyes have turned completely red, as if he has entered an entirely different state of mind. Despite being surrounded by countless enemies, there's a strange certainty in his movements. It feels as if he has already identified the real one among them. Seeing this, Shiro Yuhi's expression twists slightly as he mutters to himself, I messed up. At that very moment, we see a thunder spear forming in Narukami Subaru's hand. With unwavering focus, he declares, I've already found you. Now try to escape. The attack surges forward at incredible speed. Subaru tears through every clone in his path, closing the distance in an instant. But just as the strike is about to land, Shiro Yuhi interrupts, his voice sharp with disbelief. You shouldn't even be in any condition to move properly, right? Subaru doesn't stop. Instead, he answers calmly, almost coldly. Thanks to the handicap thunder gives me, I'm used to fighting under pressure. And then it's revealed. He has activated the mark of thunder. Narukami Subaru steadies himself, preparing for another attack. In this time, the force behind it is far more dangerous than before. Without hesitation, he launches forward, and the strike lands directly on Shiro Yuhi. The impact shocks him. For a brief moment, even he cannot comprehend how it happened. Then, a notification flashes on his screen. The mark of thunder is carved into you. Your movements are being read. Shiro Yuhi narrows his gaze, staring straight at Subaru as he says, You've barely just learned thunder, and you're already acting so high and mighty. A faint smile spreads across his face, almost mocking, as he continues, But whatever. You're already under the curse of hallucination anyway. In the next instant, everything shifts. All the clones, every illusion surrounding them begin to merge and distort. The battlefield itself feels unstable, as if reality is bending under Shiro Yuhi's control. Watching this transformation unfold, he declares with quiet excitement, Now, the real show begins. He amplifies the power of his card of hallucination even further. What Subaru once saw as multiple illusions now changes into something far more terrifying. A single, massive, fused creature, towering and unnatural, born from those countless illusions. And as this overwhelming presence takes form, Shiro Yuhi's voice echoes once more from the other side. The dulling of your senses is just the beginning, the real horror of the curse of hallucination. As those words echo, we see the dark creature in its full form, now far larger than before, towering and overwhelming in size. Its presence alone feels suffocating. The explanation follows, cold and precise. It makes the target believe they're fighting what they fear most. No matter what enemy stands before you, in your mind, you're already facing the one you know you'll lose to. Then, as if to prove it, the voice commands one final time, Take a good look. And there, standing before Narukami Subaru, is Kyojo. The figure speaks, his voice heavy and absolute. I am your sorrow, your hatred, your fear. I am everything you're afraid of. The moment Subaru sees him, a surge of emotions crashes through him: rage, shock, and fear. His thoughts tremble as he mutters to himself. Kyojo. From the side, Shiroyuhi watches, clearly entertained, and remarks casually, "For a little game, that was more entertaining than I expected." Meanwhile, the fused illusion of Kyojo slowly extends its hand forward. Its movement is deliberate, almost inevitable as it reaches towards Subaru and says, "If you submit now, I won't hold you responsible." In the next instant, it grabs him. Its grip tightens, crushing, as if trying to erase him entirely. Subaru struggles within its hold, his body being squeezed under immense pressure. Yet even in that moment, he looks up and speaks, his voice strained, but unwavering. "Thanks, you reminded me." There's a shift in his expression. Determination cuts through the fear as he continues. "No matter what happens, I'm never joining Blue Zone. I'd be betraying those guys." Then, with everything he has left, Narukami Subaru shouts at the top of his lungs, "I have a reason why I absolutely have to survive." Right after that, another red system window appears before him. Your fatigue has reached 90. Even as his condition worsens, his thoughts sharpen, pushing toward a desperate resolve. "If I push my fatigue levels to the absolute limit," he continues thinking to himself, forcing his body to endure far beyond its limits, "I can endure the Lord of Thunder for about 10 seconds. At that very moment, an immense surge of cold lightning begins crashing down onto his body. The power is overwhelming, violent enough to feel like it could tear him apart from the inside. Yet he stands his ground. Pushing through the pain, he steels his resolve and admits to himself, "It's a gamble, but I've got no other choice." A system window flashes before his eyes. Lord of Thunder dwells within your body. Time starts ticking. 7 seconds remain. Narukami Subaru tightens his focus, enduring the unbearable strain as he declares, "For the remaining time, I'll ride it out with the Lord of Thunder." Lightning begins to burst from him, uncontrollably crackling across his body, even streaming out from his eyes, as if he himself has become the embodiment of thunder. His entire presence changes, turning fierce, unstable, and overwhelmingly powerful as he pushes through every second of that limit. And then, the time runs out. A new system window appears. Lord of Thunder has cut off its own output. In an instant, the lightning disappears. Now standing there, breathing heavily, Narukami Subaru lifts his head and looks straight ahead, toward the massive illusion of Kyojo. From within that towering illusion, Shiroyuhi's voice echoes out, filled with mockery and confidence. "What? No last struggle at all? Guess that's all you're capable of. Then I'll go ahead and finish this." But suddenly, something interrupts him. A figure begins moving forward. Shiroyuhi's expression shifts immediately as he stares, confused and alarmed, and asks, "How did you get into my space?" The figure is a girl, Hatsuka. Her voice is calm but sharp with anger as she commands, "Let go of his hand." At that moment, she looks genuinely furious, her presence alone disrupting the flow of the battle. Seeing her, Shiroyuhi recalls her from earlier and thinks to himself in surprise, "You're that girl from this morning." Confusion deepens within him as the realization hits harder. Cyrus isn't something a normal player can even perceive. Just then, another system window opens. The target of Curse of Hallucination has changed. Almost instantly, yet another notification appears right in front of Shiroyuhi. "Insufficient mana. Skill effect cannot be applied." The moment he reads it, frustration takes over him completely. What was once a perfectly controlled situation begins slipping out of his grasp, and for the first time, the balance of the fight starts to shift away from him, frustration clearly taking over. Shiroyuhi snaps. This had to happen now of all. But before he can even finish his sentence properly, another system window suddenly appears. The effective Curse of Hallucination has ended. In that instant, the entire illusion collapses. The battlefield clears, and we see Narukami Subaru lying on the ground. His condition extremely bad. His body looks completely drained, barely holding on after everything he just endured. Meanwhile, Shiroyuhi, still trying to process what just happened, looks toward Hatsuka and demands, "How did you find this place? No, more importantly, why are you here?" Hearing this, Hatsuka answers without hesitation, "I'm his manager." Shiroyuhi narrows his eyes, clearly suspicious, and responds, "Manager? So the two of you tricked me?" Hatsuka's expression hardens immediately, her anger becoming even more visible as she fires back, "Don't get it twisted. You just didn't ask, so I didn't bother saying it." For a moment, Shiroyuhi simply smiles. Spreading his arms slightly to the sides, he shrugs it off and says casually, "Whatever. It doesn't matter. Now that you've stepped into my domain, you're trapped like rats." But before he can continue, Hatsuka cuts him off with a small gesture, her voice sharp and confident. "Too bad for you, but that trap of yours has already been ripped open." Hearing this, Shiroyuhi is visibly shaken. His expression changes, and inside his mind, panic begins to creep in. "I was strictly told by the Vice Guildmaster not to let today's incident leak out." What the hell? Realizing that things are no longer going according to plan, his attitude suddenly shifts. Trying to regain control of the situation, he speaks again, this time in a calmer, more calculated tone. "Seems like there's been some kind of misunderstanding. Let's all calm down and talk. What do you want? Credits? Items? Just name it." Ignoring him completely, Hatsuka immediately moves toward Narukami Subaru. She kneels down, helps him up, supporting his weakened body without a second thought. Then, without even looking back at Shiroyuhi, she says coldly, "I don't want anything, so just get lost already." Hatsuka continued speaking firmly, her tone leaving no room for argument, telling him to inform Blue Zone to stay away from him for good. Hearing this, Shiroyuhi's thoughts began to spiral. A deep sense of dread settled in as he realized just how bad the situation had become. If I let him go now, he'll just start streaming again, he thought anxiously. There's no way he'll stay quiet about what happened today. Blue Zone will pin all the blame on me. The fear tightened around his chest as another thought struck him even harder. And if that happens, I'm definitely getting kicked out of the guild. That possibility alone was enough to push him over the edge. Clenching his fist, Shiroyuhi gritted his teeth, his desperation rising to the surface. I clawed my way up here with everything I had, he told himself, his pride and struggle fueling his next move. As his resolve hardened, he slowly drew out his weapon, his intent becoming clear. He was ready to kill them, both if that's what it took to protect his position. And now some fourth floor nobody is going to ruin it all. No way I'm letting you escape like this. With that final thought, Shiroyuhi leapt forward, launching himself at them in a sudden, aggressive attack. But before he could even get close, everything changed in an instant. Hatsuka moved. Her response was so fast, so precise, that it was almost impossible to follow with the naked eye. In a single, clean strike, she countered his attack, and in the very next moment, his body was split cleanly into two pieces. The sheer speed and brutality of it left Shiroyuhi utterly shocked. Even in his final moment, he couldn't comprehend what had just happened, how she had done it, or when she had even moved. Narukami Subaru, who had been watching everything unfold, slowly stood up, equally stunned by what he had just witnessed. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence after the sudden end of the fight. After a while, both Narukami Subaru and Hatsuka moved over and sat down quietly on a nearby bench, as if trying to process everything that had just occurred. Breaking the silence, Narukami Subaru finally spoke, his curiosity evident despite the calm tone of his voice. "So basically, you're a former ranker who dropped the exam on floor 8. Hatsuka gave a simple, straightforward reply. Yes. Hearing that, Narukami Subaru nodded slightly, a look of understanding crossing his face. "I see," he said, almost to himself. Then, glancing back at where the fight had just taken place, he added, "No wonder a floor 7 player didn't stand a chance." Hatsuka looked visibly troubled, her usual composure shaken. A faint sheen of sweat had formed on her face, and there was a clear sense of unease in her expression. Trying to explain herself, she spoke quickly, almost offensively. "I thought you were in trouble, so I had no choice but to step in. Please don't look at me like I'm some kind of monster." Her voice carried a hint of worry, as if she genuinely feared how Narukami Subaru might see her after witnessing that overwhelming display of strength. Narukami Subaru, however, responded without hesitation, his tone calm yet filled with awe. "A monster? Not at all," he said. "I'm just overwhelmed by how far your strength exceeded anything I imagined. Where did you even learn a draw technique like that? I thought you were using thunder or something." His words weren't laced with fear, but with pure astonishment, as if he was still trying to process what he had just witnessed. Hearing that, Hatsuka couldn't help but smile slightly, her tension easing just a bit. "That's what you're focusing on?" she asked, almost amused by his reaction. But Narukami Subaru quickly shifted the conversation, his curiosity not yet satisfied. "By the way, you seem to know that guy." At this, Hatsuka responded quickly, almost as if she wanted to clear things up right away. "He suddenly came up to me this morning," she explained. "He was acting so overly familiar that I almost punched him, but I held myself back before it caused trouble." "Trouble?" Narukami Subaru repeated, raising an eyebrow. Hatsuka nodded, her expression turning serious again. "Apparently, Blue Zone is trying to poach you again. If they offer ridiculous terms, you might actually waver, right? I can't afford to be the person holding you back when that happens." Her voice softened slightly, revealing a hint of concern beneath her words. "But I was careless. Even if you say you want to join a guild like that, I'll absolutely oppose it." Narukami Subaru let out a small, dry remark in response. "At this rate, it looks like I won't be able to join even if I wanted to." Hatsuka took a deep breath, clearly stressed now, and ran a hand through her hair as she tried to think. "After messing things up this badly, what should we do?" she muttered, frustration evident in her voice. Then, trying to be practical, she added, "For now, we have to report this to the agency, right?" Before she could think any further, Narukami Subaru suddenly spoke up, interrupting her train of thought. "I've got an idea." Hearing that, Hatsuka immediately turned her gaze toward him, her attention fully captured, waiting to hear what he had in mind. With that, the scene suddenly switches, and a system window appears before everyone's eyes. Written across it were the shocking words, "I was attacked for no reason." The one streaming this message was none other than Narukami Subaru himself. Looking straight at his audience, he spoke in a calm but serious tone. "First, I'm chased by assassins during the exam, and now I can't let my guard down anywhere." The viewers immediately began flooding the chat with reactions and theories. Some were shocked, while others were already trying to guess who could be behind all of this. Subaru continued speaking, his expression growing colder. I don't know who the mastermind is. I do have a vague idea, though I'm not completely certain yet, so I'll stay quiet for now. As his words echoed, the scene shifted once again. This time, the view moved inside a luxurious office building. A caption appeared on the screen, Blue Zone Vice Guild Leader's office. Inside the room, the Vice Guild Leader looked furious. Slamming his hand against the desk, he shouted, "What on earth is going on?" No matter how strong Narukami Subaru is, to think a semi-ranker lost to a player from the 4th floor. At that moment, a young woman hurried into the office and respectfully called out, "Vice Guild Leader, someone is asking to meet with you." Before the tension in the office could settle, the scene switched once more. Now the focus was on Hatsuka and Narukami Subaru together. Hatsuka looked concerned as she turned toward him and asked, "Did you see that emergency broadcast just now?" Subaru gave a small nod before replying calmly, "Blue Zone is a large guild, so I'm sure someone saw it. A guild that represents an entire world, like Blue Zone, prioritizes its image above everything else. If the fact that they tried to scout a player from the 4th floor by attacking him gets exposed, their reputation will hit rock bottom." Hearing this, Hatsuka frowned slightly and responded, "Then you shouldn't have exposed them like that." Narukami Subaru calmly replied, "It might have felt satisfying for a moment, but from that second onward, Suiton and Blue Zone would have become enemies. That's why I kept it as nothing more than a warning and told them never to pull a stunt like that again." As he explained himself so rationally, the camera focused on Hatsuka, who was quietly staring at him with slightly flushed cheeks. A faint blush spread across her face as she realized just how seriously he was thinking about the company and everyone connected to it. A moment later, she stepped closer to him and spoke with a worried expression. "I can't just sit back as a manager when you're thinking this much about the company. Please take tomorrow off from streaming. I'll handle the backlash from the viewers." However, Subaru immediately shook his head. "No, I plan to stream tomorrow too. I'm in perfect condition thanks to you, Hatsuka. I don't have any major injuries." Even while saying that confidently, another thought quietly crossed his mind. Just now, the activation of Lightning Lord stopped automatically, so my fatigue never reached its limit. Is it because I'm still not fully used to this new body? While he was lost in thought, Hatsuka looked him up and down before letting out a helpless sigh. "I can't take you seriously when you say that while wearing those clothes." Subaru glanced at his battered outfit and scratched his head awkwardly before replying, "I came here straight after the exam. I really do need to get some new clothes." Hearing that, Hatsuka suddenly brightened up and quickly stepped forward. "Right, to change the subject a bit." Hatsuka continued speaking in a more serious tone. "Joe Yuhai says there seems to be a survivor from Blue Eyes." The moment those words left her mouth, Narukami Subaru's expression instantly changed. The calm look in his eyes disappeared, replaced by sharp shock and urgency. "A survivor?" he asked immediately. Hatsuka quietly nodded in response. The next second, Subaru suddenly moved closer to her, his voice filled with intensity. "Where are they? Where did he say he saw them?" Hatsuka was clearly startled by his sudden reaction, but after hesitating for a moment, she answered carefully, "No, nothing in detail, but that survivor might have sold their soul to the demons." "Demons?" Subaru repeated under his breath. At that moment, the narration explained the existence of the mysterious race known as demons. They were an unknown species inhabiting the tower's demon realm, beings whose true nature still remained completely unexplained. Just like players, demons continued growing stronger by climbing up and down the tower and fighting constantly. Depending on their interest, players could either cooperate with them or come into conflict with them. However, one truth remained absolute. The demons were considered the tower's purest form of evil. Just as players hunted monsters, demons hunted players. The terrifying difference was that demons did it for no reason at all. Soon after, countless notifications began appearing across the screen one after another. Conspiracy theory. Was there a traitor in Blue Eyes? Blue Eyes' internal strife revealed. Theory claims a survivor of Blue Eyes colluded with the demons. Subaru silently stared at all the headlines appearing on his screen. His expression gradually darkened as he thought to himself. Information related to Blue Eyes is suddenly starting to appear everywhere. There's a high possibility that someone is intentionally spreading these rumors. His eyes narrowed coldly. The more Blue Eyes' reputation falls, the easier it becomes for Blue Zone to erase every trace of them. Narukami Subaru continued scrolling through the endless flood of reports and headlines appearing across his screen. Among them, one particular statement caught his attention. Kyujo Itsuki. "We will not make a public statement until the facts are confirmed." After reading it, Subaru quietly muttered to himself, "I don't care about that right now. Whoever the survivor is, I just hope they can hold out until I find them." The scene then shifted elsewhere, where other people were already discussing the rapidly spreading rumors. Voices echoed through the area. A survivor from Blue Eyes teamed up with the demons, and traces of them were found in the Forest of Death on the 6th floor. At that moment, the figures being shown were none other than the mysterious white-haired man and Rina. Rina looked toward him seriously as she spoke. The white-haired man calmly replied, That's the rumor spreading everywhere right now. He continued in a cold tone. Lately, even Blue Zone players have been coming to the hut to investigate. Things are getting restless. As the conversation continued, the scene revealed the horrifying surroundings around them. Numerous dead bodies were scattered across the ground nearby, corpses left behind by the two of them. The atmosphere felt heavy with bloodshed and danger. The white-haired man looked ahead indifferently before speaking again. On top of that, information about other survivors is suddenly being revealed so openly. His eyes narrowed slightly. It's obviously bait. After a brief silence, he continued thoughtfully. They're probably wondering why no one has appeared yet. Well, what exactly are they plotting? Rina then turned toward him and asked directly, "So, what are you going to do?" Without even the slightest hesitation, the white-haired man answered, "Of course, I have to go see it for myself." With those words, both of them slowly began moving forward. As they walked ahead through the grim battlefield stained with corpses, the white-haired man spoke one final time with a faint, dangerous smile on his face. "Sometimes, the fish that bites the bait drags the fisherman into the sea instead, doesn't it?" The scene then shifted to the 8th floor, where the atmosphere inside the office felt tense and heavy. The vice guild leader was standing quietly while his manager prepared everything for the meeting. After confirming that everything was ready, she respectfully said, "I'm ready." Hearing that, the vice guild leader let out an irritated sigh before muttering, "Honestly, and this is happening when I'm already so busy." After a brief pause, he coldly gave the order, "Start." The space in front of him flickered, and a figure soon appeared through the communication screen. It was the same yellow-haired man, John Tail, Hatsuka's superior. The moment he appeared, he politely greeted the vice guild leader. First, I apologize for not being able to visit the 8th floor in person due to my current capabilities. It is an honor to meet you like this. The vice guild leader immediately replied with formal courtesy, though his expression remained sharp. "No, the honor is mine. I heard you're the one responsible for growing Suiton into what it is today." As he looked at the yellow-haired man, countless thoughts ran through his mind. So this is John Tail. Until 15 years ago, he worked as an architect for the Magic Way Guild. Meanwhile, John Tail simply laughed lightly and waved the compliment away. "Haha, I'm just a hired hand." But the vice guild leader did not relax for even a moment. Deep inside, he remained cautious. A man who once served as an architect for a major guild rivaling Blue Zone is now merely a department chief at an entertainment agency. I can't let my guard down around him. At that moment, John Tail continued speaking with a calm smile. "I've heard many rumors about you, vice guild leader. They say you were the person who contributed the most to making Blue Zone as massive as it is today, second only to guild leader Kyujo." The instant he heard those words, frustration flashed across the vice guild leader's eyes. Second only to Kyujo. Although his face remained composed, the irritation inside him was obvious. Meanwhile, John Tail casually continued as if he had noticed nothing. "Oops. You're busy, and my introduction ended up becoming too long." His expression then turned more serious. "Now then, let's get to the main point. As you already know, we still haven't officially announced our position regarding this matter." John Tail continued speaking calmly during the tense conversation. "To be honest, we can't move too easily because of who the opponent is." The vice guild leader immediately responded in a cold and controlled tone. "Yet, it seems there's some sort of misunderstanding here." John Tail's expression remained polite, but his voice carried quiet pressure as he replied, "It is an undeniable fact that a Blue Zone player attacked our streamer. However, the vice guild leader refused to acknowledge the accusation so easily." Looking completely unfazed, he replied, "Isn't that simply a personal matter between individuals?" Even after hearing that, John Tail did not step back at all. He calmly continued, "Whatever the intention may have been, if something like that happens again, we will have no choice but to consider it intentional." For a moment, the atmosphere became extremely tense. Then the vice guild leader finally answered with a restrained expression, "I understand your position well. The guild has nothing more to say regarding this matter." With that, the communication screen instantly shut down, ending the meeting. The scene then shifted back to John Tail's side, where he was standing together with the same female employee from earlier. The moment the call ended, the pressure he had been holding in completely vanished. Letting out a long, exhausted breath, he spoke honestly, "I'm sincerely glad I wasn't in a position where I had to go there personally. If I had met him face to face, I probably would have suffocated and died before I could even start talking." The woman beside him smiled brightly after hearing that and immediately praised him. "You were magnificent, Chief. You're the only person in this entire company who could speak to Agari Motoshi like that." The instant he heard the vice guild leader's name, John Tail's expression turned irritated again. "Like hell I could stay quiet. That guy's practically a mobster. How dare he do something like that to our streamer?" Still frustrated, he quickly asked another question. "He's taking a break from streaming today, right? After everything that happened?" The manager gave a small nod and replied, "I would assume so." But John Tail immediately shook his head and answered seriously, "Tell him not to worry about anything and get proper rest. Once he gets through all of this, he'll grow even more as a streamer." The manager suddenly looked toward the screen in surprise before speaking up. It started, Narukami's stream. The moment John Tail heard that, his eyes widened slightly. "What did you say?" At the same time, the familiar voice of Narukami Subaru echoed through the broadcast. "Sorry I'm late." Right after greeting his viewers, Subaru immediately dropped another shocking statement. "Yes, I'm going to clear the 4th floor today." The moment those words were spoken, his entire chat exploded with support and excitement. Messages flooded endlessly across the screen as viewers cheered him on. Despite everything that had happened, the amount of trust and encouragement directed toward him was overwhelming. Subaru then calmly added, "Because I have a reason to hurry." The scene soon shifted away from the stream and moved to the 6th floor, a place known as the Desolate Lands. The environment looked barren and lifeless, as a large group continued advancing carefully through the area. Among them, one man let out an exhausted sigh before speaking. "After the 3rd floor, now the 6th. I've seriously been getting sent all over the place lately." Walking beside him was a young woman who calmly replied, "They probably called us here because the investigation is finally finished." The man looked unconvinced and immediately asked, "Do you really think so?" Without hesitation, the woman answered, "That's what the guild is saying." The moment she mentioned the guild, several people nearby turned toward her. The man clicked his tongue in annoyance before speaking again. Guild, don't you have any thoughts of your own?" His expression darkened as he continued, "Even if there really was a survivor from Blue Eyes, you actually believe they sold their soul to the demons? That's the strange part. We're talking about Blue Eyes here." His voice grew louder with frustration. "Every single member of that team was as strong as our guild leader or even the vice guild leader. So why in the world would they ever need to sell their souls to the demons?" The woman quickly panicked and covered his mouth, urgently whispering for him to calm down. At that exact moment, the atmosphere suddenly changed. A powerful figure slowly stepped forward from the front, instantly causing everyone nearby to stiffen. Someone among the group nervously spoke up. "How do you explain the vice guild leader personally coming all the way down to the 6th floor?" The narration then revealed the identity of the intimidating man standing before them. Rank 30, Blue Zone Vice Guild leader, Igari Motoshi. And for the first time, his full status panel was finally revealed before everyone's eyes. 3 days later, a new scene begins, and a system screen suddenly appears before everyone's eyes. "You have reached the challenger rank." At the exact same moment, a massive explosion erupts around Narukami Subaru, shaking the entire arena with overwhelming force. The pressure released from his body alone felt enough to crush ordinary players. Subaru quietly looks forward before speaking to himself. "The time it took me to reach challenger." Right after that, another status window opens in front of him. It shows that his strength, stamina, agility, and focus stats have each increased by 2 points, while his mana has increased by 1 point. Seeing those results, Subaru calmly explains the reason behind his unbelievable growth. "There were 2 reasons I was able to achieve this. First, I fought higher-ranked players while staying in the lower tiers, allowing me to earn bonus points. Second, the players who encountered me completely lost their will to fight, so most matches ended in an extremely short amount of time." As soon as he finishes speaking, yet another notification window appears before him. The system announces that he has successfully cleared the 4th floor, and as a reward, every single one of his status attributes receives an additional increase of 2 points. Subaru silently stares at the screen while the rewards continue piling up one after another. Then the scene shifts toward the same player from the previous chapter, the one who had challenged Subaru earlier. Without hesitation, that player sends 20,000 credits directly to him. Immediately after that, another donation message appears from a player whose title reads, "Subaru Narugami Fan." That person also donates 20,000 credits. After that, 3 more separate pop-up windows rapidly appear, each showing donations of 10,000 credits. One after another, the support keeps flooding in, proving just how terrifying Subaru's reputation had already become among the players. Finally, the last system window slowly opens before him. Moving on to the 5th floor, the atmosphere instantly changes. The 5th floor. We call this world the Murim. The narration continues as an entirely different world is introduced. The Murim was a realm powerful enough to compete for the top position every single year in the inter-world competition, the grand tournament that determined the rankings of every world connected to the tower long ago. During the tower's earliest days, the forces of Murim established their foundation on the 5th floor and became the very first power to completely stabilize their influence there. Because of that, most regions throughout the 5th floor were naturally shaped by Murim culture. Martial arts sects, warriors, clans, and ancient traditions dominated the land. Strength ruled above all else, and only those powerful enough to survive could continue climbing higher. Along with that, the scene once again shows Narukami Subaru steadily walking forward without slowing down at all. His expression remained completely calm as he quietly said, "I'll check the rankings one last time before ending today's stream." As soon as he spoke, a large system window opened in front of him and immediately began calculating his updated ranking. Numbers rapidly changed across the screen for several moments before the final result finally appeared. Subaru Narukami is ranked 122,082nd. At the current moment, his live stream was performing unbelievably well. The number of viewers continued increasing nonstop, and the chat was overflowing with excitement. More and more players had started paying attention to Subaru after witnessing his terrifying speed of growth inside the tower. At the same time, the blue-haired guy everyone already knew suddenly appeared in front of Subaru. He politely greeted him with a bright smile before introducing himself. Nice to meet you. I'm Seong Hye-in, and I've been appointed as your temporary manager, Narukami Subaru. Hearing that, Subaru looked slightly surprised and immediately asked, a temporary manager? The blue-haired man nodded before calmly explaining everything. It'll take Hatsuka a bit more time to climb up here. Are you hungry? Please, come inside for now. After that, the two of them entered a restaurant together. Inside, countless dishes filled the tables from one side to the other. The amount of food was honestly overwhelming. While continuously eating without stopping, Seong Hye-in casually spoke again. I'm telling you now, I'm a huge fan of your streams. Meanwhile, Subaru silently watched him while thinking to himself, he certainly has an impressive appetite. After observing him for a while, Subaru directly asked the question that had been on his mind. Are you and Hatsuka friends? The blue-haired man immediately smiled after hearing Hatsuka's name. Hatsuka and me. Yes, we're childhood friends. We used to do everything together since we were kids. Back then, she was only about this tall. As he spoke, he gestured with his hand to show her height from those days before. Continuing with a laugh, she actually used to be even bigger than me. After listening carefully to his story, Subaru quietly began thinking to himself again. I might be able to find out something about Hatsuka here near him. Not long after that, Subaru suddenly stood up from his seat preparing to leave. Seeing this, Seong Hye-in immediately looked confused and asked, where are you going? Subaru calmly replied while heading toward the exit. There's someone I need to see, so I'll be a little late getting back. Please send my regards to Hatsuka. After that, the scene shifts to an entirely different location on the 5th floor. Cold wind blows across the mountains as the narration reveals the name of this place, Manjo Peak. The atmosphere here felt completely different from the rest of Murim. The mountains were silent, the air was heavy, and an overwhelming presence could be felt everywhere, as if the entire region itself was alive. In the middle of that lonely mountain path, Narukami Subaru could be seen slowly walking forward without hesitation. While making his way deeper into the area, he suddenly noticed a small cat sitting nearby. The moment he saw it, his expression slightly softened. Subaru quietly crouched down and gently patted the cat while thinking to himself, Tama, it has been a while. At that exact moment, a voice suddenly echoed from somewhere ahead. Hey, what are you doing there? I assume you didn't come here without a reason. Subaru calmly lifted his head toward the source of the voice before replying in a composed tone. If I were to open that door without permission, I might never be able to come back here again. For a brief moment, silence filled the area. Then the mysterious voice spoke once more. You don't seem like just any ordinary youngster. Enter. I'll at least let you see my face. Along with those words, the large door slowly began opening on its own. The small cat immediately walked inside without fear, and Subaru quietly followed behind it. At the current moment, an enormous amount of energy surrounded Subaru from every direction. The pressure in this place was so intense that even breathing felt difficult. Yet despite that overwhelming force, he continued moving forward step by step without stopping. However, the instant he completely entered the area beyond the door, the entire atmosphere suddenly changed. The pressure disappeared. The surroundings became unbelievably calm and clear, almost like an entirely separate world hidden within the mountain itself. This place was known as Mirror Clear Plain. Then, an old man slowly stepped forward from the distance while staring directly at Subaru. You. How did you find your way here? Subaru stood with his back facing the old man, but even from behind, his shadow looked strangely large and imposing under the lights surrounding the area. Without turning around, Subaru calmly answered, I heard a rumor. After hearing that, the old man narrowed his eyes slightly before asking, a rumor? Subaru finally replied in a steady voice, yes, that there is a formation master here. The old man silently listened as Subaru continued, someone who can explosively draw out a player's potential. After that, the story finally reveals the identity of the mysterious old man standing inside Mirror Clear Plain. He was none other than Rank 15 Xinyan. The moment his name is revealed, the scene suddenly shifts once again, this time moving into the past. The surroundings become dark and chaotic as the narration reveals a completely different location. 7th floor dungeon, Black Wyvern habitat. The area looked like a living nightmare. The ground was shattered. The air was filled with the smell of blood and burned flesh, and traces of lightning covered the battlefield. In the middle of all that destruction, the real Narukami Subaru could be seen lying on the ground, heavily injured and barely alive. His body was covered in wounds from head to toe, and even breathing seemed painful. At that moment, the same small black hat slowly approached him once again. Then, from behind, a voice could suddenly be heard. It's a miracle you're even alive. It was Xinyan. The old man carefully observed Subaru's condition before continuing to speak. Let's see. The wounds don't look that deep, but as he looked closer, his expression slightly changed. Are these lightning scars all over your body? Is this some kind of self-harm? While speaking, Xinyan slowly stepped down towards Subaru. Meanwhile, Subaru, who could barely remain conscious, forced himself to speak with difficulty. If you have time to mumble to yourself, please, help me. The instant he heard that, Xinyan immediately smacked Subaru on the head with his painting brush and shouted, "You little brat, how dare you speak to me like that when we've just met?" Despite sounding angry, the old man's eyes carried a strange sense of amusement. Then he continued speaking in a calmer voice. "However, there are no meaningless encounters in the Murim. Meeting me at this very moment must be your destiny." The pressure surrounding him suddenly intensified as he proudly declared, "No one is better than me when it comes to formations. Since that's the case, I'm going to help you." Right after saying those words, Xinyan immediately began creating a massive formation around Subaru. Heaven and Earth Key Formation. Powerful streams of energy started flowing throughout the entire area as ancient symbols and patterns spread across the ground. The amount of force gathering there was overwhelming enough to distort the air itself. While activating the formation with full power, Xinyan warned Subaru in a serious tone, "I won't hold back my strength, so you must lend me a hand as well." It was through that very formation that Subaru's life had been saved back then. The scene slowly transitions back to the present. Now, in current time, Subaru quietly follows behind Xinyan while observing the surroundings of Mirror Clear Plain. His eyes calmly move across the familiar scenery before he quietly says to himself, "Nothing has changed, even though it's been over 20 years." After walking together for a while, through the quiet lands of Mirror Clear Plain, Xinyan suddenly looked toward Narukami Subaru and calmly asked, "By the way, have we met somewhere before?" Subaru briefly looked back at him, before continuing to walk forward, without showing any reaction. "No, today is the first time." Xinyan narrowed his eyes slightly after hearing that answer. "I see, for someone I've just met, you seem to know quite a bit about me." His gaze then shifted toward the surroundings before returning to Subaru once again. "You don't seem intimidated by this unfamiliar place either." After hearing those words, Subaru calmly replied in a natural tone, "Well, you were once so famous that there wasn't a single person who didn't know about you." Then, with a faint smile hidden beneath the mask, he continued, "That's probably why, Uncle Xinyan." However, Xinyan slowly shook his head. "It's not just that." At the same moment, the small black cat, Tama, quietly walked beside Subaru as if she already trusted him completely. Watching this, Xinyan spoke again in a more serious voice. "Tama rarely approaches people on her own." His eyes stayed fixed on Subaru the entire time. "Above all, you feel familiar to me as well." The atmosphere around them gradually became heavier. Since Subaru had arrived knowing exactly who Xinyan was, the old master naturally understood there had to be a reason behind it. He finally stopped walking before speaking directly. "Since you came here knowing who I am, I assume you're looking for treatment." Then his expression slightly hardened. "But I have no intention of helping someone who won't even show their face, especially with that mask." A cold silence filled the area before he added, "It's incredibly suspicious." Hearing those words, Subaru quietly fell into thought. Inside his mind, countless memories resurfaced. Uncle Xinyan was one of the few people who knew what I really looked like. As he continued thinking, Subaru slowly realized something important. If even an expert of this caliber can't see through me, then this should be more than enough to fool Blue Eyes, and Kyojo as well. A faint sense of confidence appeared within him. It wouldn't be a bad idea to test it out once here. And with that thought in mind, Subaru slowly began reaching toward the mask covering his face, preparing to finally remove it in front of Xinyan. The moment Narukami Subaru saw Xinyan's reaction after looking at his face, he could immediately tell that the old man had been completely shocked. Xinyan stared at him in silence for a brief moment, his eyes widening, as if he had just seen a ghost from the past. Then, with a stunned expression on his face, he muttered a quiet goodness. Right after that, they were finally shown Narukami Subaru without his mask. For a second, the atmosphere became strangely tense, as though Xinyan had truly believed he was looking at someone he once knew. But the very next moment, the old man suddenly swung his fist and smacked Subaru hard on the head before loudly shouting, "You don't look a damn thing like him. Only the name's similar." Rubbing his head from the unexpected punch, Narukami Subaru calmly replied, "I still haven't told you my name, have I?" Hearing that, Xinyan immediately scoffed at him and answered, "Did you think an old man couldn't use a kit? You were acting so much like him. I couldn't help but watch your streams, lad." Those words instantly caught Subaru's attention. Looking directly at the old man, he quietly asked, "Do you remember the real Narukami Subaru?" For the first time since the conversation began, Xinyan's expression softened slightly. His voice became calmer, carrying a strange mixture of nostalgia and irritation as he answered, "We were acquainted, yes, but then he suddenly went and died on me. He even promised he'd come see me again and never kept it. Heartless bastard. Not that saying that to you changes anything." After hearing those words, Narukami Subaru slowly smiled. It was not a mocking smile, but one filled with understanding. He had finally realized why the old man had been acting this way toward him from the very beginning. Then Subaru said, "You were watching my streams and projecting Narukami Subaru onto me, weren't you?" The moment Xinyan heard that, he fell silent for a brief second. His face showed a faint sense of embarrassment, as though Subaru had perfectly exposed the truth he was trying to hide. After a pause, the old man sighed heavily before muttering, "Seems old age makes a man clingy, even when I know full well how foolish it is." However, the emotional atmosphere lasted for only a moment. Almost immediately afterward, Xinyan smacked Subaru on the head once again with his brush and angrily snapped, "That aside, you've been running your mouth awfully freely for a brat." And just like that, the heavy emotional tension between them instantly broke apart, returning once again to their usual rough and comedic interaction. After calming down a little, Xinyan crossed his arms and spoke in a rough voice, "Thank Tama for this. If this one hadn't taken to you, I would have chased you right out." Hearing that, Narukami Subaru glanced toward Tama before lightly smiling and replying, "I see. I'm honored." The moment those polite words came out of his mouth, Xinyan immediately clicked his tongue in annoyance and barked back, "What are you getting bashful for? The treatment cost 1 million credits, but what you brought me is a mere 200,000. As the harsh reality of the price sank in, Narukami Subaru quietly took off his t-shirt while giving a helpless smile before asking, "There's no chance of a discount, is there?" But the old man rejected the idea instantly. "Nonsense. You'll curse the whole thing today. I'll treat only what you've paid for." Even after hearing such blunt words, Subaru simply nodded respectfully and answered, "Thank you for taking my situation into account." Xinyan then began carefully examining his body and condition. His expression slowly became more serious as he inspected Subaru's physique. After a moment, the old man muttered, "Let's see now. Your foundation isn't bad." Then his eyes narrowed slightly, almost impressed despite himself. "Now, for someone who just made it up to floor 5, you're quite something." Hearing praise from someone as strict as Xinyan, Narukami Subaru immediately asked the question that mattered most to him. "How far can you take it?" The old master calmly replied, "There are all kinds of treatments. The direction and intensity will change depending on what you want to become, lad." At that moment, Subaru's expression became completely serious. There was no hesitation left in his eyes as he finally revealed the goal he had been carrying inside himself all this time. Looking directly at Xinyan, he declared, "I need an absurd amount of stamina, enough to withstand tens of thousands of thunder strikes." The instant those words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room changed. Even Xinyan's face hardened, slightly after hearing such a ridiculous and dangerous ambition. After a brief silence, he answered in a heavy tone, "Even Narukami Subaru was killed by thunder. You know." Without looking away, Narukami Subaru calmly replied, "I know." Xinyan stared at him for another moment before speaking again, almost as if he could not understand the determination standing in front of him. "If you know that, you still want to challenge it." And yet Subaru's answer came without even the slightest hesitation. His eyes remained steady as he declared, "I won't regret it, even if I end up repeating his fate." The conviction behind those words caused the room to fall silent once more. It was no longer the reckless dream of a foolish young man. It was the resolve of someone fully aware of the danger ahead, yet still choosing to walk toward it without fear. Looking directly at Xinyan with unwavering determination in his eyes, Narukami Subaru calmly declared, "If thunder is what kills me, then thunder is also what's going to save me." The moment those words reached his ears, Xinyan fell silent once again. Deep inside his mind, a familiar feeling resurfaced, one he had been trying to ignore ever since meeting this young man. As he stared at Subaru, he could not stop the thoughts running through his head. There it is again. Why does he keep overlapping with him? The resemblance was not physical at all. Their faces were completely different, yet the way Subaru spoke, the madness in his resolve, and the reckless determination to throw himself towards certain death, for the sake of his goal, reminded Xinyan too much of the original Narukami Subaru. It was almost as if the same soul stood before him once again, wearing a different face. After quietly gathering his thoughts, the old man let out a faint sigh in his mind. "This will not be easy work." At the same time, he finally began the treatment. Holding his special brush in hand, Xinyan started drawing strange formations and symbols across Subaru's body with careful precision. Each movement of the brush carried experience and skill refined over countless years. While continuing his work, he explained the situation in a serious tone. "Above all, you don't have enough credits, so we'll have to split the treatment into several sessions. Don't give up and keep coming back. I'll leave the door open for you, lad." Those words carried far more kindness than Xinyan himself probably intended to show. Beneath his rough attitude, he had already decided to support Subaru in his own way. Soon after that, the scene shifted completely, bringing them to the terrifying environment of the 6th floor. The atmosphere there was vastly different from before. The moment the area appeared, countless dead bodies could be seen scattered throughout the ground. Most of them belonged to members of the Blue Eyes. Blood stained the battlefield, while the dark forest surrounding the area gave off an overwhelming sense of danger. This place was part of the demon realm. At the same time, numerous demons could be seen advancing forward, preparing to attack. Their monstrous appearances and violent presence made it obvious that this was a battlefield where death could arrive at any moment. Among all the fallen bodies, only 2 members of the Blue Eyes were still standing. One of them was a spearman, while the other was an archer girl supporting him from behind. The spearman fiercely swung his weapon and killed one of the charging demons before, angrily shouting, "These rotten demons." Then the story began explaining the structure of the tower itself. Every floor of the tower was divided into 3 separate regions: the human realm, the middle realm, and the demon realm. Since ancient times, humans and demons had followed an unwritten rule. Neither side would invade the other's territory. Between them existed the middle realm, the domain ruled by the Dragon Lord, which served as the boundary separating both worlds. However, the situation on the 6th floor was different. The Forest of Death existed in a dangerous gray zone where the boundary between territories had become unclear and unstable. Because of this, the forest gradually turned into a habitat for low-rank and mid-rank demons that had been driven out of their original packs. As a result, the area became an extremely dangerous region filled with wandering demons and endless bloodshed. Amid the terrifying silence of the Forest of Death, the surviving archer girl from Blue Eyes nervously looked around the dark forest before quietly asking, "Hey, do you think the others are safe?" Her voice carried exhaustion and fear after everything they had experienced. However, the spearman beside her immediately answered in a cold and serious tone, "You're in no position to worry about other people right now. Focus on yourself." The man's face was already filled with frustration and mental exhaustion. While gripping his spear tightly, he continued speaking. "In this place filled with demonic miasma, we've been walking in circles on the same path for 3 whole days. Looks like I've finally lost it too." The thick demonic energy surrounding the forest had completely distorted their sense of direction. No matter how much they walked, the scenery never seemed to change. The deeper they moved into the forest, the more hopeless and suffocating the atmosphere became. But just as the spearman believed his mind was finally breaking apart, the archer suddenly widened her eyes and hurriedly replied, "No, I can see him too." The moment she said that, the scene shifted toward the top of a massive tree deep within the dark forest. Sitting calmly on one of the thick branches was a mysterious figure. His appearance alone felt completely unnatural in such a deadly place. Lowering her voice, the archer carefully whispered, "There's no way a person would be standing in a place like this. He's well within range of my arrow. I'll fire one to test him and see how he moves." Just as she prepared to attack, the spearman instantly grabbed her hand to stop her. Fear had suddenly appeared across his face. His voice trembled slightly as he stared toward the figure and asked, "Who are you?" At that moment, the mysterious man's face was finally revealed. He had striking red hair and an eerie evil smile that instantly sent chills down their spines. Before either of them could react further, the man suddenly vanished from the branch entirely. The next second, he had already appeared directly behind them. The speed of his movement was so overwhelming that neither of them had even noticed him approaching. Standing behind the 2 survivors, the red-haired man spoke in a calm yet terrifying voice. "You want to know who I am?" Only then did they notice that he was holding another man by the chin. The captured individual looked horribly beaten and barely conscious, his condition already miserable beyond words. The red-haired man's expression then twisted with anger as he declared, "To question someone who's barged into another man's territory, you have no right to ask." The moment the spearman heard those words and saw the man's face clearly, a memory from earlier suddenly resurfaced inside his mind. He remembered hearing rumors from another team member that one of the old Blue Eyes members had joined hands with the demons. As he stared at the red-haired man, shock completely overtook his face. His vibes totally different, but that face, it can't be. At the same time, the overwhelming spiritual pressure radiating from the red-haired man began crushing the surrounding area itself. The sheer intensity of his presence alone was enough to make breathing difficult. The archer girl immediately started trembling before collapsing onto her knees. Under the pressure, even without attacking, the terrifying aura released by the mysterious red-haired man was already enough to completely dominate them. The spearman's entire body had already gone stiff under the overwhelming pressure radiating from Arashiro Kai. No matter how hard he tried, he could barely move a single muscle. Sweat dripped down his face as pure fear consumed him. Staring at the terrifying red-haired man before him, he muttered in despair, "We can't win. He's less human and more like an untamed beast. It feels like we just entered a bottomless abyss." The difference in power between them was so massive that the spearman could not even imagine fighting back anymore. It was not simply strength. The very presence of Arashiro Kai felt monstrous, as if a wild beast wearing human skin stood before them. Then the spearman looked toward his injured teammate, whose condition was already worsening by the second. Realizing there was no hope left, he forced himself to speak with determination despite his fear. "This is an order. Run in the opposite direction with everything you've got." The archer girl tried to say something in response, unwilling to abandon him so easily, but the pressure crushing her body prevented even her voice from coming out properly. Before either of them could react further, Arashiro Kai suddenly shifted his gaze elsewhere, as though he had sensed another presence entering the area. And at that very moment, someone finally stepped into the scene. The newcomer calmly spoke, "My apologies." The instant he appeared, the unbearable pressure weighing down the 2 surviving Blue Eyes members suddenly disappeared. Both of them immediately gasped for breath as if they had just escaped drowning. The man who had arrived then continued politely. Please forgive my subordinate's rudeness. Blue eyes Arashiro Kai. At that point, the story finally revealed the identity of the terrifying red-haired man standing before them. Former Blue Eyes member, Arashiro Kai. Ranking, unknown. Hearing the newcomer's voice, Arashiro Kai narrowed his eyes before coldly saying, I was wondering where that stench was coming from. And here you are, crawling over to me yourself. Kyojo's dog. The hostility in his voice was impossible to miss. Almost instantly afterward, Arashiro Kai launched forward and unleashed an attack, technique known as explosive palm. The moment the technique activated, an enormous burst of destructive energy exploded outward. The sheer force behind the attack distorted the surrounding air itself as terrifying. Power surged toward the newcomer. The one who had appeared was none other than Igari Motoshi. Using both of his weapons at once, he desperately tried to block the overwhelming energy released by Arashiro Kai. Even for someone of his level, stopping the attack was incredibly difficult. His body trembled from the strain as he struggled to withstand the force crashing into him. While resisting the attack, Igari Motoshi spoke through gritted teeth. I didn't come here to fight. Meanwhile, the two surviving Blue Eyes members immediately used the opportunity to escape from the battlefield. As they ran away, the spearman's mind was still consumed with confusion and disbelief. Arashiro Kai, is that really him? If it is, then why is the Vice Guildmaster back on the battlefield? Igari Motoshi suddenly dropped down onto one knee before Arashiro Kai and declared, hear me out. Then seeing such strange behavior, Arashiro Kai frowned in irritation and asked, what the hell are you playing at? In response, Igari Motoshi calmly raised his head and answered, you and I have the same goal. That's why I came here. Knowing the danger. Arashiro Kai casually ran a hand through his red hair while looking down at him with annoyance. Before saying, too much preamble, get to the point. Finally, Igari Motoshi revealed the true reason he had come all the way into the demon realm despite the deadly risk. Looking directly at Arashiro Kai, he said, if you would lend us your power, Lord Arashiro, we can kill Kyojo for sure. The moment those words were spoken, a dangerous smile slowly appeared across Igari Motoshi's face. We are shown the blue-haired man stuffing himself with dumplings at an incredible speed, completely focused on eating, when someone suddenly punches him on the head and shouts, how can you even swallow food at a time like this? The person who hit him is none other than Hatsuka. She looks extremely frustrated as she continues. It's already been 2 days since Narukami-san went missing and we still can't contact him. Don't you think that's strange? He's normally so impatient that he cleared the trial in just 3 days. Everyone around then watches the conversation unfold while the blue-haired man casually places another dumpling on top of the pile and replies, he's probably just meeting up with an old friend or something. Hearing that only makes Hatsuka even angrier, she immediately snaps back. Narukami doesn't have any friends, and more importantly, why are you still loitering around here? The blue-haired man simply smiles and answers in a teasing tone, are you really a fan of Narukami? He's bound to have at least a friend or to still. This place is amazing, eating as much as I want on the company card. He looks completely carefree, as if nothing in the world could bother him, enjoying every bite without a single concern. However, the atmosphere suddenly changes in the middle of his joking. The color of his eyes shifts, and his expression becomes much sharper, as though he has sensed something unusual approaching. The relaxed smile on his face fades slightly as he mutters, just when I thought I was having exceptionally good luck today. At that very moment, a large group of Muram soldiers appears. On the scene along with them arrives a mysterious woman whose presence immediately draws attention. The sudden arrival of these figures makes it clear that something significant is about to happen, and the mood of the entire area turns tense in an instant as everyone prepares for whatever comes. Next, the woman slowly began walking toward the two of them with calm and confident steps. Seeing her approach, the blue-haired man glanced at Hatsuka and casually asked, what are we gonna do? Without showing the slightest concern, Hatsuka replied, just stay seated right there. Her voice was cold and firm, making it clear that she had no intention of backing down. As the woman finally reached them, she respectfully lowered her head and greeted Hatsuka. It's been a long time, senior sister. It is then revealed that this woman is none other than Divine Refinement Mayuki. However, the moment Hatsuka heard those words, her expression darkened with anger. She immediately responded, I don't recall ever having a junior sister like you. The hostility between them was obvious, suggesting that their shared past was far from pleasant. Ignoring Hatsuka's sharp response, Mayuki calmly continued, if you just come with us quietly, we can resolve this without any trouble. Her tone remained polite, but there was a hidden pressure behind her words that made it clear this was not truly a request. Hatsuka's eyes narrowed as she glared at everyone present before issuing a terrifying warning. Take one more step closer, and none of you 5 are leaving here alive. The instant those words left her mouth, an overwhelming and terrifying aura burst out from her body. A chilling, killing intent spread through the surroundings, causing the atmosphere to become incredibly heavy. The Muram soldiers, accompanying Mayuki, immediately felt the danger and instinctively drew their swords, preparing to attack at any moment. Their faces became tense as they readied themselves for battle. But before anyone could make a move, Mayuki suddenly raised her hand and stopped them, keeping her composure despite the deadly pressure surrounding her. Mayuki looked directly at Hatsuka and said, "The city lord won't wait much longer." Hearing this, Hatsuka slowly rose to her feet. Her eyes were filled with determination as she stared straight at Mayuki and declared, "Mayuki, let me make this absolutely clear. I have no intention of ever going back there." For a brief moment, silence hung in the air as the two women faced each other. Then Mayuki responded with an equally firm expression. "Have you forgotten that is not for you to decide, senior sister?" Her words carried a sense of authority that immediately revealed this situation was far more serious than it appeared. The confrontation between the former sisters had reached a critical point, and with powerful warriors standing on both sides, it felt as though a fierce clash could erupt at any second if neither of them was willing to yield ground. Hatsuka stared directly at Mayuki and replied in a cold, intimidating voice, "It seems like you're the one who forgot something. Since when did you have the guts to look me in the eye when you speak?" As she said those words, an overwhelming and terrifying aura continued pouring out from her body. The pressure she emitted was so intense that it felt as though the very air around them had become heavier. Her killing intent was impossible to ignore, reminding everyone present exactly why she was someone feared by so many. Despite the immense pressure, Mayuki remained calm. She slowly lowered her head and said, "I've delivered the message now then." Having fulfilled her purpose, she chose not to continue the confrontation. Any further exchange would only increase the chances of a battle breaking out right there. And then with that, Mayuki turned around and left together with the Muram soldiers, bringing the tense standoff to an end for the moment. The scene then shifts to another streamer who is currently watching someone else's broadcast. While looking at the screen, the man reads aloud, "The reward will be substantial. So if anyone knows a player named Isaac, the Golden Lion Guild is eagerly waiting for your tips." He said he wants to temporarily suspend his live streams after this video. The streamer appears somewhat tired as he continues browsing through the information. After a while, drowsiness begins to take over, and his eyes slowly close for a brief moment. Because of that, the device he is holding slips from his hands and falls directly onto his face. Startled by the impact, he immediately wakes up and grabs his head while groaning. "I must have dozed off for a second. Just who is Reinhardt trying to find?" Still rubbing his head, he continues speaking to himself, even putting up a bounty and taking a break from streaming. Putting that aside, has it really already been 3 days? Narukami Subaru, who was supposed to challenge the 5th floor, hasn't shown up yet. At this rate, I won't have any content even if I want to stream. If only he would start streaming right about now. Almost as if his wish had been heard, a notification window suddenly appears right in front of him. The moment he sees it, his eyes widen in surprise. The message displayed on the screen reads, "Narukami Subaru has started a live stream." Narukami Subaru had taken on a completely new challenge. This time he announced that he would continue streaming non-stop until he successfully cleared a floor or completed a task. The moment the stream began, he greeted his viewers with a relaxed smile and said, "Long time no see." As expected, the chat instantly exploded with comments. People began asking where he had been, why he had disappeared for several days, and whether he had taken a break from streaming. However, instead of answering immediately, the story shifts back to what had happened during those missing days. We are shown a scene from the past after the formation had finally been completed. Having endured the entire process, Narukami stood there, while Zen-yun looked at him with clear admiration and said, "Enduring for 2 days without moving an inch. Quite impressive." Hearing that, Narukami confidently replied, "Of course I was desperate, since this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The pain and effort he had gone through had been worth it because he knew he was receiving something extremely valuable." At that moment, the system windows appear before him. The first notification displayed the message "Physical Enhancement Procedure completed." Immediately afterward, a second window appeared and informed him, "Vitality increased, recovery rate permanently increased by 32%. The results were far beyond ordinary improvements. As Narukami opened his status window and checked the changes himself, he could hardly hide his excitement. Looking at the remarkable increase in his abilities, he thought to himself, "For only 200,000 credits, this is incredible growth. I can't wait to see the finished product." Even though the procedure had already granted him significant benefits, he understood that this was only part of a much larger transformation that would make him even stronger in the future. The story then returns to the present, where Narukami Subaru has already begun his new challenge. Without wasting any time, he looks toward the camera and confidently declares, "Now then, let's get right into it." The moment he enters the trial area, the system rewards him with 10,000 credits simply for participating. Soon after, another notification appears before him, informing him that the next stage is about to begin, commencing the 5th floor trial. The 5th floor trial is then explained in greater detail. It is said that every trial conducted on the 5th floor is specifically tailored to the unique individuality and growth of each player up to that point. In other words, from this stage onward, no two players will ever face the exact same challenge. Each trial is personally designed according to the path, abilities, and experiences of the individual taking it, making the 5th floor one of the most unpredictable and dangerous stages in the entire tower. The scene then shows a cave entrance as Narukami Subaru approaches. A soldier suddenly emerges from inside and immediately rushes forward to stop him, raising his spear. The soldier shouts, "This is no place for outsiders to step into." He launches an attack without hesitation, but the difference in strength between the two is obvious. The moment the spear reaches him, Narukami casually catches it with his bare hand as if it weighs nothing at the same time. Powerful lightning bursts from his body and surges through the weapon. The soldier's expression instantly changes as the electricity courses through his body, trembles violently, and his condition rapidly deteriorates under the overwhelming force of Narukami's lightning. Before long, a system window appears in front of Narukami. You have proven your warrior's qualification. You have cleared stage 1, having completed the first stage with ease. Narukami continues moving forward toward the deeper parts of the trial. However, before he can go very far, the defeated soldier desperately calls out to him, "Wait, from here on you shall absolutely not pass." Narukami pauses and looks ahead with curiosity before asking, "Just what is up ahead?" At that moment, another figure emerges from the distance. "Viga, it's alright." The voice belongs to a beautiful young woman who calmly walks forward. Her presence immediately changes the atmosphere. She looks toward Narukami and says, "That person isn't an enemy." The soldier quickly approaches her and respectfully bows his head. "Lady Valkyrie." The moment Narukami hears that title, his eyes widen slightly. "Valkyrie? Then is this Valhalla?" The woman smiles faintly at his reaction and replies, "I knew you weren't an enemy, but you really have absolutely no idea, do you?" She then introduces herself. "My name is Viola Valkyrie Viola," as he said. "I am indeed a Valkyrie, and this is near the border of the Conrad Kingdom." As those words are spoken, the story suddenly shifts into a flashback. In the past, someone can be heard speaking to 3 Valkyries with a sincere expression. "I'm sorry to the 3 of you." Viola immediately shakes her head and answers, "Please don't say that. This is our duty as Valkyries after all." Hearing her response, another person speaks with gratitude in his voice. "Thank you for saying that to an inexperienced person like myself." The speaker is none other than the familiar red-haired man who had appeared earlier in the story. Looking at the Valkyries with complete trust, he continues, "I'm counting on you until I ascend to that throne. Make sure you protect the Heart of Lightning at all cost." As the flashback continues, the true identity of the red-haired man is finally revealed. He is none other than Thor, the legendary god of thunder of Asgard. The revelation immediately changes the significance of everything Narukami has witnessed so far. What initially seemed like an ordinary trial is now clearly connected. 2 ancient legends, Valkyries, the mysterious Heart of Lightning, and even Thor himself. The 5th floor is proving to be far more than a simple challenge. As the scene continues, we are shown floor 8, the Blue Eyes Guild House. Countless carts can be seen moving in the same direction, creating a busy and organized atmosphere throughout the area. The sight alone makes it clear that the guild is operating at full capacity, with people constantly transporting supplies and resources. Soon after, the scene shifts to the Blue House Central Tower, a massive structure that dominates the surrounding landscape. Its towering presence reflects the influence and authority of the Blue Eyes Guild. At the base of the tower, a luxurious supercar smoothly pulls to a stop. The doors slowly open, and stepping out from inside is the Vice Guild leader, Higari Motoshi. As soon as he exits the vehicle, he raises his head and looks toward the enormous screen attached to the tower. A message from the guild leader is playing across it for everyone to see. Staring at the screen, Higari lets out a sigh before saying, "No matter how many times I see it, I just can't get used to it." The scene then moves inside the building. A woman approaches him and immediately speaks in a serious tone. "You're 10 minutes late. All the executives are already here, except for the guild master." Higari Motoshi does not appear concerned in the slightest. Without even slowing his pace, he casually replies, "Like I've got time to care about that. Let them wait." The one who gets impatient loses control of the room. The two continue walking together until they arrive in front of a large set of doors. Stopping there, the woman glances at his neck and says, "Perhaps you should cover your neck a little more." Higari simply responds with a brief acknowledgement. Her words instantly remind him of the encounter he experienced some time earlier, causing a flash of memory to cross his mind. However, he quickly pushes the thought aside and focuses on the present. Moments later, the massive doors are opened and Higari steps into the room. Inside, waiting for him, are the members of the newly formed Blue Zone team. The atmosphere is heavy with authority and influence. These are not ordinary guild members. Gathered before him are the individuals known as the 7 executives, the highest-ranking figures within the organization. Today, all of them have assembled for an important occasion, the executive regular meeting. The guild's most powerful decision-makers are finally gathered in one place, and judging by the tense atmosphere filling the room, whatever is about to be discussed is bound to be significant. After entering the meeting room, Higari Motoshi calmly walks over to his designated seat and takes his place among the executives. The moment he sits down, one of the men at the table turns his attention. toward him and speaks with a mocking tone. Looks like you've got time to spare today for once. And that's saying something, considering you skipped out on the last Guardian raid. The man speaking is Executive Adolf. His words are clearly intended as a jab, and everyone in the room can feel the tension beginning to rise. Igari remains composed and immediately responds. It was an order handed down directly by the guildmaster. However, Adolf has no intention of letting the matter go. Leaning back in his chair, he smirks before firing back another insult. So what you're saying is you got pulled off the mission because you're useless? The atmosphere instantly becomes heavier. One of the executives seated nearby reacts loudly to the remark, while Igari himself slowly rises from his seat. The calm expression he had been maintaining disappears, replaced by visible anger. Staring directly at Adolf, he speaks in a cold and threatening voice. You're ready to take responsibility for that attitude of yours, right? Adolf does not back down in the slightest. Instead, he meets Igari's glare head-on and replies, responsibility? You're seriously saying that to us? To the guys who risk their lives on every single Guardian raid? At this point, the hostility between the two executives is impossible to ignore. The clash of authority and pride is on full display, and it looks as though the argument could erupt into something much worse at any moment. Just then, a woman seated nearby intervenes before the situation can escalate further. Adolf, know your place. Don't say anything you wouldn't want reaching the guildmaster's ears. The woman is introduced as Executive Peer. Her voice is calm but firm, carrying enough authority to momentarily interrupt the confrontation. Adolf clicks his tongue and responds with obvious frustration. My men were wiped out. No way some high rank are wasting time on floor 6. Would know a damn thing about what we're dealing with. The moment those words leave his mouth, Igari's anger surges even further. His expression changes completely, becoming far more intimidating than before. The room seems to grow colder as everyone notices the shift in his demeanor. Seeing that he might actually lose control, Pierre quickly reaches out and grabs his arm, trying to stop him before the situation spirals out of hand. As the two executives stand on the verge of open conflict, another voice suddenly cuts through the tension. Watching the scene unfold, the executive ranked 38th lets out a sigh and says, come on, calm down. Cut him some slack, will you? He's been sleep-deprived lately. His attempt to lighten the mood causes the room to pause for a moment, but despite his efforts, the hostility lingering between Igari and Adolf remains painfully obvious. The executive regular meeting has only just begun, yet the gathering of the 7 executives is already threatening to descend into chaos. The heated atmosphere inside the meeting room continues to intensify. Unable to tolerate the argument any longer, the executive ranked 40th, an elderly man, suddenly shouts at the top of his lungs, let's step outside and settle this. His outburst only adds more fuel to the growing conflict. Meanwhile, the executive ranked 41st appears visibly uncomfortable with the situation, clearly not enjoying the direction the meeting is taking. Before anyone can respond, the executive ranked 32nd speaks up in an attempt to restore order. Think about where you are. If the guildmaster sees this, before he can even finish his sentence, something happens that instantly silences the room. The massive doors slowly begin to open. The executives immediately turn their attention toward the entrance. A moment later, the person everyone has been waiting for finally steps into the room. The guildmaster himself. The atmosphere changes completely. Without raising his voice, his mere presence is enough to force every executive into silence. As he walks into the conference room, he begins speaking to everyone gathered there. It has been 20 years since we slew Floor 8's Guardian, Hydra. Our guild has grown at a terrifying pace, and our membership has multiplied dozens of times over. And yet, everywhere you go, it's Hydra this, Hydra that. Even now, the outside world won't shut up about that 9-headed snake bastard. As he speaks, he calmly makes his way to the head of the table and takes a seat. Standing off to the side, Igari Motoshi watches him closely. Judging from the expression on Igari's face, it is obvious that he is not particularly pleased with the guildmaster's opening remarks. Nevertheless, he remains silent and listens. The guildmaster continues. In other words, the time in the tower is still frozen at floor 8. His words carry a heavy meaning. Despite all the guild's growth and accomplishments over the last decades, the world still remembers them for a single achievement, the defeat of Hydra to him. That means their progress has effectively been standing still. At this point, the guildmaster's full identity is finally revealed. Ranking 4th, Blue Zone Guildmaster, Kyojo Itsuki. The moment Kyojo finishes speaking, both Igari and Pierre address him at the same time about this floor 9 raid. However, before the discussion can move further, Igari takes the initiative and immediately presents his report. We have completed our investigation of floor 6's Forest of Death. The room falls silent once more as all attention shifts toward him. The arguments and tension from earlier are pushed aside for the moment. Now, the focus of the executive regular meeting turns toward the investigation and the secrets hidden within the dangerous Forest of Death, a report that could potentially affect the guild's plans for the upcoming Floor 9 raid. After presenting his report, Igari Motoshi looks directly toward the guildmaster, waiting for a response. Kyojo Itsuki studies him for a moment before simply asking, and, without hesitation, Igari continues his explanation. We found traces that humans had temporarily stayed there, but it appears a significant amount of time has already passed. If he joined hands with the demons, slipping out of the human realm would be easy. The room grows quiet as everyone listens carefully. The implications of the report are serious. Whoever they are tracking may have already escaped beyond humanity's reach. Kyojo Itsuki leans back slightly and falls into thought. After a brief silence, he finally speaks. Knowing him, I figured he'd already crossed into the demon realm by now. Continued tracking him, just to be safe. There's no telling when he might show up again. Igari immediately nods his head. Understood. With that matter temporarily settled, Pier begins her own report. As ordered, I went to meet Tenma about the request for cooperation on floor 9. But even after holding out for more than half a month at floor 5, Tenzaburen, they never showed themselves. The statement immediately draws reactions from several executives. Around the table, one of the executives, ranked 42nd, clicks her tongue in annoyance before speaking. Just because they're rank 1, they think they're too good for us. We're doing this for the future of the tower. Her frustration is obvious. Too many of those present, Tenma's refusal to even appear feels like a direct insult. At that moment, another executive joins the discussion. I think I know why. They just don't want anyone seeing them fail, berate and run off with their tail between their legs. A few people around the table smirk at the comment. Then an older executive speaks up from the side. Hell, the arm I lost on my 3rd raid still aches to this day. The old man sounds almost proud of the injury he suffered years ago, but Adolf immediately shoots him down. That's not something to brag about, old man. The brief exchange earns a few reactions from around the room, but Kyojo Itsuki quickly brings everyone's attention back to the real issue. Looking across the table at the gathered executives, he speaks with complete confidence. Tenma challenges Guardians alone, without ever forming a group. It doesn't matter if we can't borrow Tenma's strength. His voice remains calm, yet every word carries weight. But we must prevent them from stealing the Guardian from us. The room instantly falls silent. Every executive understands exactly what those words mean. The Floor 9 raid is not merely another expedition. It is an opportunity that could reshape the future of the Blue Eyes Guild and perhaps even the entire tower. Kyojo's eyes narrow as his expression hard. No matter what it takes, the determination in his voice leaves no room for argument. Whether through cooperation, competition, or outright confrontation, the Blue Eyes Guild intends to claim the Floor 9 Guardian for themselves. And judging by the seriousness in the Guildmaster's eyes, he is prepared to do whatever is necessary to make that happen. The discussion regarding the Floor 9 raid comes to an end with a powerful declaration from Kyojo Itsuki. Looking at the executives gathered before him, he speaks with absolute confidence and authority. Prove why you stand at the top, and prove who the master of this tower is, without fail. Those words echo through the room like a command that cannot be questioned. The executives understand exactly what is expected of them. This is no longer simply a raid. It is a battle for supremacy, a chance to demonstrate who truly rules the tower. Afterward, the scene shifts to a completely different location. Kyojo Itsuki can be seen walking through a quiet and isolated area. Eventually, he arrives in front of a large chamber. The atmosphere here is far different from the meeting room. It feels cold, silent, and strangely oppressive. Staring at the chamber before him, Kyojo speaks in a calm voice. It's been about 5 years, hasn't it? Sorry I couldn't come see you. I've been busy with a lot of things. Inside the chamber is a woman. She is introduced as Hanayori, a former Blue Eyes member. The chamber is filled with a mysterious liquid completely surrounding her body. Kyojo casually reaches toward a nearby control panel and presses a button. Immediately, the liquid inside the chamber begins to drain away, slowly revealing Iori more clearly. As the level of the liquid drops, Iori weakly opens her eyes and quietly mutters, "I am still not dead." Rather than responding seriously, Kyojo gives a small smile. "Please don't sound so grim. Don't you want to see Kai?" The moment she hears that name, Iori's expression changes. But isn't he dead? For the first time, Kyojo's tone becomes slightly more serious. I didn't think it could be possible either. But he really is alive. The revelation completely shocks her. Then Kyojo continues. Perhaps the other two are also. The moment those words reach her ears, tears begin flowing down Iori's face. Years of pain, despair, and uncertainty seem to break all at once. Through her tears, she says, "Thank goodness, as long as they're alive. That's all I need." For a brief moment, genuine relief appears on her face. However, Kyojo immediately follows up with another statement. "But the problem is, I don't know where they are." The relief instantly vanishes. Iori stares at him in disbelief. What? A terrible realization begins forming in her mind. "Don't tell me. Is that why you kept me alive?" Kyojo simply smiles. That smile alone gives her the answer. Suddenly, all of the gratitude and hope she felt moments earlier disappear. Replaced by pure rage, she begins screaming at him. "You're the worst?" Her voice echoes throughout the chamber. "You inhuman bastard." As she shouts, the system activates once again. The mysterious liquid begins pouring back into the chamber, slowly surrounding her body once more. Little by little, she is submerged again inside the prison that has held her captive for years. Kyojo shows no reaction to her anger. Without looking back, he turns around and starts walking away. As he leaves, he quietly speaks one final sentence. The time has finally come to end this. The new tower will have no place for the likes of you. His footsteps gradually fade into the distance while the chamber seals itself once again. Left behind in the darkness is Hanoiori. After that, the scene shifts back to Narukami, Subaru, and Valkyrie. While the soldier, who had been clinging to Narukami's leg, is still visible, Subaru looks at Valkyrie and asks, "Why is a Valkyrie, who should be an Asgard, here in the human world?" Valkyrie lowers her head before answering, "Though it ended in failure, I was actually given a mission." The moment she says that, the soldier hurriedly interrupts and exclaims, "Great Valkyrie, you mustn't say anything unnecessary. If this man is, however..." Valkyrie immediately cuts him off and says, "Bigo, he knows who I am, yet he still hasn't attacked me. Don't you see?" The soldier hesitates and replies, "But..." Valkyrie that explains to him, "He possesses the power of Thunderbolt." A short while later, the scene moves forward and the soldier lowers his head in shame before saying, "I'm ashamed of myself, my lady." After listening to him, Valkyrie gently responds, "It's nothing. I was late stepping in to stop it as well." Watching the exchange, Narukami Subaru realizes the misunderstanding and says, "I'm sorry, I misunderstood things." Valkyrie immediately shakes her head and replies, "Not at all. Bigo was simply being overly cautious." The soldier silently watches Subaru, while the atmosphere gradually becomes calmer. Subaru then decides to get straight to the point and asks, "So why are you in a place like this, Valkyrie?" Valkyrie looks at him and answers, "I'm the one who would like to ask that. Where did you obtain the power of thunder?" Hearing those words, Subaru begins thinking to himself, thunder. It doesn't look like she's distinguishing between the two forms of thunder. Does she think the blue and yellow lightning are simply a difference in output? After a brief pause, he answers, "It was a reward for defeating a giant." The moment Valkyrie hears that, her expression changes slightly as she repeats, "A giant." Narukami Subaru asks, "Is something wrong?" Valkyrie quickly regains her composure and replies, "My apologies. I made a promise with a god who lives in another world, so I can neither speak of it nor explain it." Narukami Subaru silently thinks to himself, "So there's a filter on it." Realizing that she is unable to freely talk about certain matters, he decides not to press further on that subject and instead asks another question. "Then, what was this failed mission?" Valkyrie hesitates for a brief moment as if carefully choosing her words before finally answering, "The Throne of Thunder. We came here to protect it." As those words are spoken, an image of the past flashes through Subaru's mind. He sees Thor declaring with unwavering determination, "Until the day I ascend to that seat, whatever it takes, protect the Heart of Thunder." Hearing this, Subaru immediately begins connecting the pieces in his head. The Heart of Thunder. Does the throne have something to do with the heart? Without wasting any time, he opens his status window and searches through his inventory. After a moment, he pulls out an item he has been carrying with him all this time, the Heart of Thunder. The instant it appears, a system window materializes before his eyes, displaying its information. Empty Heart of Thunder. Untradeable bound. Rank. Category. Staring at the mysterious item, Subaru falls into thought once again. Then this empty Heart of Thunder. Before he can finish the thought, Valkyrie continues her explanation. "The reason we must protect the throne from them is that the Heart of Thunder is hidden within it." Subaru listens carefully and immediately catches on to the most important part of her statement. Maintaining his usual straightforward attitude, he asks, "Who's them?" Valkyrie's expression hardens as she begins explaining the true enemy. "The giants who join hands with demons. Muspelheim, the blazing realm, and the sworn enemy of Asgard. It is a world ruled by Surt, the king of the giants, who allied himself with demons, along with his sons." The scale of the situation instantly becomes far larger than Subaru expected. As he listens, he cannot help but think to himself, "They say the trial on floor 5 differs depending on each player's individuality. But Muspelheim, giants, demons, and even Valkyries, isn't the scale getting way too big?" What had seemed like an ordinary floor challenge now sounded more like a conflict, involving entire worlds and ancient powers. Valkyrie continues speaking, her voice carrying a hint of concern. "However, they managed to sniff it out. They know that the Heart of Thunder entrusted to us by the young lord is here." The revelation makes Subaru realize just how serious the situation truly is. If enemies from another realm are actively searching for the heart, then the object he is currently holding may be far more important than he ever imagined. After thinking for a moment, he asks another question. "How many of you are there, Lady Valkyrie?" Valkyrie answers without hesitation, 3, including myself." Subaru blinks in surprise when he hears that number. Considering everything she has told him, the Throne of Thunder, the Heart of Thunder, the giants of Muspelheim, and the alliance between giants and demons the force assigned to protect such an important treasure sounds unbelievably small. Looking directly at her, he says, "For people who came to protect something that important, that's awfully few." Valkyrie begins explaining the situation in greater detail. "As long as the system remains functioning, we cannot use our full power. Even descending here while maintaining our forms is no easy task." Her words immediately catch Subaru's attention. Looking at her with curiosity, he asks, "The system?" Valkyrie nods and starts elaborating. "The system is a restriction that prevents gods, demons, and giants from deeply interfering with the human realm. You could call it a literal device that protects the human world. The reason only 3 Valkyries were able to descend was because of that very restriction. As Subaru listens, he begins to understand why beings as powerful as Valkyries seem unable to act freely. Despite the dangers surrounding the Heart of Thunder, the system itself acts as a barrier, preventing higher beings from directly influencing the human realm and keeping the balance between worlds intact. After processing her explanation, Subaru immediately asks the question that seems the most important to him. What happened to the Throne of Thunder then? Valkyrie's expression darkens slightly before she gives a short but devastating answer. It was stolen by the demons. Subaru's eyes widen for a moment. If the throne has already been taken, then the solution appears obvious to him. Without hesitation, he says, then we just have to take it back, right? However, Valkyrie immediately shakes her head. That is not possible. Subaru frowns in confusion. Why not? For a brief moment, Valkyrie simply looks at him. There is an unusual innocence in her expression, almost as if she is struggling to find the right words. Then she quietly says, what I wish to ask of you is something separate from that matter. The atmosphere grows heavy as her words imply that the problem before them is far more complicated than simply recovering a stolen artifact. Before Subaru can ask another question, the scene suddenly shifts elsewhere. The story now moves to Floor 8, inside the Golden Lion Guild house. A tense and sorrowful atmosphere hangs in the air. A scar-faced man can be seen standing there. From behind him, 2 men approach and call out, hey, are you okay, Reinhardt? Reinhardt is standing motionless in one spot. Tears are visible on his face as grief and anger consume him. After a moment, one of the men cautiously walks closer. Did you find out who did it? The subordinate lowers his head and replies, I'm sorry, sir. Not yet. Reinhardt immediately turns toward, why not? The man nervously begins explaining, there were no traces left of the culprit escaping. However, since his body burst from the inside, there is a high chance that lightning-type magic was used. Reinhardt's expression stiffens. Lightning-type magic, you say? Yes, sir. Also, considering that the place where he was found was an empty lot away from public view, we are investigating it as a grudge-related case rather than an accident. The moment those words leave the man's mouth, Reinhardt completely loses his temper. A terrifying wave of anger erupts from him. Without warning, he throws a powerful punch directly into the subordinate. The impact is so overwhelming that the man is launched a great distance away before crashing to the ground. Reinhardt's face is twisted with rage and grief. His fists tremble as he glares furiously at the fallen subordinate. You imbecile. He had only just climbed up to the 2nd floor. What grudge could there possibly be? His voice echoes throughout the guild hall as everyone present falls silent. The death of his son is clearly something he cannot accept, and the suggestion that it was merely some personal grudge only fuels his anger further. Then, in the middle of his outburst, a memory suddenly resurfaces in his mind. He remembers receiving a call from his son. In that memory, his son's voice sounds excited as he asks, Dad, do you know a streamer named Narukami Subaru? As Reinhardt's thoughts continue racing, he remembers the conversation he once had about Narukami Subaru. His name pisses me off, and he's getting cocky just because he can use a little lightning. If I ran into him, I was thinking I'd teach him a lesson. The memory lingers in his mind before another realization suddenly strikes. Lightning. Now that I think about it, those 2 started climbing the tower around the same time too. His eyes narrow as the pieces slowly begin to connect. Looks like I need to investigate this a little more. With that thought, the scene shifts away from the Golden Lion Guild house and returns to Narukami Subaru and the Valkyries. Back at their location, Valkyrie appears noticeably nervous. The usually composed warrior hesitates for a moment before finally gathering the courage to speak. Could you use that power of thunder to help save my comrades? For a brief moment, silence fills the area. The soldier standing nearby seems tense, waiting for Subaru's response. Subaru's answer comes immediately. Of course. The response is so quick and straightforward that it catches Valkyrie completely off guard. She stares at him in disbelief. Why are you agreeing so easily? Subaru shrugs as if the answer is obvious. My thunder is connected to your people somehow, isn't it? Since I want to learn more about this power too, I have no choice but to go with you. That way, I can find out what this is. His reasoning is surprisingly simple. While helping the Valkyries is certainly part of it, Subaru is also pursuing answers for himself. The mysteries surrounding the Heart of Thunder, the Throne of Thunder, Thor, the giants, and the strange power dwelling within him have all become deeply intertwined. If accompanying Valkyrie leads him to the truth, then there is no reason for him to refuse. The soldier, however, still struggles to understand Subaru's intentions. Looking at him suspiciously, he says, to be honest, I'm still having a hard time understanding. Why would you help us? Would you risk your life without any motive? It would make more sense if you were asking for something in return. Subaru thinks for a moment before casually pointing toward Valkyrie's weapon. In that case, what about that? The Valkyrie's holy sword. If this works out, I'll take that. The moment those words leave his mouth, the soldier nearly explodes. Please don't be ridiculous. His voice echoes loudly as he stares at Subaru in shock. No matter what, asking for the great Valkyrie's weapon is. Before he can finish, Valkyrie raises a hand and silences him. The soldier immediately falls quiet. Valkyrie then steps forward, her expression filled with determination and desperation. Looking directly into Subaru's eyes, she says, "Nothing is more important to me than my lost comrades at the moment. I will give you whatever you want. Just save my comrades." As she says those words, she removes her sword and places it before him without the slightest hesitation. The sight leaves everyone stunned. For a Valkyrie, her holy sword is not merely a weapon. It is a symbol of her pride, her duty, and her identity.